Die hat einen Amp rausgebracht, Baroni AFK 150, das ist etwa so groß oder so darf man sich das vorstellen. Und da ist eine Röhrenvorstufe drin und eine 150 Watt Solid-State-Endstufe, die so ein JCM 800-mäßiges Voicing hat. Und die Dinger kamen tatsächlich zu 90% an meine Röhren-Amps. Ich spiele Petersburg-Amps von Ralf Reichen, Rest in Peace. Und das kam sehr, sehr nah dran. Und da habe ich zum ersten Mal die Teile dann mit auf Tour genommen. Und ich habe jetzt im Frühjahr, haben wir als Support eine Show mit Meshuggah gespielt. Und da habe ich diese ganzen Baroni Travel Amps alle in ein Rack eingebaut, weil wir da sehr sparsam mit dem Platz unserer Backline sein mussten. Weil, Überraschung, Meshuggah hatte ziemlich viel Gear dabei. Es war eigentlich ganz geil, weil sie hatten alle den Quad Cortex und trotzdem war die Bühne so voll wie bei einer Phil Collins Tour 1988. Und da habe ich zum ersten Mal das Gefühl gehabt, ich habe so ein bisschen den Mut geschlossen, um zu mit experimentieren, um mal so ein bisschen abzurücken von den großen, schweren Amps und hast du nicht gesehen. Und dann habe ich sogar mir was ganz Verrücktes überlegt für diese Tour jetzt im Frühjahr. Ey, ich versuche das jetzt mal und ich capture mal meine ganzen Amps und meinen Bass und da habe ich mir einen Quad Cortex gekauft für sehr, sehr viel Geld und eine richtig teure MIDI-Leiste auch und habe tatsächlich jeden einzelnen meiner Pedale und meine Amps gecaptured und das klang einzeln auch alles relativ gut. Aber wenn man dann alle Signale zusammengemischt hat, ich splitte mein Signal so 4-mal, so links, rechts, Mitte, Stereo und dann auch noch Bass drunter und so. Und da musste man dann leider feststellen, dass die Latenz von dem Gerät so hardcore groß war, wenn ich zwischen kompletten Sets oder so hin und her geschaltet habe, dass man das nicht mehr tight im Song spielen konnte. Deswegen musste ich da leider wieder von abrücken. Nicht so geil. Aber ich bin so ein bisschen, also würde es eine digitale Lösung geben mittlerweile. Wir haben gestern mit Stefan Kühn, Sound Service, ESP Guitars, Grüße gehen raus, zusammengesessen. Ich habe mich fast das nicht getraut zu sagen, aber würde es jetzt eine digitale Lösung für mich geben, die wirklich den Sound, den ich spiele, 1:1 widerspiegelt, würde ich, glaube ich, umswitchen. Ich würde immer noch so Boxen auf der Bühne haben, einfach das, was passiert, damit es geil aussieht und dass es laut ist. Aber wie du schon sagst, jeden Abend einstöpseln können und es klingt immer gleich, neiderweckend.
Ja, auf jeden Fall, ist halt praktisch. Aber es klingt ja so, als hätte sich deine Sicht auf die Dinge analog versus digital so ein bisschen verändert.
Ja, hat es definitiv, einfach weil also man muss ja sowieso sagen, Simon und ich, seitdem ich Simon kenne, seitdem wir uns kennen, ich glaube, wir lernen voneinander und ich bin so ein bisschen aus meiner Bubble raus. Ich war auch so einer so von diesen Typen, so ja, analog über alles und alles andere ist absoluter Mumpitz und geht überhaupt nicht. Ich bin da so ein bisschen von abgerückt. Jetzt muss man natürlich fragen, es ist ja nicht immer nur irgendwie, es geht ja nicht nur um den Komfort, es macht ja nicht jeder hauptberuflich Musik. Deswegen ist die Frage natürlich auch legitim, was ist inspirierender, was macht mehr Spaß?
Ja, das ist eine gute Frage. Also ich muss sagen, nachdem ich jetzt so viele Jahre lang digitale Gear gespielt habe, dass ich Schwierigkeiten habe, zu Hause meinen Camper zum Beispiel nach Natur überhaupt noch auszupacken. Es macht einfach keinen Spaß, an so einem Gerät rumzudrehen und Sounds, wie soll ich sagen, Sounds zu finden. Und zu Hause habe ich mir so nach und nach über die letzten Jahre ja auch ein paar Amps gekauft, Pedale und so weiter und so fort. Und ich sag mal so, also ich finde da keinerlei Motivation zu Hause mit digital. Auch Plugins so. Ich meine, ich kaufe ständig irgendwelche Plugins, probiere die dann einmal und denke mir so, ja, klingt ja richtig geil. Aber mit einer Maus an einem Knob rumzudrehen in einem Plugin inspiriert mich überhaupt nicht, so wirklich gar nicht. Und vor allem Nachteil natürlich auch, du kannst auch nicht an 2 Knobs gleichzeitig drehen. Kannst du natürlich mit 2 Händen sonst machen, was ein Vorteil ist. Aber ja, irgendwie ist alles richtig geil geworden und die Sounds werden immer besser und trotzdem finde ich keine Motivation, zu Hause mir das reinzuziehen.
Als du mich eben gefragt hast, wie die Sicht der Dinge verändert hat, ich kann zumindest so sagen, dass ich bereit wäre oder bereit bin, der ganzen Sache auch eine Chance zu geben. Ich besitze ein Tonex-Pedal, ich habe einen Quad Cortex und so. Es gibt jetzt, habe ich unten bei Jupiter Effects übrigens gesehen, da sind ein paar Typen, ich glaube aus Buchholz kommen, die haben original Hardware Tool, kennt ihr vielleicht NAMM, das ist NAM, so, die heißen Dimehead und die haben so einen NAMM-Player entwickelt. NAMM ist ein Freeware-Programm, was halt auch auf Capturing beruht und die haben da tatsächlich irgendwie ein Hardware-Produkt für entwickelt. Die sitzen unten, unbedingt mal auschecken. Das Teil werde ich persönlich auf jeden Fall auch mit Florida nehmen, um dann endlich den Quartex neben den Tonex und das NAMM-Pedal nebeneinander zu stellen. Ich habe für eine neue Aufnahmen, die wir jetzt gemacht haben, habe ich tatsächlich aus dem Tonex geile Sounds rausgekriegt für so Overdubs. Wir haben neue Songs aufgenommen und im Live-Setting und haben dann für die Hooks, um die so ein bisschen anzudicken, tatsächlich einfach mal versucht, was ist denn, wenn wir einfach nur das Tonex-Pedal direkt in den Computer spielen und die Hooks sind tierisch geworden. Also ich habe da wirklich sehr, sehr gute Songs rausgekriegt und ich habe gerade jetzt von Newell DSP, ich bin ein bisschen late zur Party, es gibt da ein Plugin, das heißt Tone King Imperial MK2. Das ist mit der beste Gitarrensound, den ich je in meinem Leben gehört habe. Das ist völlig pervers. Kann man natürlich noch nicht auf das Quad Cortex draufpacken als Plugin, aber machen wir besser nicht auf das Fass. Und da habe ich natürlich, hab ich was Interessantes beobachtet. Da habe ich ein Plugin gefunden, vielleicht das erste Plugin aller Zeiten in meinem Leben, was mich völlig umgehauen hat. Und was habe ich gemacht? Ich habe sofort $3.000 in die Hand genommen und habe mir den Amp kaufen wollen, auf dem das Plugin basiert, weil ich nicht glauben konnte, ja, mach mal Licht aus, wird jetzt sexy, auf dem das Plugin basiert. Und habe dann festgestellt, ja, aber genauso sollte es nicht sein, sondern du musst akzeptieren, dass das Plugin mittlerweile genauso klingt wie der Real Deal. Und dann habe ich mich im letzten Moment umentschieden und halt nicht die 3 Kilo ausgegeben für diesen Amp. Aber ja, ich bin bereit für eine digitale Zukunft, wenn sie sexy ist und gut klingt.
Siehst du, ich habe den Fehler gemacht. Ich habe meine Camper Profiling Session im Studio in Berlin gemacht, Daily Hero Recordings. Und da haben wir einen 5150 350 Watt Amp geprofiled und ich fand das beim Profiling so geil, dass ich mir dann den Amp gekauft habe. Ziemlich dumm, aber ja.
Und nochmal zur Frage, was inspirierender ist bei mir zu Hause. Du kennst es ja, es ist so ein bisschen, bin so ein bisschen Jäger und Sammler. Ist auch übrigens eine unserer frühen Folgen gewesen, Jäger und Sammler. Ich habe viel zu viel Gear. Wer denkt, dass er von euch zu viel Gear zu Hause hat? Gibt es da welche? Seid ehrlich? Okay. Okay, alles klar. Bei mir ist es auf jeden Fall auch so. Ich habe mittlerweile einen Scheunenanbau, wie ich gesagt habe. Da sind nochmal 150 Quadratmeter und die sind komplett voll mit Amps und Gitarren und Tretminen. Und das ist auch total super. Und dementsprechend, wenn es darum geht, was macht mehr Spaß und was ist inspirierender, da ist für mich tatsächlich das analoge Game ganz weit vorne, weil ich gehe quasi durch ein gut sortiertes Museum und suche mir wie im Gewürzregal dann so Sachen zusammen, mit denen ich gerne aufnehmen und arbeiten will. Ich mache dann auch gerne so Reamping-Geschichten, das ist so ein bisschen neu für mich, auch so das Recording, dass ich halt immer eine DI aufnehme und dann halt auch viel Reampe in letzter Zeit. Und ich finde, dass analog so oder so einfach viel, viel mehr Spaß macht, 2024, aber in keinster Weise bedeutet, dass es zum besseren Ergebnis führt. Also so weit bin ich selber auch schon.
Ja, das stimmt wohl.
Bringt uns zum nächsten Punkt, Pro und Contra.
Ja, Pro und Contra, Hanno.
Ja, Kreativität, Simon, hit me.
Ich würde sagen, früher hat mir digitale Gear die Kreativität erleichtert, einfach weil es alles sehr Plug-and-Play war. So, ich konnte mich an den Computer setzen zu Hause, ich musste nicht mehr im Proberaum fahren, Amp aufreißen, sondern konnte mich hinsetzen, Gitarre einstöpseln und habe gespielt. Wie gesagt, mittlerweile finde ich es irgendwie langweilig und stattdessen, ich habe jetzt halt einen Pedal-Platform-Amp zu Hause, einen kleinen, den man glücklicherweise
Welcher das wäre?
Rev D20 heißt der. Den man glücklicherweise per XLR ins Interface stopfen kann. Der hat einen guten Impulse-Response-Loader drin und da kann ich geile Zerrpedale vorschmeißen. Macht mich kreativ mehr an, zeigt mich mehr an, irgendwie so zu spielen, obwohl es am Ende auch im Computer gespielt wird, aber ich weiß nicht.
Da sagst du was, habe ich eben vergessen. Impulse Responses war für mich eigentlich auch der erste Schritt zu einem Kompromiss, dass ich live keine Mikrofone mehr vor den Boxen habe, sondern wir nur noch live, zwar mit den richtigen Amps und so spielen, aber über einen Impulse Response Loader gehen, weil es gerade bei Festivals, gerade in den USA, wenn du so ein Changeover von 15 Minuten hast, schon geil ist, wenn man irgendwie nur einstöpseln muss und man ist da. Das ist für mich so der erste Schritt in eine digitale Zukunft, glaube ich. Ansonsten für mich die Kreativität ist totale Gewöhnungssache. Ich fühle mich von den digitalen Optionen, selbst wenn ich den Quad Cortex anmache oder ein Tonex Interface auf dem Computer sehe, ich fühle mich davon erschlagen. Ob der Optionen. Es ist einfach zu viel los, es passiert zu viel. Und ich habe das Gefühl, so mit meinem analogen Equipment, ich committe mich schneller. Ich committe mich schneller auf einen Speaker, den ich mag, auf ein Mikrofon, auf den Gitarrensound, den ich mag. Das geht bei mir einfach schneller, weil es einfach eben nicht endlose Optionen gibt, wenn es bei mir auch viele gibt, aber eben nicht endlose. Und ich habe das Gefühl, wenn ich richtig loslege bei den ganzen digitalen Lösungen, ich weiß nicht, wo ich aufhöre. Ich verliere mich da in so einem Rabbit Hole.
Ansonsten muss man natürlich sagen, ist der Workflow mit Plugins besonders. Ich finde, wie gesagt, die Plugins klingen so gut mittlerweile. Ich sage mir immer, bevor ich anfange, neue Songs zu schreiben, komm, du benutzt jetzt einfach ein gutes Plugin und spielst dann Rhythmusgitarren damit zumindest ein. Einfach, damit es schnell geht und die Sache im Kasten ist. Und dann kann ich mich irgendwie nicht dazu durchringen. Ich weiß auch nicht, warum.
Ja, und wenn du vor allem deinen Sound gefunden hast, du kannst ja Platten überall aufnehmen, tatsächlich.
Ja, sicher. Ja.
Ich habe jetzt, für mich der größte Zugewinn neuerdings war, dass ich halt viel reampe und somit irgendwie für neue Aufnahmen, die wir jetzt gerade gemacht haben, viel DI-Tracks aufgenommen habe, tatsächlich im Urlaub mit einer Countryman DI einfach ins Interface und halt einfach Tracks aufgenommen habe, wo ich wusste, okay, das werden nachher so ein paar Overdubs, um die Hooks ein bisschen anzufetten. Das war schon cool, aber wenn du schon vorher den Sound hast, wie du ansprichst, ist es natürlich, Alter, überhaupt keine Grenzen mehr, wo du Platten machen kannst.
Ja, ich habe auch das erste Mal tatsächlich hier auf meinen Deutschland-Trip jetzt ein Interface mitgenommen und damit ich mal, während ich Berlin bin, versuchen kann, Songs zu schreiben.
In Berlin.
In Berlin.
Wenn man Zeit findet, in Berlin.
Findet man.
Wie ist es mit den Kosten? Ich meine, wir alle kennen die Antwort. Also ich habe mir mal überlegt, ich weiß nicht, wie ich das geschafft habe. Ich habe mein Leben lang versucht, mich von Arbeit fernzuhalten. Aber irgendwie habe ich sehr, sehr viel Gier zu Hause. Und die gute Nachricht ist, wenn ich das alles verkaufen würde, habe ich mal gerechnet, müsste ich mehrere Jahre, wenn ich sparsam lebe, nicht arbeiten gehen. Das kann jetzt jemand, der jetzt so ein Camper-Player hat, nicht von sich behaupten. Also ich will damit jetzt gar nicht angeben, ich will nur sagen, so, ich habe da, glaube ich, zu viel Geld für ausgegeben, was ich hätte auch in Familie und Altersvorsorge oder so investieren können.
Ach, braucht man alles nicht.
Braucht man eigentlich nicht, ist Quatsch.
Nee, Gier ist wichtiger.
Ich habe eine gut geputzte Waffe und, Scherz, und richtig, richtig viele tolle Tretminen. Nee, ist natürlich ein Scherz. Ja, es ist pervers. Jetzt Butter bei die Fische, es ist pervers, was man heute für die Kohle kriegt, ne? Also wir wollen jetzt hier, wir werden von keinem bezahlt, muss man sagen, so, aber wir wollen jetzt auch nicht bestimmte Marken pluggen, so, aber jetzt gerade zum Beispiel dieser Tonex Player One oder wie heißt das Teil, was so Streichholzschachtelding, was kostet das, 200 Flocken oder so? Es ist pervers.
Ich glaube weniger, ja.
Es ist völlig sick, also da geht der Punkt natürlich ganz, ganz klar ins digitale Camp. Was ist praktikabler? Kennen wir die Antwort auch.
Ja, kennen wir eigentlich die Antwort auch, ja, definitiv. Auf Tour für mich immer was Digitales, muss ich dazu sagen. Wie gesagt, mit Boxen und laut, aber es bringt's einfach
Du
mehr.
spielst immer noch den Camper seit, glaube ich,
Ja.
1992.
Keine der LEDs funktionieren mehr, weil das Ding einfach sau alt ist, aber Sound kommt noch raus. Der eine Sound, den ich spiele.
Es ist praktikabler, wie gesagt, die ganze Schlepperei fängt an schwer zu werden mit gehobenem Alter. Wie ist es im Studio?
Ja, im Studio, wir haben auch Platten mit dem Camper eingespielt aus Bequemlichkeit, aber da habe ich keinen Bock mehr drauf.
Ihr habt die letzte Platte, habt ihr sogar schon mal einen Remix gemacht, wo ihr alles gereamt habt, richtig?
Genau, wir haben den normalen Mix mit Camper eingespielt, dann haben wir die Platte geremixed und haben einen Rev-Amp, Rev-Generator, glaube ich, auf einer Seite benutzt und einen alten Randall RG100 ES für meine Gitarre.
Für mich ist im Studio natürlich bisher ausnahmslos analog, außer dass ich gesagt habe, dass ich jetzt, wie gesagt, zum ersten Mal, ich habe aus dem Tonex-Pedal wirklich einen unglaublich geilen Crunch-Sound rausgekriegt, wo ich tatsächlich meine Tretminen vor das Tonex-Pedal geschaltet habe. Das klang so super, dass wir es direkt auf der Platte gelassen haben. Aber ansonsten, ja, analog ist King für mich im Studio. Es macht einfach Spaß, für mich immer noch Pflicht. Und dann kommen wir zum Sound. Was ist das Endergebnis? Was pro, contra?
Also für mich ist es so, ich spiele ja ziemlich bescheuerte Tunings auf einer Bariton 7-Seiter, tiefes F. Es gibt enorm viele Tube-Amps, die das nicht so richtig mitmachen. Die tiefe Seite fängt an, so ein komisches Zwitschern zu bekommen im Attack, was mich extrem nervt. Es gibt sehr wenige Amps, bei denen dieses Problem nicht entsteht. Vorteil ist, wenn man kann jeden dieser Amps mit einem Camper einfach profilen und der bügelt da irgendwie drüber hinweg. Und was man natürlich mit diesen Geräten auch noch machen kann, ist den Sound weiter manipulieren. So, ne? Also,
Besser oder schlechter Profilen, muss man aber auch fairerweise dazu
ja, natürlich
sagen.
gibt es gute und schlechte Profiles. Man muss sich schon Mühe geben auf jeden Fall. Aber ja, ich sag mal so, ich habe mein Profil im Camper auch noch extrem manipuliert. Da sind, glaube ich, 3 EQs irgendwie in der Signalkette noch drin, damit es alles auch wirklich gut klingt mit meinem Tuning. So. Von daher, es hat schon seine Vorteile auf jeden Fall, wenn man einen sehr spezifischen Sound fahren will. Ansonsten, klar.
Live ist für mich eine ganz andere Geschichte. Wie gesagt, ich wünschte, ich hätte eine Lösung für live, wie ich das alles noch cool aussehen lassen könnte, aber Plug and Play und es ist alles besser. Im Studio bleibt für mich einfach da, also außer Logic halt alles analog, weil es für mich halt, es ist so, ich esse nicht nur gerne, sondern ich koche auch gerne, verstehst du? Und dementsprechend ist es bei mir natürlich Teil des Spiels, halt auch Amps aufzubauen, Boxen aufzubauen, verschiedene Mikros zu testen und so weiter und so fort. Ja, ich esse gerne, da lachst du, ne? Das ist fair. Was mir neulich aufgefallen ist, es gibt es immer noch, selbst im Jahr 2024, wenn du ganz bei den Herstellern, egal ob das Newell DSP ist, ob das Tonex ist, ob das Camper ist oder so, bei jeder News sind da auch immer die Typen, die dann bei Instagram oder bei Facebook drunter schreiben, ja, Alter, geht gar nicht, Alter, ich habe einen Tube-Amp und das ist das einzig Geile. Also können wir uns alle darauf einigen, dass nichts peinlicher ist als 2024 irgendwelche Internet-Rumbos, die meinen, die hätten die Weisheit mit Löffeln gefressen und sie wissen total Bescheid. Ja? Also entweder schreibst du einen geilen Song oder du schreibst einen Scheiß-Song. Und am Ende des Tages ist es sowieso total Latte, ob du das mit einem Quad-Cortex machst oder mit deinem Insane-Profile oder sonst was. Das sind immer die ärmsten Säue, die sich im Internet profilieren und dann sagen so, ja, das geht gar nicht, Alter, das wird niemals an den Tube-Amp rankommen. Was hab ich schon, Alter, ich habe persönlich als Engineer Produktion begleitet, die einen hohen zweistelligen Tausenderbereich bezahlt haben, mit nichts als Mumpitz und Rotz im Endergebnis, weil die Leute halt einfach nicht wussten, wie man bei den neuesten Aufnahmen, die wir gemacht haben, wir haben ganz explizit gesagt, wir nehmen an den Gitarren nur SM57, Alter, gebraucht, $40 gekauft, ist der beste Gitarrensound, den ich je gemacht habe. Und dann habe ich da sogar noch Overdubs mit einem Tonex draufgeknallt und jetzt lege ich sogar noch einen Aal oben drauf. Nee, aber im Ernst, tatsächlich, also die Zeit ist Gott sei Dank vorbei, also was den Sound geht. Aber Butter bei die Fische, Simon, ohne welches analoge oder digitale Gear könntest du, Simon Havemann, der Lebemann, nicht mehr leben?
Also auf jeden Fall, ich bin großer Fan von einem guten Pedal-Plattform-Amp. Ich habe den Rev D20 schon angesprochen. Das ist gerade was so ein guter Mittelweg für zu Hause ist. Guter Pedal-Plattform-Amp, vor dem halt Zerrpedale fantastisch klingen. Wäre so meine analoge Antwort. Digitale Antwort. Ja, ich spiele den Camper jetzt, wie gesagt, seit über 10, 11 Jahren. Wird mir jetzt langsam langweilig, ich will mal was Neues probieren. Aber live kann ich ohne eine Lösung, eine digitale Lösung echt nicht funktionieren.
Ich glaube, wir haben auch so, das haben wir auch mal in der Folge besprochen, so Gear für die einsame Insel. Wenn ich mich committen müsste, bei mir ist es der Petersburg P100, nochmal Ralf Reiching. Ich habe da 4 oder 5 Stück von. Das ist für mich der beste Amp der Welt, der jemals gebaut wurde. Ich würde eine gute 4x12er mitnehmen, wahrscheinlich eine, die ich selbst gebaut habe, und eine gute 2x10er. 10er Speaker sind für mich die neueste Entdeckung, gerade wenn es um Overdubs geht, um eine Hook anzufetten. Also Tipp von ganz unten, wenn ihr wollt, dass eine Hook dick wird, 4x12er kann jeder, aber wenn ihr wollt, dass sie dreidimensional wird und fliegt und abhebt, 2x10er. Es ist the tits. Das würde ich wahrscheinlich mitnehmen und wahrscheinlich einen Tube Screamer und vielleicht noch 1, 2 Pedale, damit kann ich alles machen. Digital. Ja, also wie gesagt, ich habe gute Erfahrungen mit dem Tonex jetzt gemacht, einfach für so schnelle Overdubs und für richtig sicke Black Metal Leads. Also für kranke, wirklich schneidende Black Metal Sounds. Ganz ehrlich, wenn ihr halt einfach nur einen Black Metal Lead Sound wollt oder so, kein Schwein wird danach fragen, ob ihr das jetzt wirklich mit welchem Mic, vor welchem Speaker ihr das gemacht habt. Dafür ist digital super. Für so schnelle Overdubs oder auch schnell was auszubessern. Vor allen Dingen, wenn man dann gelernt hat, dass man bei Logic auch editieren kann und gar nicht alles direkt löscht oder so. Das ist auch der richtige Hammer. Ja, Simon, Fazit. Ziehen wir ein Fazit. Krieg der Welten.
Ja, wir ziehen ein Fazit. Ja, aber was ist unser Fazit, Hanno?
2024, What a Time to be Alive ist Fazit Nummer 1, würde ich sagen. Also es geht wie bei Gear of the Dark im Kosmos, alles kann, alles muss.
Ja.
Es
ist schon verwöhnt auf jeden Fall.
Es ist unnötig, sich 100% zu committen. So weit kann man gehen, oder?
Ja, ich finde ja, wir benutzen ja beides offensichtlich mittlerweile.
Immer mehr. Und ich bin froh, dass ich so, also wirklich jetzt ohne Scheiß, ich war eigentlich einer der Typen, ich habe das nicht im Internet gemacht, aber ich war nach dem 11. oder 14. Bier schon, der gesagt musst einen richtigen Amp haben, alles andere ist Schwachsinn. Es ist eben nicht Schwachsinn. Ich räume den Fehler ein und ich möchte gerade mich hier auch beim Guitar Summit bei allen Digitalo-Trons entschuldigen. Ich hab zu kurz gedacht. Ich habe einfach zu kurz gedacht und es gibt im Jahr 2024 keinen Grund, sich für eine Seite entscheiden zu müssen. Soweit würde ich gehen. Und ich bin froh, dass ich auch dank dir so ein bisschen aus der Bubble rausgekommen bin, weil Simon ist so ein Typ so, du hast so eine stoische Ruhe. Du nimmst Killer-Songs auf und dann hört man, ja, das habe ich mit einem Camper gemacht, wo ich seit 11 Jahren das Profile nicht geändert habe. Das beeindruckt mich schon, bin ich ganz ehrlich. Und die Platte klingt natürlich wie Schmitz Katze, wie so ein Gullideckel ins Maul. Also wirklich angenehm. Und,
das war das Ziel, ja.
Und diese ganzen Puristen da draußen, ist auch so ein bisschen Selbstbeschneidung eigentlich, oder?
Ja, definitiv. Es macht ja auch
Tuerei?
Ja, und mehr Gear macht ja auch mehr Spaß. Und von daher, warum vor digitaler Gear halt machen?
Ganz genau. Ich wünsche für mich, für die Zukunft, wenn ich für mich persönlich ein Fazit ziehen müsste, dass ich das irgendwie noch besser kombinieren könnte. Dass ich in einem Live-Setting mich mehr auf digitales Zeug verlassen kann, was wirklich amtlich gut klingt und überzeugt und nicht peinlich aussieht. Und das ist noch ein anderes Ding, wenn es um den Workflow geht. Ich habe so ein bisschen Sorge, in einem digitalen Ding, wenn da was kaputt geht oder irgendwas hängt sich auf, bin ich am Arsch. Wenn aber mein Amp, da kommt nichts raus oder es kommt nichts aus dem Mikro oder das XLR-Kabel muss ausgetauscht werden. Ich habe lange als Gitartech gearbeitet, ich weiß sehr schnell, wo ich anfangen muss zu suchen. Was machst du, wenn dein Camper auf einmal so wie bei Super Mario Land einfach nur so anzeigt?
Pause.
Wie Pause? Ja, Pause.
Pause, ja.
Ich muss erstmal raus um den Block gehen. Ja.
Genau, erstmal mit Kippen holen oder so. Ja, nee, aber ist einfach gesagt, aber wenn du ein Pedalboard mit 20 Pedalen drauf hast und irgendwas nicht geht, hast du auch ein Problem.
Ansonsten, danke für eure Zeit und noch eine Sache, eine persönliche Sache. Wir sind hier beim Guitar Summit, es gibt unglaublich viele geile Sachen zu sehen. geht auch zu den kleinen Händlern, die gerade ganz neue Sachen gemacht haben. Viele Leute haben viel Geld in die Hand genommen, um hier zu sein, um ihre geilen Produkte vorstellen zu können. Und lasst nicht nur ein albernes Like da, sondern nehmt die Sachen in die Hand, probiert sie aus, redet mit den Leuten. Es gibt unglaublich viel geile Sachen zu entdecken. Unter anderem uns, Gear of the Dark. Jeder, der es nicht kennt, schaltet ein. Wir bedanken uns extrem doll, dass so viele Leute gekommen sind, dass du sogar erschienen bist, Simon.
Gerade so.
Ja, vielen Dank an euch.
Dankeschön.
Wir haben noch genau 3 Minuten Zeit. Gibt es irgendjemanden Verrückten, der irgendwas wissen will? Gibt es irgendeine Frage? Der Gummiaal im Rolls-Royce draußen. Ansonsten sind wir durch, würde ich sagen. Ich wünsche euch einen schönen Resttag und wir freuen uns mit euch rumzuhängen später. Tschüss.
Ciao.
So what actually happened is we're too early.
Oh, okay.
We surprised them. But right now, I guess they're recording. So I do the introduction again.
Okay.
So, Charles Batu, you're an amazing bass player. I earlier said that before. Amazingly, because your style is so unique. You actually play your bass like a sort of piano, and that's unique.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's interesting you say that because I actually started out on piano before I ever played bass. So when I was about 7, my parents thought it might be a good idea for me to play piano, as is pretty common. But I actually really enjoyed it. But the thing is, I didn't really think of piano as an instrument that you can play in a band. It was always me just learning like classical pieces and things like that. And so I wanted to play rock and metal when I was about 11 or 12. And so that's when I started playing bass because all of my friends were playing guitar and drums and stuff. So I thought if I played bass, it would be a little bit different and cool. And so when I started doing tapping and stuff like that, it felt pretty natural to me because I already had the experience with piano. So it was quite a natural transition.
And let's stick in this time. It's an interesting period because you haven't been that skilled, let's say, master animal on the bass before. You actually have been pretty frustrated in an old job that you had, working an airport job, in a baggage claim or something like that.
Yeah, it was. I was moving boxes from carts onto conveyor belts. So it was basically like, it was for FedEx. So I was essentially moving just big boxes from the carts onto the conveyor belts. And it would be like a 6-hour shift of just that. And it was a good workout, actually. I didn't have to go to the gym because I was doing that all day.
Very physical.
Yeah. And sometimes you get those heavy boxes which are not safe for one person to lift, but you have to lift them anyway. And so it was a good workout. But playing bass is more fun, I think.
I was just going to say, your mindset was somewhere else, and that was you're a big fan of bass players like Flea and Jaco Pastorius and James Jamerson and such. Were you already thinking about being there in the same skills universe like them? They were obviously very inspiring for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've always aimed very high, especially once I started watching people like Victor, and I realized how much the bass can do.
Victor Wooten, I
Yes.
haven't mentioned him before.
Yes, yeah.
Victor Wooten.
Yes. Yeah, so I mean, my first inspirations were Flea, Cliff Burton, people like that. And then I started discovering people like Victor Wooten, Marcus Miller, Jaco Pastorius. And it was especially Victor Wooten. That was really my biggest influence at one point when I watched his solos of, Overjoyed and Amazing Grace and things like that. Thanks. That was what really made me want to just take things in a more soloistic direction and get as good and technically proficient on this instrument as I could.
What would you say, the most inspiring techniques of Victor? Because he's a very diverse player. He can literally play everything. He can even maybe play flute on the bass.
Yeah, he probably could somehow. I mean, it was the tapping that I was really interested in at first, but his slap techniques are obviously insane as well. And so I spent probably 3 months just practicing classical thump. Do you know that one? It's just the crazy, crazy triplets one. I practiced it for maybe like 2 hours a day for 3 months because it was so difficult at first. And so he's inspired me a lot with slap technique as well. And I mean, I don't know if I've managed to master it yet, but it's the tapping and the slap. Those are probably the main techniques that I've picked up from him. Yeah.
I think you mastered it in a very special way. You created your own, I gotta say, way of bass playing, because you incorporated obviously so many different facets of your idols. That's something unique, dude.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think a really good way to be original is to take influences from a lot of different people. Like anything that you feel excited about, if you incorporate that into your playing and you just keep doing that with lots of different artists that you like, you kind of merge it all into something original, and then you add your own flair to it. But in order to be original, you don't have to just reinvent the wheel from nothing. You can see what others are doing and what makes you excited, and you can take little bits of inspiration and put them together.
I was just gonna say, don't forget the joy of playing an instrument.
Exactly.
And one can actually very much hear that when you're playing. How do you choose the songs that you would play and interpret?
Well, some of them are very clearly lending themselves to bass, like Get Lucky by Daft Punk.
That's an awesome version.
Thank you. But the very rhythmic ones, you can often hear the slap bass arrangement of it. So basically, if it has either a really nice funky rhythm or a really good bass line, that's a very good start. It was the same thing with Stayin' Alive. I did a cover of Stayin' Alive, and that's got a very iconic bass line, so that was a pretty obvious choice. But then there are also some songs which are very melodic too. Those work very well. The only ones that don't work quite as well are either the ones that just have like no melody or bass line, which is unusual, but there are some songs like that which are still good songs, or the ones that have very, very slow flowing melodies, because those are quite hard to do on bass because there's no sustain on bass. You pluck a note and then it starts decaying. So those ones are a little bit hard to interpret on bass, so I don't do those quite as much.
When it comes to the instrument, you have your own signature model. I see you're with Schecter guitars.
Yeah.
Speaking basically about the specs that you prefer on a bass, could you just explain it through your Schecter model for everybody listening?
Yeah. So I always like a really thin neck on the bass. I actually don't have the biggest hands in the world, and so a thin neck lets me play fast. I've tried like P basses and J basses, and they sound awesome, but the neck is not my favorite.
Okay.
So the neck's thin. It's got a very deep cutaway up here, so I can get to the 24th fret more easily. On some basses, once you get up here, you've got to be going like this, which is kind of difficult.
Yeah.
And it's got, I love the EMG pickups. They've got this really crisp sound, but also very deep and punchy. It's like kind of perfect for slap and tap. Yeah, those are probably my favorite features of it. The tone controls, you've got a very wide variety of tones that you can use because it's a active bass. And other than that, I mean, I could go into detail about the woods and things like that, but maybe that gets a little boring. I don't know.
No, I gotta say, it won't get boring.
Okay.
We're gonna run the whole bass.
Okay. All right. So the body is ash. And just so you know, I have no idea if any of this actually affects the sound of the bass. I think there's a lot of debate as to whether the wood actually affects the sound, but the body is ash. The neck is walnut, and these red racing stripes are Paduke. I think that pretty much covers it.
Have you been involved in choosing the woods, or was it something that you just agreed on because it felt good?
I was involved to some extent. I mean, I'm not a luthier, but I was involved in choosing the woods, especially because at one point I asked if we could get some like kind of crazy designs going, and they basically said that if we get really exotic woods involved, it's going to make the bass way more expensive.
Yeah.
And I wanted this to be something that people can actually buy.
It'll be more available. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't want this to be like a $5,000 bass.
Yeah.
So I kept it fairly simple in terms of the woods. And I also wanted the design to be not too crazy, because I feel like I don't want people to play this bass and feel like they're playing someone else's bass. I kind of want people to feel like they can make it their own and really love playing it and not feel like, oh, I'm playing Charles Berthoud's bass. Like, yeah.
When it comes to strings, I'm not quite sure. Those aren't wound string. They're just regular strings, right?
Yeah, these are round wounds.
They are round ones. Okay.
Yeah, they are. The GHS bass boomers,
Okay.
which are definitely my favorite strings. I've tried pretty much every string possible at this point, and I love the GHS bass boomers. They sound great. They feel really great, and I use them on all my basses now.
What kind of gauge is it exactly?
The E is, I think, I should probably know this, but the E I think is 100, and the G I think is 40.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's a pretty light gauge, actually.
it's on the lighter side. Yeah.
But it makes sense. When it comes to active pickups, are you able to run them passive as well, by choice?
No, it's always active.
It's always active.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
as far as I know.
Let's go back to songs and playing. When you obviously have to learn when you interpret a song, the whole thing, and break it down on the bass. How do you work yourself into a song when it comes to, I don't know, a cover version that you really love to play? How do you start working on that?
What I often do is actually write the I often write the craziest part first. So
Okay.
yeah, so so I like to have, usually, this isn't the case every single time, but for most covers I like to have one part where there's like a crazy slap bass solo or just some really like exciting moment, and I usually write that bit first, because then I can kind of relax and be like, okay, I've got the crazy part out of the way. Now I can just do like the simpler stuff. So what I usually do is, like, if it's a song like Billie Jean or something, I'll write a crazy slap bass solo based around the Billie Jean main riff. And then once that's done, I'll add some drums to that. And then I'll start focusing more on the simpler parts, like the verse and the chorus. And for those, I usually just lay down the bass line, which might be the same as the original, or it might be slightly different. And then I create the backing track, like the drums, maybe some synth guitars and stuff like that. And then I add the melody at the end, usually. It varies a little bit from song to song. But yeah, I usually try and add the melody at the end, because then I can really feel the rest of the track and how it's going to sound. And then I just try and make the melody, I try and make it something that I would be able to sing, but also different. So like a kind of more instrumental version of the lyrics, but still something that I would be able to sing in my head, if that makes sense. And I try and add articulations that make it sound more vocal, so it's not too robotic. If you just play the notes with no slides or bends or hammer-ons, it sounds robotic and kind of MIDI almost.
Okay.
So I make sure to add some of those, because if you listen to a singer, they're always doing these types of articulations. And so it sounds a bit more human if you're adding them to your playing as well.
I think you achieved that very well. That's the very special thing about you interpreting famous songs. So let's go back a bit into where you came from, because you haven't obviously just been working at FedEx and yearning to be a good bass player. You actually attended the Berklee College of Music in Boston, and you graduated. So you're a skilled player right now, and I think that helps a bit by interpreting and writing, right?
Yeah, definitely. Berkeley was a very cool experience. It was sort of a little bit like Guitar Summit, but with a little bit more theory and homework.
I was just gonna say, I heard different from Berkeley, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's similar in that you're surrounded by a lot of musicians,
Yeah.
a lot of passionate people, which is a really nice experience and kind of rare. So that was a very nice experience, and I had an amazing teacher there called Jim Stinnett. He was my sort of personal mentor basically for 4 years, and he taught me a lot of really great things. He was actually he was a great teacher because he didn't just kind of expect me to play normal bass lines. Like, there are some teachers who, if they see you trying tapping and slapping and stuff, they sort of try to push you away from that because it's not what...
Classical enough.
Yeah, it's not what, the traditional path of a bassist. But he saw that I was interested in that, and he kind of just encouraged me to follow that, which was really nice. I'm really glad that I had him, and he helped me to kind of master it with... He actually... I asked him how much I should practice, and he just said, "How good do you want to be?" So that's the kind of guy he is. Like, he just wants you to really go for it, which was cool.
So what amount of hours are we talking about? How many hours did you practice at Berkeley on a daily level?
During my most intense period, it was about 6 hours per day.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. That does include a little bit of like rehearsing with bands and things like that. So it wasn't always just like sitting in a room running scales and exercises. Like, I count rehearsing with a band as practice as well. But yeah, at the peak it was about 6 hours, and right now I practice for about an hour and a half per day.
Did you back then in Berkeley have a plan or a mindset, a vision of what you wanted to become after Berkeley? Like right now, I mean, we're talking about over, 1.4 million subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I don't have any. But I want to have a YouTube channel yet.
Well, there you go. So the first step is to create your channel.
Oh yeah, for sure. But that was that a mindset? Was that a vision that you had?
I wouldn't say I had that vision from the very beginning. At the beginning of Berkeley, I just wanted to go and learn and see what my path might be. I knew I wanted to get good at bass, but I didn't know immediately, like, oh, I want to be, on YouTube, and I want to be doing solo bass covers and wearing crazy wigs.
But how did that start finally? I mean, there must have been a spark of occasion.
Yeah, well, I started uploading some stuff on YouTube kind of towards the end of my time at Berkeley, but it was much more sporadic. It was like maybe once a month or so I would upload either an original or a cover, but it wasn't really taking off at all. It took a long time for things to take off with YouTube. So there wasn't really anything that sparked me into YouTube other than in 2019 I had a battle with Davey504. He's got a very big channel which has 13 million subscribers now.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah. So I think that was the thing that made me really want to like go all in on YouTube. But I had already been uploading videos before that.
Okay.
It just hadn't really taken off quite as much.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Because the quality of your videos are very high. I mean, the productions are good. The sound is awesome.
Thank you.
And you do all this stuff on your own? Or do you have a studio assist or something like that?
No, it's basically all just me at the moment. My wife does my thumbnails, which is great because I have no Photoshop skills.
Okay.
Yeah, but she's really good at that.
Yeah, that's That's it's always good to have the right people for the most important stuff.
Yeah, the thumbnail is one of the most important things on YouTube. It's it's actually annoying how important it is. You've got to spend like hours picking the right thumbnail. Yeah, so my wife does my thumbnails, but other than that, it's basically all me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you offer lessons where you teach others?
Yeah, so I have a second channel called Basecamp. That's the shirt I'm wearing right now.
I was just gonna say.
Yeah. So I have free lessons on there. And then if you want to get more in depth, I have like premium version on Patreon as well. And I also have a course called Mastering the Masters, which is basically, it's following my Berkeley teacher's philosophy of if you want to get as good as possible on bass, then you should try and learn the techniques and secrets of the great bass players. So in Mastering the Masters, I just kind of break down the main riffs and writing techniques and playing techniques of the best bassists like Victor Wooten, Marcus Miller, Flea, Cliff Burton, Henrik Linder, like all of these people. There's a lesson on each of them, and if you go through the whole course, you'll pick up all of their different tricks and tips, and you can use them in your own playing.
Now we talked a lot about the legends that you've been inspired by. There must be new music and new artists that you really like and that might be inspiring for you as well. Could you name some of them?
Yeah, I mean, I really love some of the guitar guys like Polyphia and Ichika Nito. I did a collab with Ichika recently, which was really fun.
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're very inspiring. Yeah, who else is there? I mean, I guess, yeah, you can't really consider Victor and Marcus new anymore. They're kind of legendary at this point.
Not anymore.
I mean, Henrik's he's on the newer side with Dirty Loops. Do you know Dirty Loops?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think those are the main guys that I'm listening to at the moment.
Is there any kind of pop music would you say is something that you really like, modern pop music that you would say is very inspiring?
I think Bruno Mars's band is pretty cool. The live band, especially. They've got some really good musicians in there. Mateus Isato plays with him.
Obviously, yeah.
So you know that Bruno's really picking the best players with, and there's guys like that in there. I mean, honestly, I don't listen to a massive amount of pop.
No, you don't have to. I was just curious. I don't want to get you.
Yeah, he's probably the main guy. I listen to a bit of Ed Sheeran from time to time because everyone says that I look like him.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. That's interesting. Could you imagine yourself, like you mentioned, Matteo Sato at Bruno Mars band? Could you see yourself in a big band of a huge artist as well, doing that kind of job?
Yeah, I think that could be really cool, at least for sort of part of what I do. I love doing my solo stuff. I don't think I could ever give up what I'm currently doing fully. I think if someone wanted me to go on tour for the next 5 years constantly, I'm not sure I would want to do that. But I would love to do some big shows with a huge act every now and then. That would be really fun.
Who could that be? If you could choose.
Could be Bruno Mars. If Metallica ever wanted me to do a show, I would do it.
That would be interesting.
Same with Red Hot Chili Peppers.
But both bands got an animal on bass already.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, with Red Hot Chili Peppers, I might have to not wear so many clothes.
Yeah, that's true. Up until almost no clothes.
Yeah, that's true.
Just socks.
Yeah. That would be a different experience for me.
Okay. So I'm almost done with my questions. Is anybody here that wants to ask Charlie a question in particular? Anybody? Yeah?
Just as a curiosity thing, oh wait, the delay is kind of weird. Just a curiosity thing, if you wanted to assemble a music group that's focused around a lead bass, basically, what do you think would be the most interesting instrument composition for that, actually?
Okay. So I think the actual instruments are maybe not as important as the arrangement. So, so I think you could have almost anything as long as people are playing in the right register and things like that. So I think you could have a band, let's say, that's like bass and a guitar and maybe a keyboard and drums. And basically, if you're trying to have it be focused on the lead bass, what you'd have to do is, well, this is kind of what I do with all my videos, basically, especially the ones where I have backing tracks. So what you have to do is have sort of more sparse arrangements sometimes so that the bass has space to be the lead. Because if everyone's playing very full, very constantly all the time, then it's hard for the bass to cut through because it's just in a lower register. So if the keys are just playing kind of sparse chords here and there, just like little syncopated chords, and the guitar is doing kind of the same thing and they're not going too high up in the register, I think that's the most important thing. The bass can also, every now and then, you can put on an octave pedal, and with that you can cut through a bit more too. But you don't want to do that all the time because then you might as well just be playing guitar. But it's something that you can do from time to time if you want to just play a different kind of more guitar-ish solo. But in general, if everyone's playing a bit more sparsely and in a lower register, that's a good way to allow the bass to have enough space to be the lead. Yeah. Yeah.
Did that answer your question? Good. Anybody else a question for Charlie so far? Nobody? Yes?
First of all, oh yeah, that delay is weird. First of all, I just want to thank you very much for talking to us and for doing what you do, because you're amazing. He said you were very skilled a moment ago, but I mean, I don't know if that insulted you, but I think you're incredible, by the way. So you inspired me. I appreciate that. I was kind of curious about, we were talking about school. Was there like a turning point when you felt like, it's like, oh yeah, I'm definitely reaching this new level? Or did you always feel like, yeah, I'm pretty good throughout the entire time? It's like, yeah, you kind of rack and stack yourself. You're like, yeah, I'm always pretty awesome. Or was this time where you're like, you know what? I think I'm going to be really good at this. Or do you understand my question?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a constant, what's the word? We're constantly assessing ourselves as to whether we're actually good at the thing we're trying to be good at. And obviously, I would say I've never felt like I'm an amazing bassist. I always am trying to just improve. And I actually try not to think about it too much, like whether or not I'm a great bassist or anything like that. I find that the more I think about that, the less just in the moment and enjoying the music I am. And so I don't think there's ever been a moment, like you said, where I've thought, oh, now I'm amazing. You know, it's always just a constant evolving, a constant process of improving. And honestly, I don't think I've really met any musicians who think like, okay, now I'm amazing. Like it's just always this constant process of improving and getting better. And I would say that I feel more comfortable now with difficult music, definitely. But I'm not necessarily thinking about whether I'm an amazing bassist or not. I'm just trying to make the best music that I can that connects with as many people as possible.
Did that answer your question? Okay. Anybody else? Any question for Charlie? Last question. Last call. Yeah. You can take the headphones. Grab the microphone.
My question is, you talked a little bit about your inspirations as other bassists or other musicians. Do you have any? Do you take any inspiration from any other like classical musicians or composers that maybe you remember as a child or that your parents may have played?
Yeah, I've definitely have some classical influence. Sorry, I don't know if you heard that. Yeah. So I definitely have some classical influence. I don't know how much of it appears in my playing, honestly. I haven't really like consciously decided, okay, I'm going to put some Beethoven in this song or whatever it is. But I really like some classical music. There are quite a lot of Beethoven and Mozart and Schubert and just people like that. I've listened to them quite a bit, but I wouldn't say it really actually makes it that much into my music because it's just so different from what I do. I do the occasional video that's like if Beethoven was a metal bassist or if Bach was a metal bassist or something like that, which those are really fun to make, but I don't think it makes it too much into my original music.
All good? Last question for Charlie right now. Nobody? Okay, then we're up. Mr. Charles Batu, one of the most amazing bass players I've ever heard, to pay dues to what you said earlier. Thank you so much for the chat and the talk. That was really interesting.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
And yeah, hope to see you soon. Vielen Dank, dass ihr alle hingekommen seid. Ich hoffe, es hat euch gefallen und bis später. Ciao. Charles Batu.
Thank you.
Right, so you need a mic.
Yes.
Hello, hello, hello.
Mic. Can you hear us? Excellent. Welcome back. We're at Guitar Summit 2024 in Mannheim, and I am here with the very talented Manuel Gardner Fernandez.
Hello.
It's the first time we've met, but
Yeah.
I've been watching a little bit of you on YouTube recently. Blown away by your style and really enjoying your band, Unprocessed, and which I gather is you doing vocals, guitar, producing everything. Some really cool stuff.
Thank you.
But tell us, how did you get into the guitar, and who were your inspirations when you were learning to play?
All right. First of all, thank you so much for doing that. Yeah, I grew up with metal, just straight up metal. My dad, he was in a thrash metal band.
Your
as a
dad
bassist.
was?
Yeah, my dad.
That's cool.
My
the
dad
band
was. It was Cockroach.
It's a great name for a metal band.
It's just like a thrash metal band. No, he introduced me to like Metallica, Iron Maiden, Pantera, and stuff like that. So I grew up like listening to like all that bands. And James Hetfield was my hero.
Okay.
So no, he really inspired me to like play guitar and be like a singer and be in a metal band. So I downstroked everything, pretty much. So yeah, that was where the journey began for sure.
So at what point was it a conscious decision to really try and make technique? And I guess you're pretty well known for just the speed at which you're able to play. Was that a conscious decision to go, that's what I feel, draws you into the challenge of trying to do that? Or is it just the way, musically you wanted to go?
I think it just naturally evolved in a way because I was listening to like simple metal. Then I got more like into prog and stuff. So I don't know. It just was naturally in a way. And then I got like a lot into the whole production value. I started to like produce and mix and do like audio design in 2012. I was 16 years old. And I don't know, I always loved electronic music and like dark music. Like I also grew up with like Depeche Mode and stuff like that. A little bit on the industrial side also. So I was like, I don't know, I loved producing and playing guitar. So that was a big factor.
Tell us about your guitar journey. I mean, we're here today to talk about a new headless Ibanez signature you've got. But what are your early memories of your first guitar that you had, and as you started to develop your technique, what kind of guitar were you drawn towards to sort of enable that technique?
Oh, well, I think my first. So I have like a classical education. I played like classical guitar for 8 years. So that was a big thing in my life in the early days. I think I started at 4.
Wow.
With like actual lessons. And then I wanted an electric guitar, like a proper electric guitar, and started off with like a Flying V Harley Benson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Flying V, the most inappropriate first guitar ever, but why not?
100%. Insane. Yeah. And up to that point, I just
that must have been
play.
it. Actually, in fairness, if you're a classical player, did you actually find the V because of the way it kind of...
I did. It was quite convenient because I had like the classical thing going on, like the Flying V. It just fit.
Yeah.
It was nice.
But at what point did you realize that maybe a wider fretboard, flatter radius, where did you begin to feel that the Flying V maybe wasn't the right guitar to kind of to develop your technique on?
I think it wasn't. I was way too young to think about that for sure. I think it was when I bought my first Ibanez
in 11 or 2012. It was like a white RG or something like that, and it got that fourth position thing with like the single coily sound, and I was like,
Yep.
dude, that twang is insane.
Yeah.
So up to that point, I was like addicted to that sound.
Yeah.
And yeah, that made me realize, wow, all right, I certainly like that tone. Because before that, I was like, I don't care about what amp, I don't care about guitar, like, I just want to play.
Yeah.
But yeah, to
When
that
you-
certain point.
The classical players, I always
Yeah.
think, have incredible left-hand technique. Are you still using a more classical left-hand technique for playing? or
No,
is it all
I
gone over to
completely
picking now?
abandoned that one.
Really?
Because the thing is, like, classical guitar is like this.
Do you want me to hold your mic if you want to?
Oh yeah.
I can hold your mic for you, and you can kind of keep.
It's like this with like the golf ball in there or something like that. It's something that was my teacher said something about that. I cannot do that stuff with like the techniques I'm playing. So
Yeah.
That was
No, it's always interesting.
Yeah.
I think when there's a big difference, isn't there, from a classical guitar technique, thumb around the back of the neck. I've never heard of the golf ball thing before, but I know what you mean, leaving
Yeah.
space under the fingers.
yeah
And incredible right-hand technique.
yeah.
So when you got your Ibanez, was that where the sort of the lead style, and you're certainly the stuff I heard of yours, it's a lot less gainy than you would think.
Yeah.
It is a clean sound played at speed, so you need an incredibly clean technique for that. You can't afford to be at all sloppy while you're playing.
True.
The distortion doesn't hide it. Right?
Yeah, that's true.
So is your practice, are you just relentlessly practicing right-hand picking and to get the clean technique?
I did not over practice, I would say. The thing that was the most miracle and the most like game changer for me was like record myself.
Right.
I always recorded myself because it was like 2012 when I first got into producing. So I wanted to like do my own songs. I wanted to like mix and produce the unprocessed stuff by my own.
Yep.
So I had to constantly record myself over and over and over again to a certain point where I'm like, all right, that's a good take. Imagine, maybe you guys know, doing vocals, recording that, listening to that for the first time, it's horrible. And I think...
Welcome to my world. I do that to myself every day on YouTube. I think I've played something quite well, and then I watch it back on YouTube and think, oh my God. Yeah, I agree. Recording yourself is
Yeah, it's
a
just
brutal
it's a game
lesson
changer.
sometimes.
It's a game changer because you really know you got it in front of you, like the grid, like how you play and stuff like that. And this is also where I'm like taking my inspiration from. Like I write beyond my capability.
Okay.
So I write something that I'm not capable of playing, I'm not able to play, and then I have to force myself to play that.
So in your head, you've come up with a melody or a hook or something that you just think, I can't currently play this.
Not
I can't
quite.
imagine how difficult that.
Not quite in my head.
Right.
The process starts with like recording myself for like bar for bar for bar. And yeah.
Can you do the unprocessed stuff live, or is it just super challenging to sing and play all that live?
Yes, I do play everything live.
Do you have
So-
to somehow sort of dumb it down or leave certain
No.
bits out? You just go for the whole thing.
I go for the full thing.
It's
I just have
unreal.
to. That's why. Like I mean, I had to because people are like kind of having my eye on me all the time, so
Oh, they want to see, did he really speed it up?
oh yeah. No, they. I had to really challenge myself and really force myself into that, like playing everything perfectly 100% live because of that thing that happened. So
Wow.
yeah.
Before we talk about the guitar,
Sure.
I would love to hear a little bit. I mean, I'm guessing
Sure.
everybody that's come here is probably familiar with what you do, but just in case they aren't, it would be great to hear just like a couple of licks or something from one of your songs, or just generally you just noodling around.
Just playing whatever.
Yeah, absolutely, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fascinated. Yeah, exactly. It's a great position for me to be in to watch your right hand because I can still see this. I can still see the down. Like there's a natural tendency to do more down picking than I was expecting to see from you, and then you've got this crazy funk thing going on, and then some hybrid stuff as well. It's quite an unusual technique, but I think it's surprising to see how much you're still able to down pick, but at that speed.
The hybrid thing comes from laziness. Honestly, it does. I'll show you.
Sure.
It's just, I don't want to do.
I think if you describe yourself as lazy, I'm positively comatose with my playing, but.
I don't want to do like. I want to do. It's just like it comes from laziness. Like hybrid picking kind of like helps you to get like to a certain point where you're not able to do it with like just pick.
Yeah.
In a way.
I kind of feel as well, we've obviously not had a lot of time to set up a tone, but even this is gainier than you would normally go, isn't it?
I mean, not really. Like for unprocessed, we do have more gain for sure.
Right.
Like especially with like the 8-string genty stuff. But like for the clean tone. But honestly, I don't know. I can deal with like almost like every tone when I once heard it, then I can like, all right, that's the tone. Just
so
whatever.
Let's look at the guitar. This is your first. Is this your first signature with Ibanez, or did you?
It is.
It is.
It is my first signature.
That's a pretty proud moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yesterday was fun.
Yeah, was it?
Really nice.
Brilliant. I mean, look, it doesn't get much bigger than Ibanez in the guitar world, so you're joining a super elite roster of guitar players that have had a signature.
Crazy.
But not so many with headless guitars. So, and interestingly, this doesn't even feel like it's that similar to other headless guitars that Ibanez make.
Yeah.
So, did they give you just like a blank piece of paper for you to say, this is what I want? Or were you drawing inspiration from an existing model?
We do had an idea. I have like a custom headless with gold, but it's rosé pink instead of black. That was the initial thought, but we did thought about like doing it black because it is just like it fits so good with the gold.
Let me see. I mean, again, if we spin it up so the guys can see here.
Oh, sorry.
It feels like a slightly thinner, almost like an S-style body that they've gone for on this. And are you using bare knuckle pickups on this, or?
These are like Ibanez own pickups.
Okay.
Called Q58.
They sound cool. When did you start using fan fret? Was that this looks like it's not as extreme a fan fret as I saw with the guitars.
I did not use fan frets for like a long time, but these make sense because I do like play some weird chords, like very large chords, and it just feels natural because these are like angled.
Yeah.
So like I don't have to like stretch my fingers that much. So that makes sense.
And it looks like you've gone for a really thin finish on here. You can kind of see the grain of the wood through it.
Yeah.
Is that just an aesthetic thing, or do you prefer the way a guitar sort of vibrates or feels if you're?
Yeah, it vibrates really good. The resonance is super nice, even because it's so super slim. You would not assume that the resonance is super nice, but it is, and it's just very light, especially on stage. Like we're touring pretty much lots, so we do have like a very energetic live performance. Like we do jump, do the rock and roll stuff and stuff like that. So it just helps.
Now, for someone who's such a big fan of that sort of position 4 kind of tone, was there a lot of playing around with finding which humbuckers could be split to give you that kind of the best single coil?
You would assume, but no. That was like that was the first prototype.
Really?
And I was like, yeah, that's unusual that I don't have anything to add, but it worked right away.
It's very cool. Take us through some of the tones on there. Again, if I hold the microphone, I'm interested to hear what are your sort of go-to settings on the guitar.
So that's just like the metal stuff. Very. That is like the twang sound. It's the second position. That one is like the middle position where I do like play like all the tapping harmonic stuff in it. This. It's just like super smooth. But yeah, the fourth position for sure is like my go-to thing. It's like super warm, but also twangy. Yeah, that one's just like my leads.
It's a beautiful looking guitar. It's got some great tones in it. I did want to just quickly talk about, you're obviously interested in getting into some of the tuition side of things as well.
Sure.
Is this, I know we've got a book of yours here that's been released now. Are you intending to try and expand this into sort of, I don't know, like more of a series of courses? And what's your angle? Is this for people that want to learn how to play like you, or is it a sort of a thing?
That book got like 10 etudes from like beginner to like boss level.
Okay.
It really is like legitimately boss level at the end. It says there something, boss level. No, honestly, it is. I wouldn't say it's like for beginners, but you got like 10 etudes with like different techniques, and also got like a video, like a you can scan like a QR code, getting like videos of me like playing these etudes with like the different techniques, and like there's like descriptions and stuff like that. So I think it's for like honestly for everyone.
Cool. So let's talk about, maybe what the next 6 months or year or so has got for you coming up.
Sure.
Are we in a writing phase at the moment or a touring phase? What's happening?
Both. So I'm heading off to tour next week, Europe headlining.
Cool.
4 weeks, and then probably go home, do a little bit of like writing for like a potential whatever. Oops.
Oh, is it? Okay, something's out the bag. Is this solo
yeah.
stuff or collaborations?
No, that's unprocessed.
It's all going to be unprocessed.
We do have like a little collab thing in the future going on with like the signature. Mm-hmm. Just having like a bunch of friends joining me on like videos and stuff like that for like after the release, so after yesterday.
Can you give us
a
sneak preview of who some of those friends might be, or is it under wraps and top secret at the moment? Go on, just whisper it. We won't tell anyone.
I was just like, John, can we? No. We got confirmed. Confirmed is, you guys know Bernth? Like he's like he's from like Austria. Do like more of the metal side of things, but it was just like cool to like have him on that thing. Marcin, you guys probably know Marcin. Also confirmed is Sophie Borrell.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, she's lovely.
Representing the United Kingdom.
Yeah, also confirmed is... Oh. Yeah, so from the heavier side of things, Buster Oderholm.
Okay.
From Humanity's Last Breath and Throne.
So what are you hoping is the collaboration? It sounds pretty varied, but do you think it's going to go a little heavier, the collaboration?
It just shows that even if it's like a nerdy guitar, you can play whatever with it.
Do you think that's what this is?
Yeah. I mean, it is. Like, it is like, it's a headless guitar coming from someone who plays lots of notes. So would you assume it would be a nerdy guitar? But it's not. It's like a guitar for everyone. And that is what the collaboration is all about. It's like about fun, music, friends, and showing every side, every aspect of the guitar.
Well, look, man, it's been a pleasure to meet you and see the new guitar. Like I say, when I listened to the unprocessed stuff, I knew you were a great guitar player. I didn't realize you were a good singer as well. So it's a really, really cool project. But yes, please, if everyone, give Manuel a round of applause.
Thank
and maybe
you.
you just want to play us out, maybe just a minute or so.
Sure.
Cool. Amazing. Thank you so much, man. It's great. Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. All good? Yeah, all good. Oh, well, enjoy the rest of the show and good luck with the guitar. It's very cool. If you're ever in the UK, you want to come Big crowd. Oh, I'm so sorry. The dude at the front, it just fell out of his chair. Am I too loud for you?
Checking on this microphone.
Where did Taylor go? We're getting the thumbs up. We are live.
Excellent.
Welcome back. Guitar Summit 2024, live in the lounge. Are we in the Guitar Summit woodshed?
It's now the adopted shed. It's more of an excursion. Wood excursion, if you will. How's everybody doing? It's good to see everybody. Thanks for being here. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Whether you're joining us in the crowd here or you're tuning in on Anderton's YouTube channel, it's lovely to see you on this Saturday afternoon from Mannheim. I'm excited. I have followed Andy on socials and YouTube and stuff for years. And despite exchanging pleasantries, as many YouTubers do, you say nice things to each other on videos. We never actually met.
I thought you were going to say we never actually mean it.
Yeah.
We don't actually mean it.
The insight into the real world of YouTube.
The dark, seedy underbelly of the internet.
So I'm super excited. I love your playing, man. You're an incredible guitar player. And I'm loving the fact that I get half an hour to get to know you a little bit more.
Oh, man.
So thank you for joining, and thank you guys for coming in. Look, take us back. Take us back to what drew you to the guitar in the first place, and some of your early inspirations.
Yes, so I grew up in East Tennessee and Western North Carolina, in that area in the States, in the Appalachian Mountain Trail. And my grandfather played bluegrass music. My family didn't have tons of money or anything like that. He just had a full-size fiddle. He had a mandolin, a cheap Alvarez mandolin, and a little acoustic. And my cousin and I were the only children of our generation. His daughters, our mothers, each had one son, and that was just kind of it. So at Christmas time and holidays, and we would get together, and he started us playing bluegrass music and Appalachian music and fiddle tunes and that kind of music. And, of course, being a fiddle player, that led to country music and Ray Price records and Merle Haggard records and Waylon Jennings and all that kind of stuff. And I kept playing music. I didn't start playing electric guitar until I was about 17.
Wow.
Yeah, I came to the electric guitar kind of late. I started playing mandolin when I was like 5 or 6.
Okay.
And played enough rhythm acoustic guitar to where I could back up my cousin when he played fiddle. He played enough acoustic guitar to back me up when I played mandolin, that kind of thing. And I bought records based on my favorite musicians, as we all do, but those musicians were guys like Bela Fleck and Jerry Douglas and Tony Rice and Sam Bush and these like bluegrass elite kind of players. So fast forward to I was about 17, and I had got the Mark O'Connor New Nashville Cats record. And track 4 is a track called Pick It Apart. And there was a guitar solo on that, electric guitar solo by Brent Mason. Oh. And that hit me like an atomic bomb. I was like, because I bought the record for Bela and Jerry, and then I heard that Telly solo, and I was like, holy crap, this is the greatest thing I've ever heard, And I was at that moment in time playing in a theater in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, which is like a lot of live shows, Dollywood and all that kind of stuff. And the electric guitar player, I would noodle around, and he would see my right hand technique, which was basically just mandolin technique, and he would be like, oh, you must love Steve Morse and Paul Gilbert and Eric Johnson. I was like, I have no clue who these guys are. So every other week or so, he would bring me mixtapes and mix CDs, and it was the things that I should have heard. We're talking like Passion and Warfare, or like Avia Musicom, or High Tension Wires. And so getting into Steve Morse, he was very much my gateway drug into distortion and heavy music, because from there it's a straight line down to Petrucci and all the Muso stuff. But because Steve played so much jazz influence too, that was my gateway to Chick Corea and that kind of thing. So that's really my story of how I got here.
I'm always fascinated how early, particularly players that either come from a classical background or, like yourself, the mandolin background, how much of that technique spills over into what has formed you as an electric player. Sure. So is it very much a sort of a very clean right-hand technique?
Sure, yeah. On acoustic instruments, who in here has tried to play a Martin acoustic with 13s on it? Like just a big, nobody plays heavy gauge strings. One guy's done it. it requires a certain amount of input to get the projection out. Like if you go over there to the Bourgeois booth and you try any of the guitars, they have heavy strings, right? It's just the nature of it. So that in turn does two things. It makes legato not a thing.
Right.
So I didn't understand legato. Here's a really funny story. Like the first time I saw Steve Vai lick his finger, hold it in the air, and do this with the left hand, I was like, that's witchcraft. That can't be done. You know, and then I understood what compression and gain and distortion meant. But yeah, if you'll hold the microphone, I kind of...
Sure.
Yeah. Let's see here. Like these kind of old tunes. All of these kind of like old fiddle tunes and reels, right? All of these old kind of jigs and reels. That's really like the gateway and the way that
I was going to ask you, so how did you develop the hybrid? Because if you've come at it very much from a flat picking kind of style.
That entry tune that I was playing has like this technique called cross picking. Cross picking is just it's just alternate picking, but you're doing it through multiple string sets. Let me address that with no delay so you can actually hear. Yeah, and then the tune has the. And there's these kind of patterns throughout that style of music. So like the hybrid playing came from being a big fan of Brent Mason, like I mentioned. Now Brent plays with a thumb pick and two acrylic nails on his middle and his third. So when he sounds like he's alternate picking, he's actually playing thumb, middle, thumb, ring, thumb, middle, thumb, ring. And the first finger doesn't have a nail on it, and that's where the pops come from. So I attempted this for maybe 6 hours, and I was like, I can't, this is not in the cards. So I was starting to assimilate the Brent stuff by figuring out ways to cross-pick the alternate pick lines and use the middle fingers to nail it. So, like, for example, it would be like a... Like learning a hot wired, you know, there's the B section to hot wired has this kind of, this pattern. Let me do that clean. I can't sit right. Here we go. And I was trying to, you know, emulate the sounds that I heard with what I could do and mix it together. And so that's kind of the forming the basis points for what I do.
I don't know if it's, you guys will have to back me up here. I don't know if it's the same in Germany, but if you're from the UK and you learn to play the guitar, particularly from my generation, you just grow up assuming that the Steve Vais and the Satrianis, they're like technically the really great players. And I do remember the first guy I ever saw that where I went, whoa, there's another level, was where I saw Albert Lee. Oh, of course. And you realize that actually if you're from the States, the guys with the technique are the country players, right?
Right.
Because it's like, it's nuts. And I'm watching, I wish I had a camera up here to show you Andy's right hand. It's ridiculous.
So the what's the famous Albert Lee is Country Boy? There's a really great cross-picking section in that. Let's see if I can remember it.
You're going to do a bit of...
I think of it.
Zero.
So that's the section that I remember that is that thing. And if I slow that down, you'll see what I mean with the cross-picking. So... a bit out of tune from the travel, but let me see if I can tune it.
I feel like I'm just gonna be selfishly just getting a guitar lesson up here from you.
Yes.
But just explain to me again, what's the difference between alternate picking and cross picking?
Well, there's really not. The cross terminology is something that comes about by being on the inside set. If you'll hold the microphone.
Yep.
If you have a string set like this,
Yep.
you'll play down, up. So that's a normal
Okay.
transition.
Yeah.
You go down, up, down, and now I have to cross over the middle string. So down,
So it's
up,
about
down,
skipping
up,
strings
down,
out
up.
then.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
And so being a big Bela Fleck fan and hearing some more exotic harmony stuff, I started implementing how I could put that into larger, wider sounds. So like if we have, maybe like I put this into triplets, maybe like a. So that's a bit like if you struggle with the B section to too many notes. Typically when I'm sitting down, I can alternate pick it and do it. But when I'm standing up and the guitar gets lower, I figured out a way to go down, up, down, middle, right? Then down, up, down, right? So it's like a, right, we've heard that. I missed the last one. There we go, yeah. But that kind of thing is how I've got the wider sounds too, right? Those kind of sounds. Yeah, so taking that, country kind of idea and the wider sounds of a banjo, because banjo can get a lot of width because the string closest to you is not the lowest, it's the highest. So those really wide jumps that if you were playing on guitar, they would look like, those kind of things are nice and compact on a banjo. So it's just kind of taking all of this stuff and the assimilation of all the kind of music that I like and trying to blend it together to make something that's mine.
This is going to be, I've realized now, I'm looking at my watch going, there's no way that I'm going to fit all the questions in that I've got for you in the next 15 minutes.
I'll try to go, we'll go rapid fire.
Will you come to Anderson's when you're in the UK next time, and then we can spend as long as we like?
Dude, that would be amazing. Okay. I would be honored.
In the interest of only having another 15 minutes of this particular thing, let's talk about gear. We're all here at Guitar Summit because we're all massive gear nerds, I'm guessing.
Sure.
You've obviously been a Sur T-style player for a long time.
Yeah.
I guess it's probably pretty obvious why a guitar player like you would gravitate towards a Telecaster style guitar.
Yeah, it's a bit funny because this was my design. This models, the Modern T, was something that I came up with for John. I actually kept asking John for years. It's 2 years before he finally made one, which is the black one you've seen me play with the brushed metal. I love the heel joint on the Modern, and playing tellies. The heel joints are always right there in your way. Yep. So even though this has got 24 frets, it's less about high E and it's more about like when I'm holding, G or F sharp right here, my hand's not touching the body of the guitar. So I wanted something that from 25 or 30 feet, it looked like a working man's Telecaster, but when you're on it, it's got a bit more of the super player kind of perfect intonation, fretwork and stuff.
Is it sacrilege to put a trem system on a Telecaster?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You tell me. They were doing it in the 70s with Bigsby's and stuff, so it's just not a Bigsby.
Are you using the trem for tricks or using it for tremolo?
I use it for all kinds of things, like, I use it for all that kind of stuff and a bit of the faux slide thing too.
What's the trem system on there?
This is a Goto 510.
Okay, so it's a pretty, I do like that trem system, but it's a pretty regular trem system.
Yeah, John's worked up his own new two-post style that he's using that I just haven't got one of the new guitars. I think it's only been in the systems now for a couple of months. But this is, it's it's a lot like the Godo. I mean,
it's exactly what you say. It looks like a working man's kind of guitar.
right. And we offer two versions. We offer a hardtail that has single coils for if you really want to go super authentic redneck country. It'll do it really authentically. This is my one guitar do all kind of thing, and this is the environment where I have to bring one guitar and set up through whatever and just make it work. So
let's go down the guitar cable a
Sure.
bit and talk about the next few things.
and again, I'm an amp guy, unapologetically an amp guy. So my tone is not being fairly represented through your Bluetooth headphones. But if you got to come to the show last night, that's a bit more of like what I typically sound like, which is an amp. And I'm one of my favorite pedals is a pedal I designed with Kevin Sir, which is the Woodshed compressor. And compressors are often the most misconstrued part of a signal chain, right? Because it's either like super clamped and fake sounding, or it's pointless, or it chops off the high end. So we wanted to work on something that could provide that sustain and almost like you've just mixed the record. Yeah. And instead of just telling you a bunch of words, I'd rather show you, don't tell you. I consider it, like when an Asian restaurant has MSG and they put it on everything and it just makes it better. This is MSG for your tone. So, now with it, and I usually run it with a couple of dB of boost, but that's not really translating to a non-amp scenario. And then without it, a bit of it just sounds mixed, everything's just more forward.
Pete uses Danish Pete in our videos uses a Cali 76 compressor. And I think the beauty of that is you don't realize what it's doing until he turns it off.
Yeah.
It's one of the few effects compressors in general. It's a really good compressor. You shouldn't obviously know it's
right.
on, but then when you turn it off, you go, oh, it doesn't sound as good anymore.
Right, yeah. Selfishly, being a Tennessee guy, I have every compressor that's ever made. Barber Tone, like you name it, I've got it. Carl Martin, whatever. Cali 76 as well. And my goal was if we can't beat it, then it's not going to win. And this is my favorite one in the blind taste test. One of the things that's really important for me is a compressor that sounds like it's running at 18 volts.
Okay.
And what we use is a charge pump, so it can be a small housing, but the compression is reacting as if the pedal was running at 18 volts.
And then
the Wampler Bell, this is just kind of do-all crunch kind of thing.
Brian's take on a Noble.
It's a Nobles. Yeah, it's like an OD.
It's a real.
Yeah.
I can imagine that. So
it just does that. And then the gearbox is my main source of like overdrive. I run a clean situation, so kind of this is no compressor. And then with the gearbox, turn that down just a little bit. Very just thick overdrive.
That's great.
And then it's got another side if you, for whatever reason, you need more gain than that, which nobody does. It does that thing really well. So, and then off to the left is something I'm not allowed to talk about, other than I can say it's from Fractal. And it's new.
Is this the new thing?
It's new, and it has tape over what it's called.
Oh, I did.
So I had a nice long video chat with Matt from Fractal last week, and we built some presets. So when this comes out, hopefully later this month, you'll have my delay settings and chorus and all that kind of stuff. I can't tell you any. All I can say is it's just there. It is, and I'm an amp guy, so figure it out. That's all I'm allowed to say. But it's really great, and I really was super happy with the tones last night, which was the real first trial by fire. Okay. You don't know how anything sounds until you put it with a kick drum and an 810 bass rig.
And then amp-wise, are you going crystal clean and all the drive from here? Or
like exactly.
Break up
So it just, I would say a pushed sound. Yeah. There's no, this Friedman thing is providing more distortion than I actually use. It's a bit of the layering thing that I've lifted from my heroes, and the smoothest vocal like overdrives tend to come from layering levels of gain versus like everything all at once. But of course, if I'm doing a session and I need full throttle flamethrower, it's like give me the Diesel Herbert, crank it on, and let it eat.
So, give me like a week in the life of a player like you, because I think you've got so many strings to your bow, whether it's playing your own stuff, looking at tuition stuff, sessions for other people. Right. Do you think that's the only way now for a sort of a professional guitar player to make a living out of this, is like lots of strings to the
I can't really subscribe to what is the way, because in the music industry there's 1,000 ways to do it. But for me, the thing that I like is to be a hybrid artist. And this, I just released a new record called Charisma, and it's doing really well. And my solo stuff is far outweighing the hired gun thing. So next year might be the first year in like 14 years that I'm not going to be able to be a sideman very much longer, great, right? Which is great. It's really great. However, when I work with Gary or the Rascal Flatts guys, you got to understand, we're going out there for 90 minutes and we can't play all 28 number ones. So that is really rewarding to go out there and kick off Life as a Highway for thousands of people. So it's not like I'm looking forward to not being able to do that. However, in the digital age, you know, my Patreon is done really well, and if anybody's interested in tuition and that kind of thing, check out my Patreon. It's my main communal hub. And then, of course, the social media thing does what it does, but I think for me the most important thing is not getting lost in vanity metrics and still making something that is worth something if I die tomorrow. And that's the whole point of making a record. So, you know, in today's world, like losing that is kind of really detrimental to me personally. And I look at making a record, it's like, hey man, I want to spend 30 or 40 grand and it's just going to be gone. It's an instant loss, but it's not, because that's why I'm sitting here, is because of songs like Junktown and, you know, Free Range Chicken and stuff like that. It's like that's a statement and a testament that lives longer than scrolling and seeing somebody that's really great at guitar and then scrolling and not remembering what they played 4 hours later, right? Like, everybody's great at guitar these days. So the only thing that really stands the test of time is the music and the songs. I mean, there's a reason people still learn Cliffs of Dover and Surfing with the Alien, and it's songs. So it's like, that's my main focus, and let everything orbit around that. Woodshed Guitar Experience is this weekend rock star retreat that we do that still just orbits around songs. Like, we had Steve Morse there. Why is Steve Morse relevant? Because mother effing Stress Fest and High Tension Wires. He's like, of course he's a great guitar player, but that's just being great as a vehicle to write and create. So that to me is the most important thing. It's easy to get caught up in clicks and likes and metrics, but that just goes away just like any other gig. Yeah. Like, you can be the flavor of the month and then the algorithm doesn't love you in the next month. And it's like, what point is that? But if you make a great song, like Andy Timmons makes Resolution, he will now be impervious to the algorithm.
I think that's the lasting legacy, isn't it?
That's it.
Amazing guitar players will come and go and techniques will shift, but the longevity is the song.
It's the songs,
always
man.
the song.
It's always the song. So that was the whole mission statement with the album Charisma. Another really psychotic thing I did with that record was I made it a point. It was, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it was a really tough couple of years. I lost my granddad and my dad in like 13 months. So I just, instead of being an adult and getting a therapist, I just made a record and put all of it into the record. And so one of the things that I didn't want to do was use any software plugins. So I did everything the hard way. So like on a song like Cherry Blossoms, there's 102 stems of strings. And it's a guy named Jimmy T, who mixes and works with Dream Theater. He mixed my record. Petrucci was a bit of a mentor and kind of helped me on the record. And he said, you know, you should get Jimmy T to mix it. Well, Jimmy rolls up the faders on that song. He's like, man, these strings sound great. What'd you use? And I just put in the text back, strings, smiley face. He's like, really? And it's like, yeah. So when you roll up real violas and it's actually real violas, it's special. It's really difficult to do a record that way. And I may not do another one that way. That may just be a one and done, but it was valuable for me to have. If you hear a coda on the album, that's actually the guy that makes the music for Elden Ring playing Kodo on the record. So everything down across the spectrum of the album, if you hear it, it's a real instrument that we recorded with what they call a microphone.
I must admit, you're obviously at the top of your game, at the pinnacle of guitar players on the planet, but to hear you, I think it's very relatable for everyone here to go, if something traumatic has happened in your life and you need a way of dealing with it, and there's lots of men in the audience here, and I'm sure we're all the same, and the idea of seeing a therapist probably is pretty, like, not very...
We're going to bottle it up, put it in a box, and never acknowledge it.
I tell you, this weird wooden thing with 6 strings on it, and that's my therapist.
It's mine, too, and it helped me get through it, and... That tune that I was talking about, Cherry Blossoms, was specifically written for my dad and my granddad.
Yeah.
So if you get a chance to spin that, now you have a little insight to the tune. And then, of course, Bonamassa was kind enough to throw a heater guest solo on the record. Brent Mason did a guest solo. And these guys are so brilliant, and they didn't charge me anything. They were just like, we're just happy. Like Brent said, man, I'm just happy you called. Joe said, man, I'd be honored. It's just like, wow,
You pinch yourself sometimes.
It's really weird because I'm still such a fan, and I'm standing next to my heroes. It's like I'm trading solos with my heroes, and you get these calls that are unreal. And here's a great one that happened recently. I never had a chance to meet Steve Morse until about 3 months ago. The Dixie Dregs were playing in Nashville, Tennessee. And I'm friends with John and Jordan from Dream Theater. And I text Jordan. Jordan was going to be playing the keyboards on the gig. I said, hey, man, I don't need a backstage pass. I don't need anything. I've got my tickets. I'm so excited to see the Dregs and see Steve live for the first time in my life. Like, I'm 40 years old, and I've never got to see him live. And Jordan goes, wow, that's awesome. About 15 minutes later, I get a call, and it's like, hey, is this Andy? I'm like, yeah. He's like, this is so-and-so. I'm stage manager for Steve Morse Band on the Dregs. The boys want you to sit in. Did you bring a guitar tonight? And I said, of course I didn't bring a guitar. I'm coming to a concert. Nobody brings it. He's like, oh, it's cool. You can play one of Steve's guitars. So as I'm approaching the stage, sold-out room, and, Steve hands me the guitar, and Steve, we're about to trade solos, and his amps are here, and Steve's here, and, it's the Dregs, and Jordan's over there, and it's like, and my hat is on, as it always is, and through the top of my hat, I see his hands on that blue guitar. And it's just like, wow, this is not what I expected to see a perspective from the first time seeing Steve Morse live, And it was really surreal, like a year ago when Guitar World magazine has their interviews with the legendary players, and the legendary players choose their favorite records and their favorite solos of the year. It got to Steve Morse, and my friends were like, hey, man, how does it feel to be Steve's favorite player? And I was like, what are you talking about? And they took a screenshot, and it was like Steve Morse, favorite solo, favorite record, guitarist of the year, Andy Wood. And I was just like, I immediately went out and got the magazine and printed it and put it on my wall in my studio. And just, it's like Steve was such an important figure to me, having that kind of approval. All I did was say, hey, man, I just need to owe you royalties on all the licks that I've stolen over the years.
Well, I could do this all day, but
man.
sadly, Guitar Summit can't.
Yeah.
So I've loved this. I would love to carry on
Let's
the
do it.
conversation at Anderton's. You're playing tonight, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going to jam with Greg Koch tonight. We had a good time with Phil X and the boys last night. We're going to do it again tonight.
So, well, I hope I'm going to catch a little bit of that. Please, everyone give a massive round of applause to Andy.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Do you want to just play us a little bit? Play us maybe a bit of charisma or something, whatever.
There we go.
That's it.
There we go. Oh, wow. Oh, God, that's so weird.
It's a great way to start.
I thought we were having an intimate moment.
Oh, we are intimate. Welcome back to Guitar Summit 2024. We are live from Mannheim and also live on the Andertons YouTube channel. I'm with my friend Mike Dawes. I have a claim to fame as well.
Oh, nice
I sold Mike his first good guitar. Does that make me feel old?
It makes me feel old, but another claim to fame is before Anderton's YouTube existed, that was my local guitar store. And I think I mentioned this to you before, but as a very nasty little weasel of a teenager, my friends and I used to go to his shop and steal the guitar picks.
Isn't that what guitar picks are for? For nasty weasels to
Yeah, only a couple. I did feel bad. But, you provided the inspiration that led us here together in Mannheim. And what an amazing summit it's been so far. You guys have had fun, right? It's awesome. Everyone still has energy.
I've said this before. This is my first guitar summit, and
cool.
it's honestly, they've put together such a great show.
Yeah.
You guys are very lucky that you live near enough to come. Anyway, let's talk about guitar. And I know we've talked about your journey through guitar and stuff, but I guess let's go back again. Let's revisit growing up. And what inspired your sort of interest in playing the guitar, and what drew you perhaps towards the acoustic more so than the electric?
Yeah, well, I guess a lot of people, they start on the acoustic and then they go to the electric. But I kind of did the other way around. I started on electric. I moved around a lot as a kid. My dad was changing jobs a lot. And to fit in at school, the cool kid at this new school had a guitar. And I thought, if I can be in a band with that guy, then I'll fit in. And I got I think it was a cream-colored telly.
Yeah.
Something like that. Tobacco Sunburst Les Paul shortly after that, because I was obsessed with Slash, like a lot of people are. But over time, I fell in love with it. Once the keyboard or an instrument like that takes one finger to make a sound is very instantly rewarding. You just press and you get music. The guitar is hard because you have to press down and you have to pick. It's like two hands. So it takes a while to get the strength to do it, to get your calluses. But when you get that first vibrato and that first bend, it just felt amazing. So obsessed with the guitar ever since. And I moved to the acoustic later on to facilitate self-arrangement.
And so who were those players? Because I think what you've just said probably resonates. People start with an acoustic guitar and then maybe Slash is their hero, or John Mayer or whoever, so they move to the electric. Who would have been your acoustic hero that kind of pushed you the other way?
So it started with actually a French player called Pierre Bensusan, who is not super well known, but he is very well known in the acoustic guitar community. My godfather is actually a graphic designer, and he would design Pierre Bensusan's tab books. Cool. So at school, I was learning Iron Maiden and Guns N' Roses licks with my friends, but at home, I was learning these really complex dad-gad fingerstyle Celtic arrangements. And then those two worlds kind of fused over time. And during that process, I met people like Andy McKee, obviously Tommy Emmanuel, who I've been working with loads, which is like the biggest blessing, like to be able to learn from the greatest guitar player of all time, not just musically, but just as a human, and just things like how to treat people. You know what I mean? Just basic things. Like it's just an experience that I'm very, very grateful for. Yeah.
That's amazing. Now, obviously, you're known as an acoustic player with a pretty unique style, a blend of tones and percussive playing, as well as fingerstyle and tapping and stuff. I'm not sure I don't know that we've even talked about this before, but what was that journey? Because again, it's a technically very difficult style. So at what point did you go from strumming songs and just going into sort of breaking those songs down and really approaching them from the style that you have now?
Yeah. So you say it's a really complicated thing. I actually try to make it as uncomplicated as possible. Not trying to make things complicated for the sake of it. I honestly just, when I was 17, I wanted to play acoustic guitar because none of my friends in the town that I was in, I didn't have that same connection of just like, let's do music like all the time, or didn't really have that facility, didn't really have the ability to, maybe we did a band practice once every 2 weeks, but I just wanted to do more. And with the acoustic guitar, it's a polyphonic instrument. You can self-accompany, and so it was just a case of, if I have a melody on an electric guitar, I need some kind of harmony or rhythm to accompany it. And on an acoustic guitar, or just playing finger style with your fingers polyphonically, you can do that, you know? And then it just kind of expanded from there. Obviously, there's an element of trying to squeeze as much out of the instrument as possible. But, you know, some basic arrangements that I've done, can showcase this pretty well. Like somebody that I used to know starts with a bass line. You know, I did this at the show last night. The chords are like this. The percussion's like this. All the layers are being added one by one. I'll try and play some melody on this very high-armed chair, you know. Let's see. So it's trying to get this stuff in there, you know, whilst you're playing. It's not supposed to be complicated. It's just trying to play all the parts of the arrangement because I didn't really have any friends to play with, if that makes sense. And there's a distinction there, you know. There's what's necessary for the arrangement, and then there's, like, you know, more. And I'm trying to kind of live in a realm of appropriateness somewhat, but, you know, whilst also trying to push that to new and exciting areas as well.
Can you remember what the first tune that you approached and tried to break it down like that? I mean, if people are interested, is there a tune that perhaps makes it a little bit easier to build those sort of three-part elements to?
Any tune that just has a really, I call it a mountain range melody, you know what I mean? Like, that song, somebody that I used to know, works so well because the melody is just so fantastic. Da 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 da. The melody is like a mountain range. You know, this is why I would never arrange. Oh, I found it very hard to arrange a Linkin Park song because the verses are rapped, and to arrange a rap melody, it's hard. You can't. It's a very rhythmic thing. With instrumental music, you have to have a mountain range melody. And then the harmony can kind of sit behind that. So I don't think there was like one song specifically. Just anything that's just a beautiful, timeless song, honestly. But not rap.
Because fun enough, that was going to be my next question, which was, is there a song that you would like to try and break down, but is just either, I don't know, technically just you can't get your head around it, or as you say, if it's rapping, you're not seeing the difference in.
Yeah, I mean, there are some songs that I've done as interpretations where it's gone the other way. Like last night at the show, so I did a new album that came out last month, and one of the songs on it is an interpretation of All Along the Watchtower. Now, All Along the Watchtower is a 3-chord song. It's very straightforward. It's not really a mountain range melody. Da, 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 da. It's not as mountain rangey. The thing that makes All Along the Watchtower great are the lyrics, right? It's a Bob Dylan lyrical song. So the problem is, okay, if I'm going to do an interpretation of that, it has to kind of be totally different. So it's the other side, which is kind of paint with this rough theme and just take it to different places, you know?
Who wants to hear that? Yes, I thought so.
Oh, gosh.
I put you on the spot now.
Yeah, well, I have to tune for a million years.
I'm so sorry.
Well, yeah, no. Well, I can, but it'll just take a minute.
Go on, let's do that.
Okay. I'll demonstrate what I mean by doing that then in that case. So I actually flew over to Iceland to record the video for that. So again, that's not an arrangement that really makes sense traditionally. Actually, you know what? While I'm in Dadgad, let me demonstrate another one which is more of what you're talking about.
I did Alex Misko's guitar. Of just like, you know, I need a different tune.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm amazed you're still manually tuning your guitar.
I know, it's crazy. Call me old school, Lee. Jeez. Well, look, because I'm in this tuning right now. Another tune that I did on the record is...
Yes.
Right, everyone knows that. That lends itself really, really well to this style of playing. And the reason is because it has a mountain range melody. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, right? You know, you can get the melody to come out, and it's pretty straightforward. You know what I mean? It comes out there. It's very difficult in this chair.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right. But that works really well for it. Simple harmony, mountain range melody, right? That's a nice place to start. But yeah, Watchtower will be more of an interpretation where I'm just trying to do reharmonization and things like that. But you know, I just spent 2 hours talking about all the nuances of this in the masterclass, and I could talk at incredibly boring lengths about.
Well, I think the other thing I find fascinating about how you've approached your style is incorporating the gear that you use to really get the most out of the guitar. So obviously, you know, you've got 6 strings and a hollow body there, but really to get across the versions of the songs that you want to do, you do need, you know, you've really gone for it. And it's exciting as well, because the last time I saw you, the board that you had looked like you'd picked it out of a skip.
You called it a shite board.
I did call it a shite
Yeah,
board.
I made that with my dadly.
But this looks really neat, and it's got some new toys on it.
It's got some toys. You know, I mean, it's the same old stuff, really, like, you know, your delays, your reverbs, your whammy, things like this. Oop, trying to get my foot in there. But it's really just to facilitate the stuff live, you know. I mean, I've got that low octave. Some of you guys
using the OC5?
Yep, it's the OC3, but it's
OC3,
underneath the board, so it's under the hood.
Okay.
You guys might be able to hear. There's like a low octave sound. I'll isolate it for you actually, so you can hear it better. So this, you hear that in the headphones? So that is not on the high strings. But if I keep playing, it comes on the low strings.
And you're still, if I remember rightly last time, you're still saying that you thought the polyphony, the way it works out the note, is still better on the OC3 than on the placement for it.
Better isn't the right word. So on the OC5, because there's other features, there's a wheel with a range that you can play with that octave. Right. But because there's other features, they've divided that wheel up to allow for other things.
So it's harder
so it's harder to, like, if I knock it,
yeah,
it's easier for it to go somewhere I don't want it to go, you know. But that's the main thing. You can hear that on songs like Jump, where the bass really roars. David Lee Roth. You know, you're trying to get his David Lee Roth high stuff. I'm trying to use the pedal board like this now. So yeah, there's some accessories that add to the show, but that's all it is. It's nothing essential. Don't, you know. I know we all at the Guitar Summit, we're all in the interest of checking out cool gear. Like, yeah, but just practice and write the songs first, and then use the gear to supplement that. Don't use it as a crux, you know.
You know, my entire business is built on new gear as the crux.
Yeah.
Or so ignore everything Mike just said. It's all about
if you buy a Klon, you'll just be better. That's how it works. No, but for real, like. Obviously, I'm a toy convert. I love this stuff, and this enhances a show, especially if you're doing an acoustic kind of instrumental show. If it's a long set, you want to have, first of all, I want to have fun with toys, but it gives the audience more stuff to listen to and enjoy, you know. Maybe this song is the song with a looper. Maybe this song is the song where there's a massive cavernous reverb, or this is the song where I bend down and start twiddling knobs and it's all soundscapey and cool, you know.
What's this? I don't recognize the Orchid. Is that something new?
Custom. Yeah, that's just a mute box. So basically, because I have all these different signals, it's very hard to have control live. So that's just a convenience thing.
And you've gone. I'm sure you were using a drive pedal last time, but have you gone over to Tone X1?
Yes. This is great, isn't it?
Yeah, very clever.
Do you guys mess with these? I don't know if you know this. I don't have any affiliation with this company, but it's really good. So Tone X1, it's called. It's a very tiny, like amp sim kind of pedal. And it stores a bunch of amps, basically. And all I'm looking to use that for is to have a distortion, right? You see that I'm fading in. So I can get that kind of nice distorted sound. And it sounds like a real amp. It doesn't sound like a distortion pedal going through a PA. Yeah. It sounds like a real amp. You know what I mean? So that's a lot of fun live. If you're playing like a big rock song, you can actually... Oh, there's people over there, hi. You're playing a big rock song, but another important thing is you only want to put the distortions through the magnetic pickup. Because it is still an acoustic guitar, but this makes it an electric guitar. So any of these fun electric guitar effects, you want to use on the magnetic sound hole pickup, right? Because this thing is not going to pick up any wood. If you start going... woo at me and it gets picked up through my microphone, you don't want that coming out of a distortion. Okay, it's going to sound horrible. So any electric guitar effects just receive signal from the magnetic. So there's basically 4 pickups in the guitar and they each have a different purpose. You've got acoustic guitar, electric guitar, a microphone for the percussion, and then you have a little kick drum here, which helps kind of supplement that kind of stuff for live. So you send that to the subwoofers and it sounds mega. I just want to be louder than a band, Lee. I want to have friends.
I want to talk about the stuff you're doing with Tommy and
Yeah.
also the new album
Yeah.
and touring next year. But I always feel like it's sort of halfway through the interview, people want to hear you play. So do you want to just do a little, one of your favorite pieces or do something off the new album maybe?
Let's you know what? I'm because I'm in a weird couch, I'm going to keep the flailing to a minimum and just put a big reverb on. Just a little, let's be gentle amongst all the chaos. You know what I'm saying?
You have an
noodle.
approach to chords that is so beautiful. I think it almost only works because it's an acoustic, or like the acousticness just elevates that as well.
The acousticality.
How much do you spend a lot of time looking for chord inversions to just get the right, so you want to play a A or whatever the chord is.
Mm-hmm.
Do you spend a lot of time going, actually, this is the voicing I want, so I'm going to find a certain tuning and a certain position?
Yeah, I think if I was like a solo, non-self-accompanying instrumentalist, like as part of a project, that would be more of a case. Now it's more of like a creative way to get some interesting voicings, but I've still got to facilitate the melody and the rhythm and the harmony. So there's a certain limitation on those 6 strings, you know what I mean? So, and then you're kind of fiddling around. Like there, I've been playing around we're in Dadgad right now, it was in standard earlier, but the tuning can come up with some really interesting ideas by itself. Someone asked a question in the masterclass about, is it okay to, or as if there's rules, like is it okay to kind of just choose a random tuning and start noodling around? Yeah, like that's what music is. I mean, what came first, music or music theory? I mean, like people were just playing things and then they figured it out, and that's kind of how it works when you're experimenting with these new tunings. I've got a lot of new tunings on the new record, and they're very foreign to me. I just have used them to paint these certain songs, and I'm really proud of how some of that sounds. I mean, something as simple as taking like 2 strings down, right? So D-A-D, G-A-D, we're now just moving down, so we've got C, G, D, G, A, D. So someone mentioned to me after the workshop yesterday that I should call it Stepdadgad, which I think is pretty cool. So Stepdadgad, and something as simple as changing those 2 strings suddenly opens up a world of really interesting possibilities to get these big kind of Andy Summers kind of chord extensions, and it has this really, really lovely deep quality. These big. It's kind of like emo adjacent kind of chords, right? It just sounds so. It's like kind of Fall Out Boy
That's
kind of sound.
beautiful.
Yeah. But because you get that kind of nice kind of 9 kind of thing going on, that kind of color, and so that now to me is a characteristic of that new tuning, and it's inspired some various arrangements. I did a Sleep Token cover in that tuning because it just that vibe of that tuning inspired going down that road, and I think that's a really cool thing about experimenting with tunings. It's supposed to inspire something new, and over time you end up with a body of work that is painted in all kinds of interesting colors that you maybe wouldn't have discovered. You know what I mean? And it starts with just messing around and finding out,
I think I remember interviewing Yvette Young not that long ago, 2 or 3 years ago, And I thought her approach to songwriting, which was there are no rules, there are no tunings that are wrong.
Yeah.
And it's just...
Well, standard tuning is wrong.
Well, this is true.
So seriously, so there's two types of tunings. There's altered tunings and open tunings. Altered tunings are tunings where if you throw your guitar down the stairs, it sounds bad. Open tunings are if you throw your guitar down the stairs, it sounds good, right? Standard tuning is an altered tuning. It's not like a nice sound. It's horrible. It makes some logical sense to some mathematicians somewhere. It's fine. But it's not inspiring. You know what I mean? Like, some really cool tunings to try out, just because I know this is going on the internet, so people can pause it, I guess. Right, I guess C sharp, G sharp, D sharp, E, B, E. Try that. C, G, D, G, A, D. Try that. And just stick with those for now. That'll give you some interesting colors to paint with. Promise. Just mess around with that. You'll be inspired for sure.
Well, okay. So let's talk about the new album.
Yeah. Best album.
Best album
ever by me.
So who were you working with on? Who did you collaborate with and do stuff with on that album?
Pliny and Jack Gardner on it, on a track called Push. We actually recorded their parts during the pandemic. And then I kind of remastered, remixed it, and retracked a bunch of stuff. And I worked with Casey Sable, who was actually the original Periphery vocalist. Okay. He's an awesome producer in Nashville, and we get on really well. So 3 of the songs on Everlong, Goliath, and Push, he had his hand in. I collaborated with my longtime collaborator, Jukka Backlund, who's a Finnish musical genius. People in Germany will know him from Sunrise Avenue. Yeah? So he's an ex-member, producer, very much in that world. They're a giant pop rock band in Germany. It's one of these bizarre things where you go to Germany and like they're playing in the supermarket, and you go to England and they're not, you know. But the whole record was done with Josh Clark, amazing bluegrass producer. What other guests did I have on the album? The 4-time Country Music Hall of Fame Musician of the Year, Janae Fleenor. She's a fiddle player, and she plays for like Blake Shelton, Steven Tyler, Dolly Parton, everyone. She's the most incredible violin player you have ever heard. She sent me 2 takes of this song, one with my instruction and one that I just told her to improvise. And I kind of made a part for this song. It's called Segera. It's track 3 on the album. And it's a song that I wrote when I was in Kenya, in this place called Segera. And she did this. It's just the most heart-melting fiddle part to this song. So please check that out. It's track 3 on the new album. The album's called Galactic Acid, right? Obviously, there's a pun for lactic acid there, but it means the meaning is much deeper there. But yeah, I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody, but I'm very proud of this record because of the audio production as well, man. Because recording this style of guitar is quite complicated because you don't want all these peaks, you know, with the percussion, and you want the guitar to sing. Everything has to be just right. And we use some really interesting production techniques, some very unusual stuff. There's maybe 12 or 13 channels for one acoustic guitar. So we went real mad science on it. And I couldn't be happy with how it sounds, man. It sounds special, for sure.
Is it the sort of album that even could be toured? I mean, it sounds very eclectic in terms of the range of styles that are on there.
I mean, every song on there is a song that I've played. The practicalities, there's one song on one of those weird Misco guitars. So I have a guitar that has some banjo tuners on it, which are the tuners where you flick it and it goes to a preset pitch and all that stuff. That song, I would probably tour it in the UK just because the logistics of traveling around with that Goliath. It's a handmade guitar by Nick Benjamin, and I call it the Beast. It's 1/3 bass guitar, 1/3 guitar, and 1/3 pedal steel, and it has separate pickups for the bass. It's insane. I'm going to do a music video for it. It's going to be on my YouTube channel later this year. The song's called Goliath, obviously. And if you listen to the song on Spotify or whatever, you'll hear what I mean. Or if you want to grab a CD, they're up at 311 or on the website or whatever.
So let's talk a little bit about as well your long time.
I missed you.
I missed you.
He's
too,
great.
man.
He's like the guy. And happy birthday, Danish Pete. As well.
Yeah, happy birthday, Danish Pete, wherever you are. Let's talk about your long time relationship with Tommy Emmanuel.
Man.
Who I've met. I only really met him once in Anderton's, but he's that guy that every time he walks past you and you haven't seen him for 2 years, he always remembers your name.
Yeah.
He always remembers what you talked about the last
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
He's such a warm-hearted, lovely guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, is that, like, is he just like, he's like number one in your eyes?
He's number one. It's not in my. He is number one.
Number one.
Like, it just is. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like,
Because that's what I mean.
it's a spiritual experience.
That's what because I don't see the two of you necessarily. I don't necessarily see him being super influential on you from a technique point of view. But he's clearly had a profound effect on you as a human and as a musician. So,
well, first of all, I appreciate that observation. So yeah, I wasn't directly inspired by. So a lot of what Tommy is known for is the Chet Atkins, Jerry Reed school, like American kind of stuff like that. And that cheapens it, but that's where a lot of it comes from in terms of the acoustic guitar zeitgeist, right? And I was more inspired by the Michael Hedgeses and the Andy McKeeses and the John Goms and all of that. But he's an Aussie, and I'm English, and we have a very similar just like personality. And okay, I played a guitar festival in Vienna, and there was another guitarist on the bill, and I won't name who he is, but he was just like clearly a little jealous of people like Tommy, who are just universally beloved, right? And he said something like, "Yeah, Tommy, yeah, oh no, he plays great. He's just too entertaining." It's like too entertaining. This is not something which I'm trying to avoid. I think there's this elite kind of guitar snobbery about trying to do a good show and leave people with a smile on their face, which is so unbelievably ignorant and bizarre. Tommy embodies the most entertaining live show you will ever see, but also something that hits you right here. And other than Tommy, I don't think there's many other people that are doing that to that level. It's everything. When you go see your favorite band, sometimes when I see my favorite bands live, it gets a bit boring, and I'm looking at the clock and like, okay, it's another heavy metal song. Cool. It's another whatever. It's different with Tommy, and because he's one guy, and the acoustic instrument, like you say, is so naked, it's just bearing his soul. And we've done so many shows together. We released a record together. It's called Accomplice Volume 3. And we are going to be touring Europe at the end of October through November. It's going to be Germany, Switzerland, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Denmark, and beyond. The show it's the best show I've ever been a part of, man. It's like I open the show and I'm like this weird, energetic kid, and then Tommy comes on as someone who you would think would not have that level of energy, and yet he doubles the level of energy and the light show and the sound, and then we play together at the end. It's just like this weird uncle-nephew kind of fun love fest. I don't know how else to describe it. I hope I'm not gushing too much. I hope the sincerity is coming through. Please just see the show or just see Tommy's. It'll change your life.
I know we're probably going to run over slightly here, but I have to just quickly ask you, and hands up here, who saw the John Mayer solo tour earlier this year? Actually, not as many as I thought, like that. Did you catch it?
No, but I saw you gushing about it online.
Again, I really felt to do a pure acoustic show, no backing tracks, no nothing, one person playing acoustic guitar to 25,000 people in an arena. I wasn't sure if that could be pulled off, but... Yeah. It was amazing. So I don't even know what I was hoping you'd say. Yes, I saw it, and then we could talk about it.
No, but that's the thing. And someone like John, I've never seen John live, but he is an absolute master and a showman as well. You know, but to do that without vocal, this is the thing. I mean, there's a little bit of singing in Tommy's show, but most of the show is instrumental. And I hope that, I mean, we just did a big tour of Germany. I don't know if anyone here came to any of the shows. We just finished it, but we're going to do another one at the end of October. And these are big rooms. We're doing Hanover, Hamburg, Munich, and Stuttgart, Fulda. But man, you might be able to tell I'm kind of stumbling over my words a bit because I just truly love live music so much and love playing live shows. I love making a connection and having a connection with someone over a multi-houred in-person event rather than, you know, double tapping like on something when I'm on the toilet. It's just a different thing, you know, not that one is better than the other. It's just, I just love it so much. I just really hope to see all you guys out there smiling and having fun.
And I wonder if that is an acoustic thing, because that was my lasting impression of the John Mayer one. Is it worked because he read the audience in a way that I don't think you do when it's a full band.
So
like everything,
point, yeah.
There was no set list. Everything was, even the way the songs were performed, not just the order of them, he was feeding off of the energy. And I guess you and Tommy, you can do that in a way that's different to just like, well, we've written down the songs and that's the order we're going to play.
That's a good point. The one limiting factor sometimes is all these tunings.
Right.
You know, so what I'm working on right now, so I see this with Tommy and other players, you know, say the audience are going wild and really loud and they're clapping, he can just burn right into another one and take it up another notch, and then he can do that. I'm working on the same thing in my material to have blocks of songs that are interchangeable in the same tunings. You know what I mean? So to facilitate that, but okay, I'm in Dadgad and the audience really clearly want another fast one. Let's pull another one of those out and not have to break that up. So that's
assuming it doesn't take you too long to tune and that we don't get unplugged because we are 2 minutes over. Could we get a quick tune of something or other, just something? And
you know what? Just for you, Lee. Oh God, we'll have to tune super quick.
Maybe whilst you're tuning, we can all just give Mike Dawes a massive round of applause for being unbelievable.
Oh, you're sweet. You're sweet.
By the way, I think this is my last interview of Guitar Summit as well. And
then we need to have a round of applause for Lee Anderton.
You're too kind. But yeah, thanks again to Guitar Summit for inviting me over to do this. This won't be my last Guitar Summit. I've loved it here, especially how lovely all the people are that I've met at the show as well. So congratulations again to Guitar Summit for putting on such a brilliant event. So anyway, Mike Dawes, look at that. I filled it whilst you tuned.
How about this?
Do it. We'll get the lighters out.
What is this right here? Is this a...
Supposed to be microphone stand.
Don't need it.
All right, everybody. Willkommen auf der Rock Antenne Stage hier at Guitar Summit. Right to the left, Mr. Jared James Nichols. Everybody, give a round of applause.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's good to have you here.
I'm glad to be here. This is my first Guitar Summit. It's my first time in Mannheim as well. It's beautiful.
So how was so far?
It's great, man. You know what's funny? Every time I come to Germany, people love music. They love guitar, and it's my kind of people. Because when I play shows here, I do the clinics or meet and greets or something like this, everyone's friendly, everyone's passionate and excited, and I love it.
So everybody at your hometown isn't?
Well, they go, oh, it's that guy again.
So, okay, let's talk about yesterday evening.
Yeah.
I mean, you played an amazing show. You've been a great host, by the way.
Thank you, brother.
That's something, a skill that not everybody has. And you've been very generous and very cool with your fellow colleagues. I mean,
Yeah.
they were like the big guns on stage last night. It was Matteo Mancuso, huge talent. Have everybody seen the show last night at the Mozartsaal?
Whenever I say Mateo's name, I go like this.
That dude is a cat on a guitar.
He's a monster.
Oh, he is, and he's such a nice dude. And then we had Andy Wood.
Yes.
That was something else. That's another beast.
The thing is between Mateo, Andy, and we had Phil X,
Yeah.
and Thomas Blug. They're all such incredible guitar players that I'm just up there and I'm laughing because it's like the amount of talent
Yeah.
is staggering. And we had a rehearsal in the morning, right? And everyone just woke up and they're getting in. And you could tell, you know, it's almost like with like sports, like everyone's like trying to warm up. But even these guys, when you hear them warm up, you go,
Is it intimidating?
no, it's, you know what? I was talking to a friend about this earlier, and I think the best part about music is the fact that it's so personal. So anyone that plays music, guitar, or anything, for me, it's like I'm on my own path. And when I see these guys, it's inspiring because it's not like a sport where it's like, oh, I run faster than you or I do this, right?
Right.
So for me, when I watch Mateo play, I just go, that's incredible. Like, it's so inspiring. And then
It is.
when Andy plays, I go, he could be the best player on the planet. He knows how to play everything, you know? And with Phil, he's got the rock and roll heart.
Totally.
And it's just so cool because I sit up there and I'm like, man, I'm so lucky to get to jam and hang out with these guys and call them my friends.
Have you ever imagined, like in the beginning of your career, or even before, that you would be standing on stage with such big talents and heavy bangers?
No, and I mean, to go along with that, I've been so lucky. I've played with everyone from, you know, my old school heroes like Leslie West and Johnny Winter to Steve Vai and Paul Gilbert and Joe Satriani and
Zakk Wylde.
And Joe Perry and Slash and Billy Gibbons. And I'm so lucky. I've played with all those guys and I got to hang out with them. And every time I go and I play, it's almost like you're in a dream and you're like,
It's surreal.
it's surreal. And when it's over, like I go back to the hotel and I'm like, whoa.
Maybe I'll be waking up.
Yeah, like that just happened. And like, even like last night, it's fun because you guys, everyone gets to enjoy the music, but I get to sit there and it's like we're all having a conversation with music. And it makes all of the travel and all of the hassle sometimes of being a musician worth it because of moments like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm lucky.
Let's stay with the legends. I find it very interesting how humbling and how impressively nice it is if you meet such a legend like Zakk Wylde. During my job at Guitar Magazine back in the days, I had the opportunity to meet like people like Slash and Billy Gibbons and such. And it was always very interesting and humbling how much fan they are themselves still.
Oh, yeah.
They're not talking about themselves at any time. They would always feature anybody else.
Okay, so check this out. Zakk Wylde, you guys know Zakk Wylde. He's one of my best friends. We talk every day, and we send each other memes back and forth and funny Instagram videos, right? Zakk has had such a career, you know, from the time he was 18 with Ozzy. If you talk to him, it's not even about like his accolades or his achievements.
No, never.
We send videos of Jimi Hendrix or Robin Trower playing. And he goes, check this out or check that out. And then what's funny is I'll ask him a question. Like one time I was like, yo, Zach, did you ever see Stevie Ray Vaughan play? You know? And he goes, oh, yeah, man, I was on tour with Ozzy, and I went there with Vito Brava, and he's talking about all this stuff. And he's like, we got to hang out with Stevie. We did all this stuff. And then he'll tell me these stories about Ozzy, or he was with Jimmy Page, all this stuff. And you go, oh, like, you're a legend. But you never know that because he's just a good person.
Yeah,
and he's like, hey, man, you want to go get food? You want to go work out? Whatever, you know what I mean? So it's cool.
Yeah.
They're human. They're human.
Totally agree. They're superhuman in some way.
Yeah.
Same with Billy Gibbons and such. He talked about, when he talks about music, he would always talk about his fellow colleagues.
Yeah.
Like Dusty Hill or Frank Beard, and other colleagues like Matt Sorum, for example.
Oh yeah.
Or he'd feature Jimmy Reed.
Yes.
And he'd talk about Jimmy Reed for hours. He could talk about Jimmy Reed.
I had a great one with Billy. So I was doing this jam, and there's a lot of names. It was me, Slash, the guys from Cheap Trick, Billy. Who else was there? Peter Frampton. It was all these people, but it was the rehearsal, right? And I'm in the room, and I was nervous. I was like, it was with the heaviest room I'd ever been in, right? And Billy looks at me and goes, Jared. And he goes, come here. And I walk up. I'm like, what's up, Billy? And he goes, he's got his guitar case. He goes, you go plug in my guitar for me, man, make sure it works. And I'm like,
what?
Yeah. And so check this out, it gets better. So I go up there and I open his guitar case, and it's this super old SG. But in the case, it's filled with things, slides, rings, some leather gloves, car keys, hot sauce, all this stuff in his guitar case. So I pull out the guitar and I plug it in and I play like a few notes. And he looks at me and goes, like, yeah. And then I didn't even adjust the amp or anything, right? And then he walks over and he goes, hey, man, thanks. And he goes like this. And he gives me a bottle of hot sauce. Like a thank you. And I'm like, it's got his face on it, you know? And then he proceeds to walk on stage and he starts playing LaGrange. And it sounds like the record.
Yeah.
And it's just like, dude, you're beyond a legend, man. You're like, you know, it's just crazy.
And he would be just literally use that one guitar, cable, and amp.
That's it. It's as simple
Yeah.
and as pure as it can be. And it goes to show you, though, that all these great players, even like the guys last night, it's in them. You know, gear is, and don't get me wrong, we're at a place for gear. Gear is fun. It's awesome. But those guys, man, it shows you it's in them. It's the passion. It's all those years of hard work.
Totally. Let's make a little one about your gear right now. You brought new gear, and
Yeah.
I'm a bit curious because I'm a fan of your predecessor signature model. And now you brought a 50 watter, right?
Yes. So
tell us something about the new Blackstar.
Yeah. So Blackstar amps, this is my third amp with them, which is really cool. Technically it's my fourth, but check this out. One of them's the little fly, like the battery powered, you know, which is cool. And then the first one I did was a 20 watt. And that was the head with the 212 small combo, the speakers. And then we released one that only had 112 in it. So like a smaller version of that. I love that amp. I still play that amp all the time, man. Like literally everything I post on my social media or whatever when I'm at home, I'm always using that. I love it. But what happened as the venues started to get bigger, I noticed that having that amp with only 20 watts, it made it hard to really be able to turn it up, you know, and get that sound. So I told the guys at Blackstar, I said, hey, I need more. You know, I need a different amp or
4
something.
by 12.
Yeah, and at first I wasn't even saying a signature. I was just saying, can I get a more higher watted edge amp? And they said, yeah. So then they were like, we got these St. James amps, which is their new line, which is super cool. And I tried one and I went, yeah, it's great, but I'd love to like mess around with it, tweak it. It's like that amp right there, this black one.
I was just going to say, that's a new one.
That's the new one. That's not mine, but that's what mine is kind of based on. So then those guys were so cool that I went to England and I was able to, that's my friend over there. What's up, Dave? I was able to literally take that amp and completely rework it the way I wanted it to sound.
Oh, that's cool.
It was so much fun, man. And now it just came out yesterday. And I couldn't be more excited. I love it. If anyone was at the show last night, that's the amp I was playing. And then tonight I'm going to be jamming using the same amp. It's awesome.
So, what kind of more detailed features are we talking about when it comes to your new signature amp?
So check this out. So with the St. James, I felt like the amp sounded very tight, and it sounded almost like it had this like really focused sound. And for me with amplifiers, I love when they sound open. Now what I mean by that is if I hit a chord, it doesn't sound like it just sounds like more big. And I said, you guys, it has to sound bigger, because when I'm playing live, it's a trio, so it's just me on guitar, a bass player, and drums. And I really wanted it to feel almost like there was two guitars. And so they said, hey, we have this feature that essentially opens up the gain, or like the more aggressive side of the amp. And they said, why don't you play? And the guy's standing back there with a knob, and he goes, turn it up, I'll mess with it, and then when it feels right, give me the nod. So he's doing it, and I'm jamming, and I'm playing.
And he's turning.
And he's turning, and he's turning, and he's looking at me, and he keeps turning, and he's like, more? I was like, yeah. So he turned it all the way up, and I was like, that sounds great. And he's like, oh, okay. So we'll just take that out of the circuit. So what was actually making that amp sound more tight and focused, we just took it out. So it has like a cool vintage sound, but with more modern electronics.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, man.
It's kind of like similar to your JJ Nichols signature amp, the green one, that has this voicing switch that lightens up. I'd say it takes the blanket off the sound.
Exactly. Yeah, it's that same thing. And a lot of times, too, I mean, we're at a guitar show, I'll get nerdy. If I'm playing my old Les Pauls and they have old electronics and they're naturally weaker, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I need that, because sometimes it just sounds like the guitar is like in a cave, and you're like, man, I need to lighten it up and make it more alive. So it's really nice to have that feature.
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk P90s. I'm a huge P90s fan. I know you are, and what I recognized yesterday at the show was something that really, I was laughing a bit, because it showed a bit, I wouldn't say the dominance of the P90, but it was so funny, because when Thomas played, and he played his Blue amps, which are by no means very cool amplifiers, analog amplifiers, but he would run them without a speaker through the PA system. But you had the old school amplifier on stage with P90s, he with his Strat single coils, and you can literally hear the difference, because I was standing like 4 meters away from the stage, and there was like almost silent on stage when he was playing, just a PA, which is cool, and he had probably any stuff going on. But every time you played solo or a riff, it was like the growling, gnarling, 3D sound. It was like suddenly the T-Rex appeared of JJ Nichols, and then there was the tone.
Yeah, man. Well, that is a lot of the P90, straight up. It's a lot of that P90.
Right?
So first off, I have no problem if anyone plays. I've used them in the studio a ton, like Kempers and Axe Effects or any of the digital stuff. I think it's really cool, and I think that it's an awesome evolution. But for the music and the style that I play and what I love, which is really in your face, it's physical and it grabs you, that kind of guitar playing, like your hat, listen to Black Sabbath. When you hear those riffs, it's almost like you hear the guitar crying for mercy, and the speakers are just, So there's this art of understanding loud and understanding how to get that and how to get that feel. Because a lot of players that I know, they've never really played loud. And what I mean by that is like to the point where like it's on the edge of insanity, and you got to use your volume to make it clean.
I was just going to say, yeah.
And you have to use that in order to make everything happen. So, like for last night, right? Obviously the talent of those players, but what I found is Phil X had an old school amp. He had a Friedman.
Yeah, he had great sound.
And it's funny, he was plugging straight in when we sound checked. And I said, Phil, just play like that. He's like, you think?
He was a bit struggling with his pedal board, wasn't he?
He was. Something was going on with his board. I want to say yet again, it was he had something modern on his board that needed a certain
Yeah.
cable, and he wasn't able to get it. So I think he had to take something out or something. But with his amp, the natural sound of that amplifier with his guitar pushing out, he had P90s, it just felt right.
Yeah.
And then with Andy, he was playing through an amp as well, but he had electronic stuff on the floor, which is cool, and that's what he likes to play through. But I am one of those players that give me the most simple thing. So last night I had a Tube Screamer, and I had an old Boss Super Overdrive.
There's nothing wrong with that.
And you know what's funny is a lot of players, they would look at it and go, oh, that stuff looks like it's garbage, you know? And it's true. I've been using it forever. But the funny part about it is just remember that guitars, it doesn't, just because something costs more money, that does not mean that it's going to make you that much better,
No.
It's like that old Super Overdrive. You kick that thing on,
Yeah.
hold on, dude. And it's just like, go for it. So that's part of it.
That kind of pedal would lighten up any cool JCM 800.
Well, yeah, I talked to Zach.
Yeah.
And I literally hit up Zach, and I talked to Jerry Cantrell.
Yeah.
And
That's exactly what Zach used for the past 40 years.
I said to him straight up, I said, Zach, what were you running and what do you run in front of your JCM 800s? What's the pedal? He goes, oh, Super Overdrive, man, here. And that's
He
it.
has his signature stuff.
Right.
But it's the same thing with what he used with Boss.
Yeah, and I texted him a picture last night of me playing or whatever, and he put in all capitals, Miracle Man. That's what he always associates that pedal with. So it's cool, man, and I think that's the best part about guitar. Everyone's different. You play through different stuff. You find what works for you, and it doesn't matter. And I say that like a jerk because I have all these old guitars, but you just find the stuff that works for you, and you love it, and you play it.
So when did you exactly fell in love with the P90 pickup?
Oh man, I fell in love with P90s probably over 10 years ago, because when I first started playing in a band setting, playing with my fingers with humbuckers and stuff, it got hard because if I went to a neck pickup, I always felt like it sounded really like a blanket over an amp. And there's a certain attack that's great with fingers and a certain attack that's not, especially electric. So when I loved, single coil pickups like that you'd find in a Tele or a Strat, because it worked good with my finger style. And then I was listening to a ton of Mountain and Leslie West. And when I started to play in my band, I was thinking in my head, man, that's the sound. I love that sound. I want to go for that.
Leslie West's sound was huge.
Huge.
Yeah.
With one guitar, I wanted that guitar to sound big, especially with only 3 guys on stage. I need that big guitar sound. So I got a P90, and I'll never forget, I took it to our first rehearsal. I said, you guys, I'm going to try this guitar. And they were just like, whatever. And I plugged it in, man. And I hit an open E chord, all the way through. And it was that's the sound. It has all of that, it's like a bark and that bite, but it also retains this nice clarity and chime.
Yeah.
Something that no other pickup does. And a lot of players go, oh, P90s, they buzz, they sound this or that. There's a beautiful thing that happens with these pickups. And it's like Doug Aldrich said to me when he's like, oh, you play P90s. He's like, you just got to be quick on the volume to hide the buzz. And he's right. So the P90s, man, I've had guitars with PAF, original double white PAFs. I've had guitars with patent number pickups and all the T-tops and all this stuff. I keep going back to the P90s simply because they inspire me to play at my best. That's it.
Totally. Do you know this fine little story with Zach Wild and Ozzy gifting Zach Wild a Les Paul Jr. Sunburst for his birthday a couple of years ago, maybe 20, 30 years ago, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And Zach Wild, he enjoys telling that story all the time, and I'm not quite sure if he told us the story or if I've seen it on YouTube.
Yeah.
But it's such a nice story because so Ozzy Osbourne gave Zach Wild this Les Paul Jr. as a birthday present. And Zach Wild opens the case and he said, man, this is Les Paul Jr. And Ozzy goes yeah, it's the loudest guitar I ever heard with Leslie West, because Leslie West had this huge tone.
Yes. I believe, too, with that story, Sabbath was opening for Mountain or vice versa.
Yeah, something like that.
If you go on Google and type in Mountain Black Sabbath, you can see how cool the posters were.
Oh yeah.
And I need to find one of those, man.
That's
I would
real
love.
art.
It was so cool because it says like, you know, live at the Fillmore, Black Sabbath Mountain, and it's a picture of like early Sabbath and Mountain, and you're like, whoa. And Zach was telling me, he said that Ozzy looked at Tony Iommi, and he goes, that's the way the guitar is supposed to sound. So if that isn't a cool story,
Yeah, it is.
you know, it's just like, and you think about all those Sabbath records, man, ripping P90s, like
Yeah.
those first records, like, oh, it's so
That's
good.
true.
So good.
Yeah.
And that's heavy stuff. Heavy.
To quote Billy Gibbons, he said, if it makes noise, the pickup,
Yeah.
well then don't stop playing.
That's right, man. That's all it's about. Yeah.
Let's chat a bit. I mean, you've been asked this a lot, but I'm going to ask this again because I think it's so interesting. You're just a finger player. You just play with your fingers. That's your thing. You actually are able to play with pick.
Yeah.
Little does everybody know, but it's true.
Yes.
But how did you discover that just playing with your fingers is your thing?
Well, first off, I'm left-handed. So when I write with my left hand. Everything I do, it's left-handed. When I picked up a guitar, I was wanting to play it left-handed. And the guy at the guitar store, because I was a kid, and he said, hey, man, you're holding the guitar the wrong way. You got to flip it. So I'm like, okay. And, man, at this time in my life, I was like, maybe I'll play guitar. I don't know, you know. I was not serious. So I start playing this electric, and I'm playing it righty, and he's handing me a pick, and I'm getting used to it. But there was something, you know, like on your fretting hand, you feel all the notes, and you feel the strings and shake them. I wanted to have that feeling when I'm picking them, and I noticed that I had this cool connection. It might be because I'm left-handed, I'm not sure, but I love to feel the strings picking under my fingers. And what ended up happening was people would say, hey, you can't do that, you know, not on electric. And then I found guys like Jeff Beck and Mark Knopfler and Albert King and all these blues guys. And I'm like, well, they play with their fingers. So after about a year, I ditched the pick. I got rid of the pick, and I went, you know what, I'm just going to play finger style and just see what happens. Because even at that point, guitar for me has never been this thing where it's like, I'm going to be a guitar player and I'm going to be you know, this is going to be my life. It was just all about having fun. So I moved to LA to pursue music, and I remember a month or so after I got there, I was starting to get known. And funny thing, I met Phil X, right? And he goes, oh, you're the no-pick guy. And I'm like, sure.
Yeah, but that's your special thing. That's that's unique.
And it's funny, when I started to do it, I just did it because it felt good. It wasn't like I thought it would be unique. And then it, like you said, it turned into be one of those things. So it's pretty cool, man. It's something different. But yeah, I couldn't imagine playing the guitar any way else.
I think it's not just a cool thing, it's an interesting approach to the guitar. So you guys should try it out. Just try playing without a pick. It's interesting.
Ditch the pick, man.
Ditch the pick.
I'll donate them to me, and I'll dispose of them.
Use less plastic. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Especially like you mentioned the players like Jeff Beck. I've seen him on a last tour, and he was still a force.
Oh, he was a monster.
A force with on the guitar.
We're getting comfy. I'm grabbing my beverage.
Oh, actually, the water to the left will be yours if you.
Oh, dude, I'm good now. We're good.
What's in there?
This is
special juice.
This is special juice.
Oh man, we got to talk about that later.
It's my German special Pilsner juice.
Oh, okay, so yeah, it's hoppy juice. Okay,
it's hoppy juice.
Oh, that's nice. Anyways, Jeff Beck has been such a force and so interesting. Like, you do it as well. He would use the volume knob to articulate more of his tone and to transport dynamics. And that's exactly, you did it last night, working with a volume knob.
Yeah.
In order to create dynamics and swelling tone. That's something cool.
It's so cool. And what I love about that is, like, I'm a big believer, like, any guitar you play, it does not matter, brand, style, whatever. If you have an electric guitar with volume and tone knobs, there's so much that you can do with that before you even put a pedal on or even mess with the amp. It's like, so for me, I wanted to get the most out of my guitars. So, like, for a while, I didn't even have a wah-wah. So I would use this technique where I would roll on the tone knob, kind of acting like a wah-wah. And then I started to do, I remember I heard Jeff Beck doing "'Cause We've Ended as Lovers." You guys know that song? If you don't, you should check it out. But he does this thing in the beginning, and it sounds like it's like a siren's, a moan.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you hear it, and instantly it sounds, it sounds like a woman, and it sounds like and you're like, what is that sound? And it's his guitar, and you go, how did he do that? And then you find out, you go, oh, he just rolled the volume up as he played. But it's really, really difficult to get this down because it's almost like you're speaking with the guitar. So I got really into that, and I think that it's something that's really beautiful about electric guitar is knowing exactly the tones that you can get out of that. And it's like even with the Epiphones that I have, the single pickups, I'm able to use that tone knob to try and get like more of a neck sound, neck pickup.
I was just gonna say it's a little bit possible to simulate it a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like Bonamassa, another a great friend of mine that always stresses, and I see him talk about it all the time. He goes, man, learn to use your volume and tone control.
Oh yeah.
Because it's so important as a guitar player. Before you go and spend a bunch of money on all the fun stuff, make sure that guitar, you know exactly what it does in every position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Now would be the time. If any of you guys have any question for Jared, you can do it right now.
Does
any
anyone
questions?
want to know anything? Don't be shy.
Anything else? Any
Anything.
questions? Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. Someone has to have a
I'll
question.
hand you my microphone.
Who's got it? Question? You forgot it.
Oh no!
Somebody's got to have a
Just
question.
think about it.
You know it?
All
All right,
right.
we got one. Okay.
Did you get that?
What was my first ever guitar? Okay, the first ever guitar I had was like most people, it was a really, really bad acoustic, and the strings were like this far off,
A classic.
And I remember it had no E string, the small string was broken, but it was in our closet, and I wanted to play drums originally because all my friends played guitar, and I said, man, everybody plays guitar, and I thought they were really good at the time too. They knew some AC/DC riffs, and I said, I'm going to play the drums because they were going to need a drummer. And my brother's friend, he was older than me, my brother, he had a drum set in his basement, and I said, hey man, I want to borrow the drums. So I bring the drums to my parents' house in the basement, and I'm playing along with, I'm trying to play along with the radio, and my dad, big construction worker guy, comes home, he's all dirty, and he comes in the basement, he goes, it's the only time in my life he ever went, no. Like, not happening. And I looked at him and I was like, what? He goes, I'm not coming home every day after work from 4 a.m. to listen to you try and play drums. And I went, okay. And he goes, and he didn't play music, but he goes, why don't you get a guitar? He said, you can take it with you and it has a volume knob. And I went, okay, I guess I'll try it. And I said, but I'm not going to play the acoustic guitar. I'm going to play electric guitar because that's what they play in Sabbath and Zeppelin and Pink Floyd. So then he goes, if you learn how to play a riff on that acoustic guitar, I'll take you to the store and buy you an electric. And within 10 minutes, man, I had smoke on the water with one finger, but it didn't sound good, but I had it. And he looks at me, he goes, get in the car. And we went to the music store, and I got a guitar. So the first guitar I got, it was a brand called Washburn. Have you guys heard of Washburn? I think Dimebag played Washburns for a while. Yeah. But the guitar it was a bundle deal. So it was like $100, and you got the guitar, the amp, picks, cables, string, or not strings, but like all the stuff. And I had that guitar, and man, it wasn't the greatest guitar. Even at the time, I knew, I was like, it was okay, but the moment for me that made everything was on the little amplifier. It was clean when I plugged it in, and I went, this doesn't sound good. This sounds horrible. And I'm looking at the knobs, and all of a sudden I press this one that goes, and I'm like, and it was the distortion. And then I hit it, and I went, that's the sound. First riff I ever learned was Electric Funeral by Black Sabbath.
Wow.
You guys know that one? And I played along with that, man. And I'm in my bedroom, probably like you, and I'm just like, yeah, like I am the best. And that's how it started, man. It was a Washburn. It's called a Washburn X series. So if you look it up, the X series, you'll see it. It kind of looks like a Strat with humbuckers. And I should get another one just to have it. But I don't know where my guitar went, man. It's long gone.
Good.
Yeah.
Did that answer your question?
Long answer.
So one more question. Anybody?
Hi.
What's up, dude?
First up, thank you for the amazing concert yesterday.
Yeah, man. Thanks for being there.
Yeah. And
Do your ears hurt? Was it too loud? Okay.
I got protection for the case. In this house. But my question is, we're at the Guitar Summit, and it's all about the gear stuff. Are you still curious about gear? Did you get to check something?
I haven't looked at one thing because you know what? Like for me, it's cool and it's great, but I'm like working. You know what I mean?
Too
like,
busy.
I'm busy. But tomorrow, I don't have to do anything. So I'm going to put on a hood and I'm going to come in and look at everything. No, I'm still curious about guitar stuff all the time. The thing for me is there's so much stuff now that's so good that it's almost overwhelming. Do you know what I mean? So like whether it's pedals, guitars, amps, all this stuff, there's so much good stuff. And here, this is the Mecca. I've never been in Europe and seen something like this, you know? Like this is amazing for guitar. This is incredible. But I'm still curious about gear, man, but I got to be careful, dude, because lately, now everyone thinks I want old Gibsons. You know, they think I want to buy their old Les Paul. So almost every day or every other day, I get a message on Instagram or Facebook. Hey, man, I got a 1974 Les Paul for you. And I'm looking at it, I go, I want it, or whatever, right? And then my better mind goes, you can't have them all. But I still love gear, man. Just like all of us, it's fun, you know? It's a good addiction to have.
All right, last question.
When learning guitar, did you also get down all the scales and all this stuff, or are you more a song oriented guy when learning?
So when I first picked up the guitar, I would just learn off songs. I just learned my ear to learn all the riffs and at the time I did that because this sounds really funny, but we didn't have like a computer at my house. So I wanted to go get tabs, you know, like on I can't remember what it was called, the tab website, but I would go to my friend's house and print out tabs. I'd be like, oh, I'm going to learn these 5 songs this weekend. But if I forgot to do it or I didn't have time or whatever, I would be like, oh. So I would learn by ear and I'd sit there and pick out all the notes. But then I started to say, like, I really got into blues. And I said, well, what scale? It's the pentatonic scale. And then all of a sudden it was like, well, there's the major pentatonic scale. And I go, how do you do that? And then it was, what about just the major scale? You know, like, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, da, you know? And then I was like, okay. And then there's minor. And then there's Dorian. And then there's Mixolydian. And then I was down the rabbit hole. But the one thing that I did is I would learn it, but I always only learned things that I thought that I would want to use. You know what I mean? It wasn't like I was like, oh, I'm going to learn all the scales. It was like I would hear a sound on a record or someone's solo, and then I'd ask someone smarter than me. I'd be like, hey, how do you do that? And they would go, oh, dude, that's Phrygian. And I'm like, what the hell is Phrygian? So then they would show me. So I was more of just like I would take things in small bits. But that to be said with that, going along then when I was learning chords and theory, it's very important to learn all that stuff because at the end of the day, you want to make the music that you hear in your head come out. And I think one of the only ways to do that is obviously working on your technique, but also digging as deep as you can into all this stuff and saying, how do I make this sound and how did I get here? Do you know what I'm saying? It's like if me and you are going to build a house, man, we both know what a house looks like. But if we don't know how to build a house, it's probably not going to be really good. So we should probably learn how to do the design and the architecture and make the frame. So that's how I kind of look at the guitar. You have to have strong roots. And also one last thing, make sure if you're into music and you're into playing guitar, listen to music. I listen to music all the time. And I put on stuff that I've never heard before. But it's really, really important not only when you're playing with other musicians to listen to them, but also learn off of all this music and don't, you know, don't think about it like that. Just listen to music and be inspired.
Jared, thank you so much. That was
Dude.
Jared James Nichols.
Come on, bro.
My main man.
Thank you guys for
James
listening.
Nichols.
Yeah. Maybe I'll see some of you tonight, right? Yeah. Cool.
Alright, wir machen eine kurze Pause und dann kommt als nächstes Viktor Smolski. Bis gleich.
Cool.
Könnt ihr uns schon hören? Könnt ihr uns auch schon hören?
Jo.
Okay, ich mache noch eine kurze Durchsage. Einige von euch sind wahrscheinlich hier wegen Paul Davids und wundert euch, warum Victor gerade hier sitzt. Das ist nicht Paul Davids, das haben die meisten schon erkannt. Paul Davids musste leider aus familiären Gründen absagen. Und gestern gab es ein Missverständnis terminierungstechnisch zwischen uns und Victor und deswegen sitzt jetzt heute Victor hier. Also alle, die für Paul Davids gekommen sind, sorry, auch im Namen von Paul Davids, aber der musste heute abreisen. Und ich hoffe, es wird trotzdem mit Sicherheit spannend und interessant auch mit meinem Kumpel Victor. So, okay, so viel dazu.
Danke, danke.
Also für all diejenigen, ich sehe schon mal Leute aufstehen, für all diejenigen, die gerade erst gekommen sind, Paul Davids wird heute nicht da sein, er hat aus familiären Gründen absagen müssen. Und stattdessen begrüße ich jetzt hier auf der Rock Antenne Stage Viktor Smolski, meinen alten Kumpel.
Hallo zusammen.
Viktor, schön, dass du heute da bist. Gestern gab es ein bisschen ein Missverständnis terminierungstechnisch, aber das ist ja egal.
Ja, da war ein bisschen stressig, weil ich muss springen von einer Bühne zur nächsten, Masterclass, Workshop und ganze Anlage noch packen und
Kein Problem.
Das war ein bisschen zu viel. 4 Stunden spielen am Tag ist schon ordentlich.
Lass uns doch direkt gerne bei deiner Masterclass bleiben. Die hat jetzt stattgefunden. Spielst du morgen noch eine?
Nein, morgen nicht mehr.
Genau. Aber lass uns doch gerne, auch wenn sie jetzt rückwirkend betrachtet werden kann, über deine Masterclass und den Ansatz sprechen. Das finde ich nämlich ganz cool. Hauptthema war Arrangement und Soloing, wenn ich das richtig gesehen habe. Was hat man da so alles mitnehmen können?
Ja, wir haben ein bisschen verbreitet, weil ein paar Wünsche, ein paar Fragen waren noch da und ich versuche immer persönlich an Leute dran gehen, was sie brauchen. Und ja, wir haben angefangen mit Technik, wie spielt man entspannter, schneller, wie findet man bequeme Position, wie benutzt man ganze Tonleiten, Arrangement macht, wie wichtig Theorie praktisch verwenden und nicht einfach irgendwas lernen, was ist mixolydisch, lydisch oder so. Es ist viel wichtiger, wie man das benutzt. Ja, und war wirklich schnell 2 Stunden vorbei. Das war wirklich tolle Truppe und das hat riesen Spaß gemacht.
Welchen Technik- und Skillstandard hast du dann bei deinen Studenten? Gibt es da halt vom Anfängergitarristen bis hin zum totalen Crack da Leute, die da sitzen? Oder wie ist der Durchschnitt?
Ja, das wirklich war sehr, sehr, sehr gemischt von, ja, ich würde sagen Anfänger und da war wirklich ganz fitter Jungs, welche direkt alles nachgespielt. Im Prinzip, ich sage immer, da gibt es keine perfekte, richtige Technik. Technik muss man immer anpassen. Einer hat längere Finger und einer kürzere und einer möchte so und so spielen und muss man wirklich seine eigene Technik finden. Weil so wie Beispiel von meinem alten Kumpel Matthew Friedman, wenn man anguckt, wie er spielt.
Das sieht ganz komisch immer aus.
Das ist normalerweise unspielbar und er ist traumhafter Gitarrist. Also darum, so richtig perfekte Technik gibt es nicht, muss man immer anpassen. Und ganz wichtig, was ich vermittle, immer ganz entspannt bleiben, nicht verspannt spielen, aufpassen, nicht nur auf Muskel, auf Sehne. Und gerade wenn man viel unterwegs auf Tour und 2 Stunden auf der Bühne mindestens, dann und dann noch schnell unterwegs mit irgendwelchen Solis und Riffing, da muss man sehr aufpassen, dass man nichts kaputt macht. Und ich habe wirklich jede Menge Musiker gesehen mit Sehenscheinentzündung. Und das leider kann man nicht reparieren, ist vorbei. Da kann Arzt auch nicht richtig helfen. Darum,
Krass, das wusste ich gar nicht, okay.
Das ist wirklich, das bleibt, da ist so Muscle Memories, das Sehne und Muskel merkt alles, alle Verletzungen und so richtig 100% kriegt man das nie weg. Darum lieber von Anfang an ein bisschen gucken, dass man aufwärmt, abkühlt. Das weiß keiner, was abkühlen heißt.
Das
Ne?
wäre jetzt meine nächste Frage gewesen. Was verstehst du unter abkühlen? Ein Drink mit Eiswürfeln oder?
Nee, da ist zum Beispiel so ein typischer Rock'n'Roll-Fehler, wenn man so auf der Bühne gerockt und dann voll durchgeschwitzt und Sehnen, also richtig gedehnt. Und dann springt man nach draußen zum Rauchen in Kälte. Und dann macht Muskel einfach zu und Sehne genauso. Und verkürzt gewaltig alles. Und da braucht man wirklich Stunden, teilweise Tage, bis man wieder gedehnt. Und da ist sehr gefährlich.
Ach krass. Also
das ist wie bei Sport, wenn man so rennt irgendwo, dann stoppt man nicht plötzlich, man geht und ja, so. Das ist, also das, was wir machen, das kann man schon mit Sport vergleichen. Ist schon teilweise sehr sportlich.
Ja, speziell auf dem Level, auf dem du spielst. Das ist bewundernswert. Übrigens, Viktor feiert dieses Jahr mehrere Jubiläen. Ich glaube 40 Jahre live.
Live, also
Richtig?
Touring vor 40 Jahren war mein erster Tour. Der ist schon wirklich ja, sehr früh angefangen und unglaublich viel getourt früher. Das war wirklich 9 Monate pro Jahr unterwegs. Jetzt ein bisschen ruhiger und 30 Jahre Diskografie, also seit mein erster eigener CD. Schon, ja,
also erstmal herzlichen Glückwunsch.
Geschichte. Danke, danke.
Aber hier spricht jemand aus berufenem Munde, wenn es um den Tennisarm geht und Sehenscheidenentzündung. Das könnt ihr ihm glauben. Wisst ihr alle um Marty Friedman? Also ganz berühmter Gitarrist, hat aber Megadeth gespielt. Und Marty hat tatsächlich eine ganz komische Technik. Der spielt kaum aus dem Handgelenk, sondern alles so irgendwie mit dem Unterarm mit. Also im Grunde genommen das, was er gerade beschrieben hat, sehr ungesund. Aber er ist zum Beispiel in Japan lebend aktuell, glaube ich, ein absoluter Gitarrengott. Nur so ein kleiner Diskurs für diejenigen, denen jetzt Marty Friedman nicht so viel sagt. Vielleicht sind ja einige dabei. Wer kennt Marty Friedman? Finger hoch, Hand hoch. Okay. Ich habe nichts gesagt. Prima. Kommen wir dann zum Thema Arrangement. Also ich weiß nicht, inwiefern ihr seinen Background kennt, aber du hast das von der Pike auf gelernt. Du hast in Russland auch studiert, am Konservatorium, wenn ich das richtig erinnere.
Ja, ich habe angefangen, so typisch klassische Ausbildung mit Klavier und Cello, sehr früh mit 6 Jahren. Und dann habe ich wirklich, ja, alles zusammen, ich glaube, 18 Jahre studiert. Dann mit Jazz College für Gitarre und also ich habe alles mitgenommen von Klassik, Jazz und dann in Amerika sehr viel Privatunterricht bei richtigen Freaks wie Sean Lane und ja, also von Klassik bis Blues, Rock'n'Roll, Schule, alles durchgemacht und
wann ist deine erste Heavy-Metal-Platte bei dir auf dem Plattenteller gekommen und welche war das?
Ja, ich glaube, erster Kontakt zu Zera-Gitarre habe ich bei ja, Led Zeppelin war das. Ich glaube, mein Bruder mitgeschleppt. Da war ich noch wirklich sehr klein, Grundschule sozusagen. Und da habe ich gedacht, boah, das gefällt mir sehr gut. Und dann habe ich wirklich mit 11 angefangen mit Gitarre richtig zu rocken zu Hause, was meinen Eltern gar nichts erst gefallen. Aber dann habe ich nach ein paar Jahren doch überzeugt, das war richtiger für mich. Na, ich meine, ich spiele gerne immer noch Klavier, ich spiele gerne immer noch Cello. Auch auf der Bühne, auch im Studio, aber Gitarre ist wirklich ein Instrument, wo ich mich am besten ausdrücken kann. Aber diese Theorie, was ich gelernt in klassischer Ausbildung, kann ich perfekt verwenden für Rock und Metal und das hilft, das muss nicht. Also ich habe viele Bekannte, welche mit Theorie nichts am Hut haben und Noten kennen nicht und trotzdem spielen fantastisch, also das ist kein Muss. Aber da ist so Information, was sehr hilfreich und man versteht vielleicht besser, wie man Arrangement macht. Klar, mit Lingua Mortis Orchestra, wir haben ein ganz großes Projekt gehabt mit Rage, mit Orchester und diese ganzen Aufnahmen mit Orchester habe ich selber gemacht. Ich habe mein eigenes Orchester gegründet für Studioaufnahme. Da habe ich ganze Noten geschrieben und klar, war für mich schon einfach zu machen. Aber für Gitarre auch, also diese richtige Balance zwischen Theorie und Praxis, was man spielt und was für Tone und welche Akkorde mit dieser ganzen Gehörbildung, ist schon cool.
Wenn aber jetzt ein Student oder einer deiner Studenten das nicht hat und du trotzdem diesem Studenten Arrangement-Tipps geben möchtest, kannst du sie mir trotzdem erklären, oder?
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Also ich habe oft so Fragen von meinen Studenten, welche zum Beispiel so in Death Metal oder Thrash Metal unterwegs und spielen nur Quinten, Quarten und sagen, für was brauche ich diese ganzen Akkorde und Major und 7 und 9 und alles Mögliche. Na, ich greife solche Akkorde nicht und ich spiele solche Akkorde nicht und ich höre solche Akkorde nicht. Ja, ich versuche zu erklären, weil ein Ton ist auch schon Harmonie. Auch wenn man Quarter oder Quinter spielt, das ist alles Akkorde. Und auch wenn das klingt nach 2 Tone, da gibt es Zwischentone. Und wenn man Solo möchte spielen, dann muss man schon verstehen, über welche Akkord man spielt. Und bei Metal Riffing, da muss man tierisch aufpassen, wenn man, ja, ich sage so, 3 Quinten greift, E, Fis und G, na, so ein 5., 6. Seite einfach, dann sieht man schon bei diese 3 Akkorden, das ist normale E-Moll-Tonleiter und dann weiß man, was man improvisieren kann, über welche Akkord man Solo spielt, wenn man so E, F, G greift, also mit 1. Bund und 3., da muss man schon tierisch aufpassen mit E-Moll-Tonleiter, das passt nicht mehr, auch wenn das sieht aus so wie E-Moll und klingt vielleicht nach E-Moll, ist aber nicht. Und da entstehen viele falsche Tone später. Und wenn man das so ein bisschen Theorie schon kennt und versteht, okay, das ist schon Tone von A-Moll-Tonleiter und da muss ich aufpassen, kein Fis spielen, lieber F, klingt besser. Es hilft einfach. Ne? Und egal welcher Stil, der Theorie hat keinen Stil. Es ist einfach Know-how, welche, ja, mehr oder weniger jeder braucht. Man kann nach Gehör spielen, klar, man spielt einfach dieser Fis, klingt falsch, dann sucht man, bis man F findet und klingt passend und dann ohne Verstand, man findet schon guter Klang. Aber mit Theorie, man sieht das sofort und dann kann besser, schneller umsetzen.
Das ist richtig, ja. Ja. Bevor ich jetzt ganz kleinlaut werde, weil ich in Theorie nicht so gut bin, ich gehöre hier zu den Leuten, die sich reinhören können. Ist aber auch egal. Kommen vom Songwriting und dem Arrangement nochmal kurz zum Thema Solospielen. Das ist ja nun, jetzt, wir waren ja gerade ein bisschen dabei auch. Du sagtest, du hattest ja auch in der Masterclass Leute sitzen, die schon sehr gut spielen konnten. Was haben die denn für Fragen? Also wo wollen die dann besser werden? Wollen die noch schneller werden oder sind die eher unzufrieden, was ja auch sein kann, dass sie zu viele Töne spielen?
Nee, meistens ist Problematik, dass sie wissen nicht, was sie damit machen müssen. Also da ist Umsetzung von dieser Läufe, Schnelle und so weiter und so weiter. Sie haben da irgendwo auf YouTube irgendwelche coole Licks gefunden, gelernt, bis sie richtig schnell spielen kann, aber trotzdem verstehen nicht, wie man das richtig einbaut, weil oft klingt das einfach nach so Übung einfach schneller. Ne? Und der Sachen wie Phrasierung, Timing, Akzente, Groove, das ist auch bei schneller Läufe auch alles drin. Und die Umsetzung ist gar nicht so einfach. Also gibt es viele Leute, welche super schnell spielen, Technik fantastisch, aber diese Umsetzung, Ideen überhaupt zu haben, was mache ich damit, das ist oft Problematik. Und da empfehle ich Leute, bei Komponieren zum Beispiel, Ideen sammeln, keine Gitarre in der Hand zu haben, weil das limitiert sofort auf das, was man kann. Wenn man sitzt mit Gitarre und so hört zum Beispiel Song und dann überlegt, was kann ich da spielen, dann empfehle ich einfach so, spielt Luftgitarre.
Das ist interessant, okay.
Einfach keine Gitarre dabei, man sitzt und komponiert im Kopf irgendwas.
Ja.
Einfach so Ideen, so rhythmisch, das muss kein Sänger sein und wir sind kein Sänger und man kann nicht singen, aber egal. Trotzdem so jodeln irgendwelche Ideen, rhythmischer und diese Freiheit, wenn man nicht unbedingt an Technik limitiert, was man kann. So einfach, man hört und dann komponiert irgendwelche Groove, irgendwelche Ideen und dann, das kann gut passen. Und dann, wenn man eine Idee hat, bestimmte rhythmische, dann nimmt man Gitarre und versucht diese Idee umsetzen. Was kann ich, welcher Ton kann das sein, welcher Lauf? Aber diese rhythmische Improvisation im Kopf, das ist immer 10-mal besser, als man versucht mit Finger irgendwas nachspielen, weil dann ist man da an seine Grenzen ganz schnell kommt. Und ich habe wirklich viele Studiojobs gemacht, auch mit richtig cooler Jungs, mit Steve Lukather in Amerika, und dann haben wir wirklich so Jams im Studio gemacht und alle diese Jungs standen da am Mischpult, teilweise mit Gitarre, aber trotzdem so irgendwas nachgesungen erst und dann nachgespielt. Und das ist wirklich viel einfacher. Weil mit viel Erfahrung kann man schnell umsetzen irgendwelche Licks, aber Leute, welche so fangen an zu komponieren, sie sind ganz schnell an ihre Grenzen und das klingt nicht so cool.
Ich werde mir das mal wirklich beherzen. Das ist ein sehr cooler Tipp.
Allgemein so mehr singen. Das Singen ist Gehörbildung. Man hört besser, was man singt. Rhythmisch im Kopf, meistens sind wir immer richtig.
Okay.
Wenn wir Schlagzeug-Groove hören und dann dazu irgendwas vorsingen, das meistens passt immer. Also wir sind alle irgendwie Naturtalente, heimlich, aber wenn wir anfangen nachspielen, dann kommt Problematik technisch, da links, rechts nicht zusammen und da entstehen rhythmische Fehler. Aber im Kopf meistens ist es richtig. Und wenn wir vorsingen oder mitsingen, das hilft. Korrigiert uns und da ist Groove im Körper viel besser. Also viel bewegen, so immer bei Spielen so Headbanging machen und einfach bewegen, dass es Groove im Körper bleibt. Das hilft. Und bei Singen hört man innere Stimme und das, was man spielt, von außen. Und diese Kombination ist super wichtig.
Sehr cool. Probiert das mal aus.
So wie George Benson früher gemacht. Alles Solo hat er mitgesungen. Das ist eine coole Übung.
Ja, krass. Das ist auch der spielt auch in einer eigenen Liga. Ich habe selber auch mal du hast ja eben Steve Lukather erwähnt, ich hatte einmal das große Vergnügen, mit dem zusammen auf einer Bühne stehen zu dürfen. Und ich kann nur so viel sagen, ich habe irgendwann meine Gitarre zugedreht, weil ich wollte auf keinen Fall riskieren, dass ich den falschen Ton spiele. Und das ist auch jetzt, glaube ich, 15 Jahre her, aber kurzer Diskurs, kleiner Schwank aus meinem Leben. Und da steht Steve Lukather da und er hat damals noch dem Glas etwas zugesprochen, halt, so, er hat gerne eingetrunken. Aber er hat die ganze Band dirigiert und es ist wirklich so, wie Victor sagt, da fehlt ein Keyboarder und wir haben Africa gecovert. Und wir alle wissen, wie viel Keyboard Africa hat, ja? Aber wir hatten nur auf der Bühne einen Keyboarder. Und das zweite Keyboard hat mal eben Steve auf der E-Gitarre gespielt mit Delay. Die ganzen Harmonien einfach so komplett dazu zerlegt. Also als wenn er atmen würde, ist es so gewesen. Ja klar, er hat den Song ja auch geschrieben, aber das war schon beeindruckend, mit welcher Lässigkeit der so ein bisschen angeschickert, dass man eben runtergebrochen hat auf seiner Signature-Gitarre und ein JVM hat er damals, glaube ich, gespielt und ein Delay-Pedal. Das war's. Ja, schon beeindruckend.
Aber auch zum Beispiel, wir haben oft mit Paul Gilbert Workshops zusammen gemacht und was...
Oh, Paul ist eine Granate.
Ja, also gerade was Groove und Rhythmus.
Ja.
Und da haben wir wirklich aus Spaß so gemacht, dass wir diese typische Frage-Antwort-Jams gemacht, dass einer vorgesungen, anderer nachgespielt und
echt?
Umgekehrt.
Okay.
Also wir haben so Grooves einfach und er nachgespielt und umgekehrt. Und das ist tierisch gute Übung für zu Hause einfach mit sich selber jammen. Nachsingen, nachspielen. Vorsingen, nachspielen. Also ist cool. Coole Übung.
Ja, das glaube ich. Auch einer der nettesten Guitar-Heroes ever. Ich habe ihn persönlich noch nicht treffen können. Ich hatte ihn, glaube ich, einmal am Telefon. Und das ist, der ist ja wirklich ein großer Gitarrist. So. Das ist immer so abgefahren, wenn du dann mit solchen Leuten sprichst. Er ist selber auch, wie ich schon erwähnte, dann so ein riesen Musikfan und kann sich auch in Pedale rein nerden. Da macht ihr euch keine Vorstellung. Er hat seine eigene Pedallinie, glaube ich, auch bei einem Hersteller. Der Name fällt mir gerade nicht ein. Aber der ist auch so ein liebenswerter Typ und also ein so großartiger Gitarrist. Wie ist das für dich, wenn du mit Leuten in der Liga zusammenspielst? Du kannst das, weil du auch ein Crack bist, gar keine Frage. Aber ist das nicht auch für dich dann so ein ganz spezieller Moment?
Ehrlich zu sagen, mit solchen Leuten zu spielen, ist super einfach. Das ist so bequem, weil wenn Musiker gut ist, immer einfach, weil sie machen mit. Sie haben kein Egos, sie brauchen das nicht, weil sie schon wirklich so gut, diese Rockstar-Krankheiten haben sie lange schon nicht mehr.
Lange auskuriert.
Genau.
Rockstar-Schnupfen.
Und sie anpassen an Songs, an Groove, an Musiker. Man kann mit solchen Leuten wirklich zweistimmig sofort spielen, weil sie verstehen sofort, wo lang geht. Und das ist super angenehm, das ist Spaß pur. Also, und was auch toll bei solchen Jams mit solchen Musikern, man lernt unglaublich viel. Weil da ist ständig wird improvisiert und teilweise spontan haben wir wirklich Song angefangen und gelandet völlig irgendwo anders, wo wir gar nichts möchten. Und da lernt man ganz viel, was alles geht, was alles möglich. Ne? Und ja, es ist Riesenspaß. Und muss mehr davon machen hier. Also ist für mich zu wenig Jams, was wir machen.
Okay, aber wäre es nicht für dich auch ein Ding? Irgendwie gestern waren ja auch ein paar Leute auf der Bühne, die cool sind und bekannt sind. Da würdest du ja auch mal zu so einem Jam.
Ja,
nächstes Jahr vielleicht
genau.
Guitar Summit, ein bisschen rumjammen mit.
Das ist wirklich, was ich bei Guitar Summit fantastisch finde. Also das ist wirklich Hammer. Also diese ganze Entwicklung von bis mit Masterclass und Abendjams ist Hammer. Hammer. Super. Hoffentlich bleibt so weiter.
Stimmt, also ich habe gar keinen Zweifel, dass das weiter so sein wird. Kommen wir ein bisschen zu sprechen auf du hast eine Signature-Gitarre, du hast einen neuen Endorsement-Deal bei den Kollegen von ESP Guitars seit diesem Jahr, im März, glaube ich, richtig?
Genau, das...
Wie kam das zustande? Du warst ja vorher du hast Yamaha endorsed, du hast Sigi Braun.
Genau, ich habe im Prinzip ganz in meiner Geschichte immer Custom-Instrumente gehabt. Weil immer irgendwas nicht gepasst und dann habe ich irgendwann entschieden, naja, da lasse ich mir einfach bauen, so wie ich das brauche. Und das wirklich war sehr spannende Entwicklung, weil man kann viel ausprobieren, so verschiedene Holz und Formen und jeder Wunsch. Aber dann irgendwann war so ein Moment, wo ich habe gemerkt, bei dieser ganzen Custom-Instrumente, da ist wirklich sowas von Einzelstück jeder Gitarre. Das keiner geschafft, irgendwie mit zweiter genauso bauen. Und da passiert ein paar Mal was nicht Schönes, wo zum Beispiel Flug nach Japan, wo meine Gitarre so gelandet am Ende ist, genau in der Mitte gebrochen. Das war wirklich ganz besondere Gitarre, welche speziell im Studio in Einsatz war. Über 10 Jahre, so ein ganz spezieller Ton. War kaputt, war so kaputt, dass auch nach Reparatur war leider dieser Klang nicht mehr da. Und da gibt es ganz besondere Gitarre, zum Beispiel dieser berühmte Straight to Hell Song von Der Schuh des Manito, der Titeltrack von Bully Herbig Film.
Genau.
Und das war in dem nächsten Film auch drin. Und nächstes Jahr kommt der nächste Film, der Kano des Manito.
Bist du auch mal mit dabei?
Da ist Song wieder da.
Das war cool von Bully.
Und ja, und da ist ganz besonderer Klang mit dieser Mischung mit Jeff Beck Pickup und Piezo. Und diese Gitarren ist nicht machbar irgendwie nachzumachen. Wir haben oft versucht und leider gescheitert. Und da habe ich gedacht, nee, das ist wirklich schwierig, wenn man Konzerte spielt und unterwegs und irgendwas mit Gitarre passiert oder wenn ich auf die Bühne wechsle, dann muss ich Sound immer anpassen. Also wirklich angefangen, mich das zu nerven, diese Einzelstücke. Und da habe ich angefangen zu suchen, Firma, welche hat so Custom-Qualität, aber in Produktion. Und da ist wirklich, irgendwann bin ich mit Workshops oft unterwegs und über alle Shops und überall probiert. Und irgendwann habe ich gemerkt, okay, ich habe jetzt von ESP diese Gitarre probiert, welche mir sehr gut gefallen und in anderen Shop probiert, genau gleiche Modell. Und das ist genau so. Und das ist in Preisliga, wo, wow, tut schon richtig weh, Preis. Und
Wir reden von wirklich E2 und
genau.
also die japanische Produktionslinie.
Genau, und dieser ganze ESP, wo ESP-Logo steht, da ist wirklich Custom Shop und sie in der Lage zu bauen, so gleiche Qualität, gleiche Ton, Gitarre, kann du 3 Gitarren nehmen und das ist gleich.
Ja.
Und da war ich begeistert und ich habe gedacht, okay, ja, das ist wirklich der Weg, welchen ich möchte gehen. Ich möchte sowas haben. Ne? Und abgesehen davon, da ist wirklich, was für mich super wichtig, da ist richtig gute, coole Leute dahinter stehen, mit Stefan Kuhn und ganze Soundservice-Leute,
Ja, auf jeden Fall.
welche ich kenne von Engel. Wir haben schon über die Jahre da Vertrieb für Engel Amps, wo ich meine Entwicklung gemacht mit meinem Custom Amp, so Limited Edition, welche aus Limited Edition langsam in Unlimited Edition sich entwickelt.
Aber das ist doch eine schöne Entwicklung, wenn das so gefragt ist, das Modell, und das ist dein Signature-Modell, das ist doch geil.
Das ist unfassbar. Also diese Geschichte mit meinem Amp, das ist über 10 Jahre, wird verkauft. Da ist kein einzigster auf der Gebrauchtmarkt. Man findet diese Amp einfach im Secondhand-Markt gar nichts. Wer einmal diese Amp gekauft, verkauft nie.
Ja, das ist super, so ein Ritterschlag, hör mal.
Ja, und das läuft und läuft und läuft. Und ich muss sagen, ich teste ständig alles, was Neues kommt. Und ich finde immer noch nichts Besseres für mich. Also ich möchte weiter diese Amp spielen.
Ja, aber warum wechseln, wenn es doch funktioniert?
Genau, ja, aber ich meine, ich offen immer für Neuigkeit und da gibt es wirklich viele tolle Produkte auf dem Markt, welche wirklich besser und besser und besser. Aber dieser, ja, ich sage so, dieser Röhrensound von meinem Amp ist einfach wirklich toll. Es hat viele so Kleinigkeiten, was andere Amps nicht haben und irgendwie keiner das versucht so zu machen, keine Ahnung warum.
Kennt ihr alle seinen Amp? Ja? Sonst kannst du noch mal kurz durchgehen, was die Features sind, wie viele Kanäle und...
Ja, also
Wollt ihr nochmal die Features kurz hören oder ist das zu langweilig?
Ganz kurz kann ich sagen, das Limited Edition hat 4 Kanäle. Das ist der einzigste Amp mit 100 Watt, welcher genau gleiche Gefühl im Finger hat bei Zimmerlautstärke. Wenn man nachbarfreundlich unterwegs zu Hause.
Das wäre meine nächste Frage gewesen. 100 Watt Amps sind ja dann nicht unbedingt manchmal...
Genau, und meistens bei 100 Watt kann man nicht leiser spielen mit gleichem Gefühl im Finger. Da braucht man so schon irgendwelche Tube-Screamer davor oder sonst irgendwas. Und dieser Amp hat unglaublich viel Gain-Reserve, was man, wenn man laut nicht braucht, da dreht man einfach weg. Also wenn ich live spiele, dann ist Gain bei mir auf 12 Uhr ungefähr. Aber das Konzept war ein bisschen anderes als sonst. Clean, Crunch, normalerweise 4 Kanäle, Clean, Crunch, Rhythmus, Solo. Und ich habe 3. und 4. gleich gemacht. Also das heißt, 3. und 4. Kanal kann beide für Rhythmus sein und beide für Solos, weil man ständig im Studio doppelt alles. Also alle Rockproduktion, Metalproduktion, das wird immer alles gedoppelt. Und meistens hat man früher immer so gemacht, das hat man verschiedene 2 Amps genommen oder 2 verschiedene Gitarren, verschiedene Ton zu erzeugen, speziell was mittlere Frequenz betrifft. Und da habe ich von Anfang an so gemacht, dass 3. Kanal zum Beispiel spiele ich links, 4. Kanal rechts, das hat gleiche Gain-Gefühl, man spielt mit gleicher Gitarre, also muss man gar nichts anpassen, das fühlt sich gleich an, aber die Kanäle haben 2 verschiedene EQ-Basic von Frequenzen. Und wenn man das doppelt rechts und links hat, man eine richtige Wand. Und für Solos genauso, da kann man immer anpassen, welcher Ton besser passt, weil bei Mix geht nicht um wer lauter oder leiser. Oft machen viele Fehler, oh, ich höre mich nicht, mach lauter. Und dann druckt man mit tieferen Frequenzen und Hochfrequenzen einfach anderer weg. Und der richtige Weg, der passende EQ suchen, wo ist die Lücke, wo man diese Instrumente hört. Und das ist genau was ja, bei Engel sehr gut funktioniert. Sie sind sehr mittig, das ist genau die richtige Frequenz für Gitarre.
Sehr cool. Hat einer von euch noch eine Frage an Viktor? Könnt ihr jetzt gerne stellen. Keine konkret?
In den letzten 2 Tagen schon genug gefragt.
Nee, ich frage das immer. Manchmal ist ja so, dass jemand dann noch irgendwie so eine persönliche Frage hat oder so. Sonst frage ich noch eine Frage. Du hast eben kurz mit Straight to Hell Bully Herbig erwähnt und Schule des Manito und so. Das ist ja schon legendär, jetzt der Song. Ich finde es cool, dass er jetzt auch bei dem neuen Film wieder mit dabei ist. Ist es der gleiche Song? Oder kannst
Wir haben den gleichen Song genommen, ja.
Ah, okay.
Ja. Also wir am Überlegen da noch, weil ich habe früher mit Stefan Rapp auch mit TV Total viel da live gespielt und gerockt und wir haben ein paar coole Produktionen zusammen gemacht und wir sind in Planung eventuell da jetzt, weil er zurück, dass wir eventuell was Lustiges zusammen machen. Mal schauen. Vielleicht
so
kommt
viel
dann,
darfst du schon verraten.
kommt vielleicht noch was.
Ah, okay.
Weil wir haben damals in Schalke Arena, da haben wir richtig schon coole Events gemacht. Ne? Und ich habe damals extra für Schalke Arena, wir haben mit Stefan Band zusammen gehabt. Wir haben zusammen gespielt.
Ach, geil.
Also das war lustig, es hat viel Spaß gemacht. Mit Lemmy war dabei, also das ist von Motorhead. Also
Ja, also Gott hab ihn selig.
War eine Riesenparty,
Ja.
also wow, geil.
Ja, cool. Viktor, das war Viktor Smolski. Vielen Dank, dass du heute vorbeigekommen bist.
Danke,
es ist wie immer eine Wonne und eine Freude, mit dir zu quatschen.
Wer möchte so von Sounds, so über meine Amps da was hören, einfach checkt aktuelle CD-Solo, was ich rausgebracht, das ist Guitar Force. Und da wirklich hört man von bis. Von Heavy bis ruhig bis Funky, alles dabei.
Ja, check's neue Album aus. Das war Viktor Smolski. Danke, dass ihr da wart.
Viel Spaß euch noch.
Mal eine kurze Pause.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow. And last year, this summer, I drove another 1,500 kilometers to see Matteo.
Oh.
I'm gonna see you later together.
Yeah.
Jungs in der Regie, seid ihr ready? Okay, cool. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You guys both? Fine?
Perfect.
Alright, herzlich willkommen zur Rockantenne Stage. I welcome on the Rockantenne Stage and the Guitar Summit Stage Mr. Vincent Garcia.
Hi.
And his buddy and manager Alejandro.
Alejandro.
So Alejandro will be, if needed, do some translation assist. That's why he's here. So Vincent, I did little know about you as a bass player. So in my research and preparation for this interview, I was blown away by your skills. I think you're an amazing, outstanding bass player. So I got to give you that props in advance. He's one of the most exciting bass players I've ever heard. Together with Charlie B, that will be around tonight as well.
Wow.
So let's talk a bit about how did you get to be such a skilled and diverse bass player? I mean, in your music I hear funk, soul, jazz, fusion, rock, even from time to time some hard rock or metal or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
So, what was the spark as a musician to try to reach such level as a bass player? What were your idols? What were your role models as a bass player?
Yeah, I start listen. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Rage Against the Machine, Trivium, Metallica, Machine Head. When I start play the bass.
Hold a little bit closer.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
When I start play the bass, and after I discover many more bands like from Spain. Ofunquillo is a great band from funk, and Letus and more bands from of fusion, jazz, funk. And I don't know, listen music, discover bands. I think is great for make my music, or bassists, of course, like Victor Guten, Marcus Miller, Jaco Pastorius, Richard Bona. This music, these guys, I listen too much for. No, I don't know. I like his music, and yeah, I more or less these bands, these projects. I like. I like.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, all good. So, the influences that you just named, like Flea and Jaco Pastorius and such, that's one thing. Did you go to a college or to a school, music school?
No. I start by here, and when I was 3 years play the bass alone. I decide take a sporadic lesson with some teachers from Spain, for help me about the harmony, about the scales and everything this, because I know things, I play songs, but many times I play with songs, and I don't know who is the key, I don't know the harmony, the chords, and after I'm with lessons 1 year maybe, or 8 months, and after I learn with videos, with in my room, with more sporadic lessons, and of course with play for play. Play for play. I learned very much with my compositions, you know, play songs, transcribing things, and this is my method until now, and yeah, is this? That's it.
So the level of musicianship that you are playing right now is such a high level. When it comes to practice, how many hours did you practice an average a day?
I don't know.
To get there.
Yeah, I don't know but I remember many years ago when I started play the bass, that start play at time lunch, and in one moment is time from dinner.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
And in this moment is
time flies.
Yeah, time flies. Is my hobby, and obviously now is my work. But I remember these hours without think about the hours. Many people ask me this, Vincent, how much hours you do with the bass for play for play? I don't know. Only I play. I pass the time with my instrument, and I think you don't have thinking about I need play 8 hours, 6 hours. You need pass a fun time with the instrument and enjoy and thinking about your dream but yeah, I think is great. Don't thinking about the hours. I hope you understand my.
yeah. Don't think about the hours. Don't think about the time. Just flies when you're practicing. When you're just sunken into the instrument. I can really relate to that.
Of course, now I don't have many hours like many years ago. But when I have 2 hours free, I play something, I compose something, and yes, I enjoy with this. And of course, I learn with my method, no? Play for play, listen, transcribing solos, songs, with real situations. For another bands, hey Vincent, can you record for me this song? Or with shows with another artist. For me it's a work, but it's for learn the new songs, the new harmonies. It's for me. Okay. Let's go with this.
Let's get better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. It's pretty amazing and interesting to check into your YouTube channel because there's so much great music going on there. For example, I love the Inside You song, and Right Now.
Right Now.
That is a monster.
Yeah.
That is a monster.
I'm glad.
So you wrote that song, actually.
Yeah. I write this song.
Yeah.
The release is this year for the beginning.
And your fellow bandmates are awesome as
well. The band is incredible. You
guys click.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's my guy from Valencia. Drum, horns, guitar, and incredible guys playing really good. I'm very happy with this song.
Wow, ja. Habt ihr schon mal ein Video von ihm gesehen? Songs von ihm gehört? Macht das. It is horizontal. It is like it will widen your musical horizon for sure. It is. I was totally blown away by this when I checked into this in preparation to this interview. One can see you with your bass. Let's talk about your bass.
Yeah, okay.
Let's talk about the instrument. It is a special instrument.
Yeah.
What kind of brand, what kind of pickups, what kind of woods and strings would you use?
Yeah, now I'm using my Yamaha bass, Yamaha BBP34. I'm an artist from Yamaha. And I'm really happy with this bass because always I find in the basses the sound is classical sound, no? I like the modern soul, but I think for me it's between not too much old school and not too much modern. And with my Yamaha, I find the the point with the
Right frequency.
yeah, with the sound. And I use Pitbull strings. The wood is over here.
Okay.
It's a brand from Turkey. And yeah, I like the strings because when I play, I want play in my house per 1 week, and I need same sound, same bright, you know. Another strings I testing with 2 days playing with the strings. The sound is off, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I like these strings, and the pickups is from Yamaha.
Okay.
The bass is passive, and of course I play another basses in my house. I have 2 Fenders, Apache, more Yamaha, you know. But at the moment, the Yamaha bass is my principal bass, and I love this bass because the sound for me when I play the first time my Yamaha, I think is different. I feel good with this bass. When you see one bass very beautiful, oh right, this bass, oh I love the bass, but you after play with him, all right, I don't sure that I play with the bass, but with Yamaha, very soon, okay, I connected with the bass.
Important, yeah.
It's important because enter for the A's maybe, but you are comfortable with the bass and the sound and the vibrating, the sensations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the other side of the bass. What kind of amplifiers would you prefer to use?
Yeah, now I'm using Ampere.
That's
And yeah, for the past time, many years ago, maybe I was more, how do you say, more perfectly with the sound. Okay, this amp is more high, this amp is more, but now I need the amp have the power, the not the sound clean from my bass, you know. And I'm really happy with Ampeg because I'm a classic guy. Ampeg is the pioneer from Amp, the bassist, and I need this sound classic, but with punch, with I have the all parameters that I need, and yeah, I'm really happy with this. Of course, I'm testing another's amps, but in this moment, I'm really happy with Ampeg. I hope for many years, and it's great.
So let's switch into the live business and the playing a bit. Tonight we're going to be seeing you live at the Mozartsaal, the big venue here.
Yeah.
Together with Charles Batu.
Yeah.
And Greg Koch.
Greg Koch.
So what is that for you? What does it mean for you? Is it something that you're really looking forward?
Yeah, can't wait. This morning I was the sound check with Greg Koch. Incredible guy, funny guy.
He is.
His music is really fun, and I'm happy with he invited me for play. Also, I'll be playing with Matteo Mancuso.
He is incredible.
And I'm really happy that this guy's having me for play his music, and I'm very excited.
You deserve it. I mean, you play in the same league. That's your league. Meet your fellow colleagues.
Thank you.
I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah.
Ihr müsst unbedingt in den Mozartsaal heute noch gehen. Da wird es richtig Musik geben. Heute mit den Kollegen Greg Koch und Charlie B. und Matteo Mancuso. So, which we had the opportunity to see yesterday already. He was playing with JJ Nichols and yeah, I forgot the other guys, man. Andy Wood and
Yeah.
Phil X. Dang it, it's late. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Let's chat about a bit about where you get your inspiration from as a musician when you write songs, away from the classics, Jaco Pastorius and Victor Wooten. What kind of modern music, in terms of more modern music,
Modern music.
would you say is inspiring for you?
Yeah, in this moment, no, the band from this moment inspired me. Now, artists like Cory Wong, Wolfpack, Letus. I don't know if you know.
I know.
Yeah, I know. Cool. Yeah, Ofunquillo, of course. This band for my stars with the bass is incredible band from Spain.
What's the name again?
Ofunquillo.
Okay.
Yeah, Funquillo have an incredible bass player from Spain. It's Pepe Bau. Is the
Do you guys know the band? You are a big fan,
Yeah.
right? You know everything he says.
Yeah.
Okay. If you got some questions for him, you just go for it. You can ask him questions.
I'm not a musician, I'm just a fan.
Okay, you're just a fan.
Yeah.
Okay. How about this? Now you can ask him questions. All right? So you will be the first one? Okay. Hold on.
All right.
Hey, hello.
Hello, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. You?
It's great to be here. Thank you
Yeah.
to Rock Antenne
Thank
to
you.
offer us
A pleasure.
these interviews, interesting interviews. Then what I want to know if you are touring across Europe and where we will have the opportunity to have fun and enjoy your art.
Sorry. Yeah. 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 Thank you for your question, and of course, we're working on it for make possible the big tour for Europe. I hope for the world, and of course, I hope very soon you have news from my show from Europe, and we're working on it. But surely, I'm going to the Europe for the next year, play my music. I want going on many places for play because many people write me say you have coming here. Yeah, okay, I need work with my team, and of course, we try playing in all possibilities place. Yeah, thank you for your question.
Anybody else a question to Vincent? A fan? No? Okay. I don't want to drag you.
All right.
Anybody?
Yeah.
Hi, Vincent.
Hi. How are
When
you?
when did you start playing bass?
Uh-huh.
Did you learn yourself on videos or on?
Yeah, the first 2 months, my father buy me the bass with a book. The title, the name is Learn Know the Bass, and the book is very small. The book have positions, first notes, and with the book I have 1 month, and after I play with my friends that we have a band. For 3 years until I decide take lesson for learn more and this, yes. And after I see videos, transcribe things, sporadic lessons, play songs, compose for myself. This is. Thank you. Cool.
Any further questions? Anybody? You just go, man.
It just occurred to me that you were playing with Corey,
Uh-huh.
and with Corey is of course great drummer Petar Janic from
Yeah,
Serbia.
from Serbia.
And I was thinking, because it's a rhythm section.
Yeah.
How do you two click? Is there a special connection? Do you?
Yeah. With Petar Yannick, when I play with him, special connection because he's a guy, active guy, no, and always he thinking about the music. Hey bro, Vincent, listen this. Or hey bro, why you playing? Or we can test in this in soundcheck. Really, with Petar Yannick, I pass great times in the stage and outside the stage, and incredible musician because when we play in live, he know where stop for another musician brilliant in this moment, or is a great drummer, a great director, is incredible musician. Yeah, I connected with him. Thank you. Cool.
Hey. Anybody else? A question to Vincent?
So, when you compose music, what is actually the first thing you are thinking of or doing?
The first thing I think about compose is how what I want express with this song. This song is I feel activity, I feel energy, so I think about this, and yeah, I think is this in my how I feel. Okay. Thank you. A short answer.
Is there a special system when you start your song? When you search for a new song, you start with the drums or the bass?
Yeah, no, usually when I start compose the song, usually I start with a pattern rhythm, with my bass or with a drum, but sometimes with keyboards or a melody in my mind. But yeah, normally the pattern rhythm maybe is the first, but yeah, with everything, melody. If I have a great rhythm, go to the rhythm. If I have a great melody, go to the melody. Priority for the melody, and after I see what do with another section. Yeah.
Did you have a dream at night with a good melody?
Again, please, again.
Did you have a dream
at
night with a good melody,
no.
and you woke up with it?
Oh, yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember, but in my nights when I'm sleeping, my girlfriend know this, that my head don't stop. I even speak English in my dreams, and obviously I play the bass in my dreams. It's sure. Yeah. Cool. Thank you.
Anybody else? A question? Yeah.
So with your dead note style and this kind of rhythmic style, how did it develop? Like, what were your directions? Like, what musicians did you listen, and which kind of exercises did you build to get there? To this flexibility.
Está diciendo que qué ejercicios mando para que los alumnos. The exercise for the students. You. Sorry.
what was your process in like finding this style? Like,
yeah.
Did you practice a lot of Jaco? Or
Yeah,
was there-
you know, when I listen one style, you know, I listen many artists, and after this, you know, of course you need copy a little, no, copy a little and transcribe, but I never copy exactly because I think it's really important. You know for where is the things the style, and if you are creativity, you have creativity, you can play similar this, or it's probably when you go in a one rehearsal, you guy, okay, this is like Jaco Pastorius. Yeah, I listen Jaco Pastorius, but it's not. It's the style, no? It's the or the guy that know everything lines exactly with Jaco. Okay, this is Jaco. This is yeah. If, sorry, I don't listen. Sorry.
So you make your own thing out of it. You improvise and play around with it.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Cool.
Anybody else a question? No, because I would have one or two more. All right.
I know.
So we have been talking about your skills all the time and your musical roots and your idols. So this is a bit tricky question.
Okay.
What would you say is your strength as a bass player? And what would you say would be something that you wanted to be to get better? Not weakness, but I would say, where do you want to get better as a bass player? And what would you say is your strength?
Yeah. Yeah, I think my point more positivity for me, for my playing. I think is the rhythm, because I think always I thinking about this in my head. I have pattern rhythms maybe. Yeah, for a little for me maybe I need improv many things, of course. But I think maybe something for harmony or something, yeah. More scales, maybe learn more scales, but I think this is this.
Okay.
Okay, it's short question.
That's a mean question.
Sorry.
Was sind deine Stärken, was sind deine Schwächen? I just said it's a bad question. What are your strong sides and your weaknesses? I mean, we talked about the big guns, the big idols.
The big idol?
The stars.
Okay, yeah.
So if you could choose two bass players,
yeah,
or guitar players,
yeah,
or drummers, who would you choose to play with in a band one time, if you had the chance?
In my band.
In your band?
On another band.
Or you as a bass player in their band?
Okay, only two.
Only two?
Only two. It's topic, but one is Jaco Pastorius.
Okay.
And the another, I think, is Victor Wooten, because I like the philosophy that he think about the music, and of course incredible technique, but I think the philosophy for the music. Yeah.
It's interesting because earlier today, I don't know if you guys have been there when I interviewed Charles Bertou today. Have you been here? Because both have really similar musical roots. And I think one can hear that in your both of your bass playing.
Mm-hmm.
That you guys click on a very similar level as a bass player. That's super interesting.
Yeah, of course. Jaco and Victor Wooten is the icons from bass. No, every bassist listen these heroes from bass.
It's interesting because like Victor is much younger than Jaco Pastorius, for example.
Yeah.
He's a young kid compared to Jaco.
And Victor Wooten say that it's hate for practice the bass. He say I don't practice the bass.
He's a liar. It can't be.
Si quieres completar la respuesta, ha preguntado también que no tiene por qué ser bajista.
Yeah.
Guitarrista o como una banda. ¿sabes?
Okay. All right. So about the question, of course, for a band, I love the style from Cory Wong, guitarist, because I think he's a complete musician, from player, from producer, for the sound. I think he have a really good vision from the music, from the songs. Yeah, I really like his music, and he like music. Yeah.
So you would play in his band if you'd had the chance?
Yeah.
For sure. What was that?
I was asking how about Mark Lettieri from Snarky Puppy? He also played with Corey, and you know him?
You can put.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Mark Lettieri.
Yeah, Mark Lettieri. I like his style. It's incredible. Play like nothing. Play is incredible guy. Yeah, and his sound is wow. Yeah.
I think you would make a great band with him.
Yeah. Of course.
Putting all the superstars in one group. I see that. Wolfpack would be one of the groups.
Yeah.
For sure.
I like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Does anybody else have a question to Vincent? Please ask it right now because I'm running out of question. And anybody else a question?
That's it.
Oh, one more.
My friend. What's your name?
I'm Tony.
Tony.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, bro.
The question is, let's imagine that I want to start playing an instrument as a young kid, and I don't know which kind of instrument to choose, guitar or bass. Give me an advice.
Sí, ¿qué instrumento elegiría, no?
Sí, que imagínate que eres un niño que quiere empezar a tocar un instrumento y tienes que elegir entre una guitarra y un bajo.
Sí.
¿Qué consejo darías para poder elegirlo?
I don't know, because probably I chose the guitar because many guys chose the guitar. But if you have information from bass, I think for me it's great. It's better. I tell you this now, of course, no. But yes, I don't know. The two instruments for me is really beautiful. Are really beautiful, and the important I think is make music, express your feel, and enjoy with the music. And it's not important what do you play, guitar, bass, or yeah.
My advice, if you want to get a job that is paid, play bass. Learn it. Be good, you'll always get a job. Other than if you learn guitar, I don't think so. Too many guitar players. I'm a guitar player, but yeah, I think nobody. It's so cool that you guys are such skilled guitar players. It's inspiring for me as your bass player, as a guitar player, because though I love playing the guitar, I really love drums and bass. I think a band without a good drum section isn't a good band. So that's the heart and the soul of every band. And the guitar player comes after that. So anyways, thank you so much, Vincent Garcia.
Thank you for
It was a
having me.
pleasure chatting with you.
Me too.
Hopefully you guys enjoyed it as well. You've been participating. That's cool.
Thank
Give it up for Vincent Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate. Thank you.
Okay, das war's für mich als Host von dieser Bühne. Ich hoffe, euch hat es gefallen. Viel Spaß noch und wir sehen uns, also ihr seht mich hier morgen dann wieder. Bis dann, enjoy Guitar Summit.
Oh, you guys all have the headphones too. Now I see. Thank you.
Check 1, 2. Is it loud enough?
This is really cool.
Yes.
I've never seen this before with the headphones.
Yeah, because there are also like, guitar things on stage, so
Yeah.
all the people around us don't.
That's amazing. This is really cool. I'm excited to be a part of it.
Hallo, herzlich willkommen zurück oder euer erstes Mal hier auf der Rockantenne-Bühne. Mein Name ist David Löbe, ich bin Moderator bei Rockantenne und wir freuen uns sehr, dieses Jahr bei der Guitar Summit dabei sein zu dürfen, ein paar Interviews zu führen und kommen jetzt zu einem, auf das ich mich sehr lange gefreut habe. I've been excited for a while, ever since I knew that I was gonna get this chance, because we have a fitness enthusiast, an NFL and WWE superfan, but most importantly, an amazingly talented guitarist sitting right next to me. Nita Strauss, everybody.
Thank you so much. Dankeschön.
Dankeschön, very good.
It's all my German.
All your German.
Dankeschön, bitteschön.
Despite you having, like, as I read, a connection to the German-speaking people.
Yes.
Being a descendant from Austrian composer Johann Strauss.
Yes, but my whole family lives in California, so it's my German is very limited. Yes, no menus. That's really it.
But I've read that there are some people who are disputing this claim. Do you know anything about that?
I have heard that too. All I know is what my parents told me growing up, and then if someone wants to take their time and research my blood, that's their time well used, I guess.
Ever done like one of these tests you can do where you spit in a tube and send it off?
Oh, I don't like those tests. I don't trust the tests. What are they going to do with your DNA after?
Who knows?
You don't know. You don't know.
Never know.
You
Don't
never
trust
know. I
anyone.
don't trust anyone. I trust Rockantenne. That's where I get my news. It's called politics, baby.
Can you play any Strauss on the guitar?
I hadn't tried. I've actually been toying around with some maybe rock arrangements of classic songs, like Blue Danube or something like that. Even just for an introduction, to walk on stage with my band or something like that. So yeah, we've definitely thought about it.
I'm a total buffoon when it comes to classical music. I don't even know if you could play Strauss on guitar.
You can play anything on guitar if you try.
Fair enough. I want to talk about the role of women in guitar playing and rock a little bit. And first of all, since I assume you get asked those questions a lot, is there any question in this field that you are super annoyed by? Just not because I want to make sure I'm not asking any of those.
No, I don't think there's anything in particular that I get annoyed by. There's definitely stuff that I don't like to give the same answer over and over again. So if you ask me what's it like to be a female in heavy metal, it's like throwing away the cards. But no, there's nothing that really annoys me, because also maybe some of this will be new for a German audience that I haven't done a lot of interviews with German speaking. So yeah, everything hopefully will be new and fresh.
I'll do my very best. Do you feel like there's sometimes too much emphasis being put on the fact that you're a female guitar player instead of just being an amazing guitar player regardless of sex?
To be honest with you, that doesn't really bother me. I hear some people get offended by that, saying, oh, you should not be called the best female player, you should just be the best player, and da-da-da. I'm just happy to be in that conversation, to have best anything, because I don't think I'm the best, I think that I'm good at what I do, but I don't think I'm faster than anyone or more technical than anyone or anything. So just to be in the conversation of, being a good player makes me really happy. And I think that people have a lot more important things to get offended about than if someone's saying she's the best female guitar player, best California guitar player, best, blonde guitar player, whatever. I just think there's more important things to get offended about.
Do you consider yourself a role model, especially maybe for girls getting into rock or metal?
I think it's important to act as a role model, even if you aren't one on a grand sense, But when I was growing up, there were not a lot of female guitar players in the scene. And it was hard to find somebody that sort of checked the boxes for me of what I was looking for as a role model. And for me, that person was Jennifer Batten. Watching Jennifer on the biggest stage in the world with the biggest star in the world, Michael Jackson, shredding, playing the Super Bowl, blazing solos faster than, anybody that I'd ever seen. And it was just amazing to see a girl up there doing that. And I think if I can create that moment for some girls of the next generation, that's really special.
So was she the reason you got into playing guitar?
No, actually, the reason that I got into it was first my father. My father's a musician and, a lot of music on both sides of my family. And then my big guitar moment was actually seeing the movie Crossroads. I saw Steve Vai in Crossroads, and that was like the biggest moment for me for guitar.
Have you ever met Steve?
I have, yes. I've met him. I've gotten to play on stage with him a few times. Most recently at G3 in LA. Before that at the PIA Ibanez launch event, and then the first time at a charity event with him to benefit one of the charities that he works with. So a few times now.
Do you still get starstruck when you meet someone who's been influential?
Steve is like the person that I get the most nervous about. And he is so nice. Actually, he sends me emails every once in a while. Like, he'll send me an email and be like, look, what a great article about you in Guitar World or something. Like, hey, have you seen this? And I was like, Steve Vai. Like, it says, from Steve, who's emailing me, so it's very surreal. But he's always been so complimentary and so kind to me as a young artist, sort of following in his footsteps. So that's always been really, really cool.
Talking about people you've worked with, a little more than a year ago, you released your solo record.
Yes.
The Call of the Void, and you had people like David Draymond of Disturbed and Lizzie Hale and I think Dorothy on the record. Did you just dial up anyone you knew? And
pretty much. I kind of kept it to my friends, people that I really admire that I could dial up, and I wanted to create a record that seemed like it could be a band, but a band with a lot of different influences, so it still has the common thread of it's me, it's my music, but obviously the Lizzie Hale song is going to sound different than the Anders Frieden song, and that there's just shows different types of my personality in my writing.
And how do you go about performing them live? I don't assume you just cart them all along in a big van.
Oh, I wish I could afford it. Could you imagine if I just put Lizzie and David Draymond and Alisa and just stick them in a van, have them follow the bus?
Who would drive?
Not me. And not any of the singers, I think. So I actually have one singer on my tour. Her name is Casey Carlson. And she is like a musical chameleon. She can sing anything. So she can sing a male vocal, female vocal. She can scream. She can growl. She can sing high and low. And actually, I found her because she does covers on TikTok. So when I was looking for a vocalist, everyone kept saying, you have to see Casey Carlson. You have to see Casey Carlson. So we found her on there. She has her own band called Deadlands, who she's on tour with right now. But when she's not doing that, she tours with me.
I know Deadlands.
Deadlands is my singer, Casey.
Amazing band.
Yes, very great.
You just hit her up on TikTok?
Hit her up on Instagram. I don't really use TikTok, so I messaged her on Instagram, and she messaged me right back. She's been touring with me since actually before the record came out, so she had a big job. She was singing songs that people had never heard. She was singing the Lizzie Hale song before people heard Lizzie sing it. So it was a big, big job. It was her first tour ever. She's very young. She's just barely 21. And so she has just absolutely picked up the ball and ran with it. And now just her band signed a big record deal. They're touring. So yeah, I'm really happy to see her succeed.
As I said, amazing band, Deadlands.
Yes.
A little more on the heavy side.
Definitely
That's
so.
how we like it.
Yes, it is.
Having talked about, maybe except for Steve Vai, are there any artists that you would love to work with down the road?
There are so many, honestly. I had a wish list for The Call of the Void, which was my second album, but the first that I had any vocals on. So basically, I just crossed some off the list, but I still have a long list, So it's exciting. I'm writing the third record now. I'm writing it on days off on the tour and whenever I have the time. So I'm kind of writing with these people in mind, going okay, this person, for example, I have one vocalist who actually I wrote a song for on The Call of the Void, and then they weren't able to actually record it because they had a conflict with their album coming out. So I was like, perfect. I'll get him on this one. And I started writing a song again, like sort of in that key with that style with this vocalist of mine. So just keep checking him off the list.
And if you have any suggestions, she's here right now.
I'm here. Tell it to me. I want to know. I really do.
Alex Terrible.
That is absolutely one of the names on my list. And we're on the same, and we're on the same label, which is, easy. Slaughter to Prevail is on Sumerian with me. So easy. That has already been a conversation.
Fuck yes.
Yeah.
He's insane.
And you know what people don't realize? He actually can sing. Like, he can really sing. He's got, an unearthly growl and scream. Like, everybody knows how incredible his metal voice is, that he can sing. Like, he can really sing. And what I did on my record was I took people to a slightly different place for them, like Elisa, who's such a strong singer, and people didn't really know how good her clean voice was. What if I can do that for him? Like, what if I can push him someplace slightly different, Or maybe we'll just write something really heavy and see how that is.
Anything would be amazing.
I feel the same way. I'm a big fan.
And he seems like such an amazing human, too.
He seems like a really nice guy. Yeah, I love seeing his posts, like, with the dogs, like helping find homes for the dogs and stuff like that. I think it's really, really great.
He looks the most Russian of anyone I've ever seen. But
yeah, for sure.
He seems so nice.
Straight up out of, like, the UFC guys. Yeah, the Russian UFC fighters.
So you're writing right now. Do you have anything in mind, like when it comes to time, going back to the studio?
Not at the moment. My touring schedule is so crazy. I've literally been on the road since I finished recording The Call of the Void in 2021. I toured all through 21, 22, 23. I've toured all through 24. So I think I've got 25 booked up until the summer. So I think while Alice Cooper, I think, is talking about doing something different next summer. So if that happens, then I will take the summer and probably get into the studio and do some proper recording. Or maybe I'll see if I can do some this winter. It just depends on how crazy my schedule gets.
Having played with huge artists as well as maybe like the smaller venues back in the day or even now, do you have a personal preference when it comes to playing like big stadiums or small clubs?
For me, I thrive on a big stage. I love a big stage. I love a big crowd. I love to feel the energy of a big crowd. Like we've been here in Germany at Wacken or like, these different amazing festivals. But there's also an amazing energy, especially when I get to play with my band and we do the club shows. Like, I feel more connected in that way. So I wouldn't say I like one more than the other. The energy of the big stage is really fun. But to be in a small club where, like, that's my name on the door and the people that are there are not there to see Alice Cooper, they're there to see my music. And, like, that's really, really special as well. So totally different feeling, but equally enjoyable.
I find it super amazing that you're such a versatile guitarist because you've played with Alice and you've played with Demi. For you as a guitarist, what are like the main difference when you go on stage performing hard rock or the more pop-oriented music?
I think that both of them have the same type of consideration where whether it's Alice, whether it's Demi, whether I'm playing, sort of like classic songs for the LA Rams football games or anything like that, you just have to be mindful of what the gig is, So giving your very best, giving the best Nita Strauss performance in the parameters of what the gig is, and I think that's the most important thing in that hired gun position is that you can still have your personality, you can still show your worth and why they hired you to be there over anybody else, but still allow it to be a great Alice Cooper show and not like, this is the Nita show and push Alice out of the way.
Since we are at a guitar convention, go ahead. We have some more water if you need it.
Oh, it's okay.
Of course, we have to talk about guitars a little bit. In, I think, 2018, you became a Ibanez signed artist?
I've been a signature artist, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. What was it like as a guitarist having your first signature guitar in hand?
It's the most surreal feeling in the world. I signed with Ibanez in 2008, and in 2008, I was the only woman on the electric guitar roster. And since then, they have added so many incredible guitar players to that list. And then in 2018, 10 years after signing with the company, I became the first female signature artist. And then after that came Laurie Basilio and Yvette Young, who was here last year. And it's so cool to be on the wave with so many great female players. Like whoever crashes the wave first doesn't matter as long as like we're all there together getting carried by this momentum of amazing female players.
maybe you can give us a little glimpse behind the scenes, what it's like coming up with a signature model. Like, how much input do you have as an artist, or does Ibanez like show you something, you say, yeah, that's good, that's not good?
So they gave me total control. You can do what you want with the understanding that, like, if you really want to reinvent the wheel, if you want to do something completely different, it's going to take a long time because they have to get the machines and everything. Like, so if I wanted to make a guitar shaped like a shooting star, like, I think we could do it, but it probably, if we started in 2018, maybe it still wouldn't be out because of all the research and development and everything else. So when I did my signature deal, we went out to dinner with my Ibanez artist rep, Mike, and he sat down and he said, congratulations, you're going to be the first female signature artist. And I cried at the table. It was the most, just absolutely amazing. Like, I was sitting there at the sushi restaurant, just like, and then so, like, I calmed down and he said, so if you want to take some time, this is like springtime. He said, if you want to take some time and think about what you want your guitar to be like, then we can get some prototypes made. And if you can think of it in enough time, then maybe we can have something for the NAMM show, which is like this in the States. And I was like, oh, I know exactly what I want. We can do it right now. So he took out a pen and paper and we wrote out the specs for the Jiva 10. And the exact guitar that we designed right there at the table with, tears coming from my eyes is the guitar that's in stores now.
I think you have 3 models by now, right?
Actually, I have 4. There was a limited edition one, which was only made for a very brief time, but there's the Jiva 10, Jiva Junior, and 2 Jiva X models.
Which
and a
one?
lefty, actually. There's the Jiva 10 lefty, so there's 5.
Which ones do you play on stage yourself?
I play the Jiva X's mostly, and I keep my original Jiva 10. I affectionately call it the Jiva 1 because it's the very first one, and that's the one that I still play on stage. And all of them are factory, so there's nothing special about mine. Even the Jiva 10, which is sort of a mid-range model, versus the Jiva X, which is the Japanese very high-end one. All of them that I play on stage are identical to what you find in the stores, which is really important for me.
Why Ibanez? I mean, there are so many brands out there. Why is it right for you?
Because Ibanez makes the best guitars. Simple answer for a simple question.
Camera's over there.
Yeah, where's my Ibanez rep? Did you hear that? No, honestly, though, I've played all the different guitars. I've played everything over the years. I've played new guitars, old guitars, vintage guitars. I've had, Gibsons and Parkers and like Strats and some of the best and most known guitars in the world. And before I had an Ibanez deal, my favorite guitar that I owned was a $200 Ibanez. It didn't even have a double locking trem. It just had the floating bridge. And when I went in for my first Ibanez meeting with, the high up A&R guys at that time, they said, why do you want an Ibanez deal? And I said, all of my favorite guitar players are Ibanez artists. My favorite guitar is an Ibanez. And if you don't want to work with me today, I will still play my Ibanez guitar because it's my favorite guitar, and that's the one that I want to use over all the other ones, which was a terrible bargaining chip. Don't try to get a deal and say, if you don't work with me, I'll do it anyway. But thankfully, my sincerity, I think, showed through, and, that was, 2008. I don't even know how many years ago, closer to 15, I guess, than, 16 years. Oh my God.
Still happy as an Ibanez artist?
Yes, honestly, still happy. I was just at my workshop upstairs talking about my signature guitar and about Ibanez. And it's just still so surreal to me that I get to, be here and represent the company, that I watched Steve Vai and Paul Gilbert and, Andy Timmons and so many, Joe Satriani, so many of the long-standing Ibanez artists. And now I feel like rock star. I'm just a regular person that grew up with pictures of them on my walls, and now I'm one of them.
There are 2 topics I want to talk about because they are 2 of my passions. And when I found out that there's 2 of your passions as well, I was like, I don't care if there's anyone here, I have to talk about it.
Wrestling and football.
Yes.
How did I know?
I look so basic. No, just kidding.
Lucky guess.
Yeah. Your husband introduced you to wrestling. First of
Yes.
all, Mazel Tov. I think it's been in May, right?
Yes, exactly. Yes, I've been a Mrs. now for a few months.
And you even performed on the grandest stage of them all at WrestleMania, the entrance of Shinsuke Nakamura.
Yes.
Were you nervous at all, having played so many huge stages? I mean, but WrestleMania is WrestleMania.
WrestleMania is different, yes, and it has a totally different type of pressure, you know. And I would say the thing that made me the most nervous, you know, first of all, it was very short notice. I only knew that we were going to do it a couple of days before, so it wasn't like I had, you know, a month to prepare or anything like that. They're like, hey, do you want to do it? You know, and the whole thing was masterminded by my husband Josh, who he was like, this has got to happen. We're gonna find a way. We're gonna get you in front of the right people and make this happen. And so when we found out we were doing it, we were like, okay, now it's go time. Here we go. And there's something very surreal about walking out to the middle of a stadium alone. Because it's one thing, I've played 100 stadiums, you know, or more with a band, but being there alone is totally different. So I walked out to the middle and they were showing the video package for the match, AJ and Shinsuke. And all of a sudden I was so nervous and I was like, I'm by myself. Like, you know, I wish that I had a, you know, usually when I talk about this in my clinics, I can show you a picture where you see like just 80,000 people and one runway and then me, so small and surrounded by cameras. And I was like, what do I do? And the camera, WWE's camera, like the manager, the guy who runs it, is really cool. I've worked with the same guy every time. And he's like, I will cue you when it's time to go. So I was just sitting there like, looking at the guy like, when do I go? Like, and then out of the, and no, it wasn't announced that I was going to be there. Nobody knew that I was performing. And then out of the blue, in the dark, one person said, let's go, Nita. And I was like, okay, one person is here and one person is supporting me. And if like, that's all I need, because I didn't know how the wrestling fans were going to react to me. Like, they know I'm a fan, but they don't really know, you know? So like, they were like, one person said, let's go. And I was like, in that moment, I was like, okay. And I took a deep breath and I relaxed and I was able to have a really, really good time. So whoever that person was, thank you, because
Shout out.
yes, that person really, I'm just giving a shout out to the camera, I don't know. But that was the person that sort of like brought me back to my roots, the rock roots. There's one rocker here that wants to see me of 80,000, one rocker in the building.
Absolute goosebumps.
For me too.
Still love to watch the WrestleMania, and that moment, it was a great WrestleMania, but that moment as a rock fan,
yeah,
special.
Really special. And it was in New Orleans in the Superdome. That's where my husband is from. That's where he saw his first rock show, in that building, Metallica, Guns N' Roses. So like, and that's where his football team, the Saints, play. So like, it was so special for everybody for so many reasons. Great day.
And great transition.
Yeah, a great transition. I will add one more thing though, just piggybacking on what's been going on. I got to work with Vince that day. I got to work with Vince McMahon. He sort of produced that segment that I was in. So it was funny watching everything come out and I'm watching the new documentary and everything about him. And I was like, wow, he was nice to me. Like, he was great. He was so great to work with. So yeah, really interesting.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but
oh, you got to watch it. It's not as like gotcha as everybody made it out to be. If you know a lot about wrestling, there won't be any new information. But it's still really entertaining.
Still interesting.
Yeah.
So, football.
All right.
I'm a New York Jets fan, so I know a lot about pain.
Yes, apparently so, but not this year. It's a good year.
Knock on wood.
Yeah.
You've been a fan of the LA Rams.
Yes.
And still are. You're playing at like home games.
Yes,
right?
the home games, exactly.
Right. And something I didn't know. I'm laughing because it's like the biggest thing for like every football fan. You got a ring.
I did. I got a Super Bowl ring when the team won. It was funny because I was on tour with Alice Cooper when the Super Bowl happened, and we were all, because they're all football fans. Alice is a Lions fan, you know, and so he was so happy to see Stafford in there, like everything. And we were all watching, and then the Alice Cooper guys are like underdog fans. Tommy is a Jets fan. Ryan is a Raiders fan. Chuck is a Steelers fan. So they were all rooting against the Rams. They wanted the underdogs to win. I was like, like, you don't want me to get my ring. And of course, the Rams pulled it out at home at SoFi, which was amazing. And then I was like, they were teasing me. They're like, you're not going to get a ring. Like, that's for the players and the coaches. And then actually I was here in Europe. I was in Germany on the tour bus, and I got a text from the Rams entertainment coordinator. She said, I have a very important question to ask you. And I was like, okay. I thought it's like, are you available for this? And she said, what's your ring size? And I was like, ah! And so something I didn't know, it's actually not your normal ring size. It's a different size for a sports ring because the sports ring is so big. So I had to go and get sized and got a Super Bowl ring out of it.
I'm speechless.
It was really cool.
Amazing.
It was really cool.
I would wear it every day.
You think that it's heavy?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I can imagine. I can
plus,
imagine.
I have my Super Bowl ring on already. So
Oh.
I don't need to.
Do you think Stafford can get you another ring before he retires?
I think if it's up to Stafford, he can. If they protect him a little better and if they do a better job on the offensive line, you know, the cool thing about my gig with the Rams is I get to watch all the games. Like, I have a great spot, you know, and I'm a big football fan. And what people don't realize is you have to know a lot about football to do the gig that I do, because you have to watch the plays develop. You have to know when they're going to be, like, we do a certain thing with the Rams entertainment team when the opposing team is on third down. So you have to watch and keep track of the downs and go, hey, if they don't convert on second down, we're going to go to the third down entertainment break. So, like, it's a lot of little stuff like that you have to do. And I love it because I love football. So I get to go watch my team play every home game, you know, unless I'm on the road, which unfortunately I'll be here in Europe for the next 2, but I'll be there for the rest of the season, which is really, really cool.
I think the only thing that would make it like your football rock experience perfect is like playing, I don't know, America the Beautiful at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it would be really amazing. So that's actually how I got my start in the sports world. When Gene and Paul from KISS had their football team, the LA KISS, I played the national anthem and America the Beautiful, like all that kind of stuff for them. And then the first time I played with the Rams, I played America the Beautiful for the Salute to Service game before I was playing all the home games. This is their first year back in LA when they were playing at the LA Coliseum. So my very first introduction to the Rams fans was playing America the Beautiful. And then the following year I came back and did the Sunday Night Football theme, which is, if you've heard, it's basically just I Hate Myself for Loving You by Joan Jett, but like about football. So I did that, and then they were like, this is great, this really works, come and do this every week.
Before we continue our conversation, football, I don't know, I'm happy.
I'm always happy to talk about football.
Yeah.
But we're in like other football country now.
I don't care.
Okay.
There's only one true football for me.
For me too.
Got a
Oh
tag.
yeah, look at that, you do.
Yeah, I love it. Gibt es irgendwelche Fragen aus dem Publikum? Any questions from the audience? Because we're like coming up on time. I mean, we can continue talking about football. I don't care if you like it.
Yeah. This was my same experience at my clinics. You guys don't have a lot of questions today.
They're intimidated.
No, they're not. We're nice.
They're shy.
No, they're not shy. Look at this group of people.
There's one. I'm coming down.
This is when we need an audience mic.
Ich kann es auch nur.
In Deutsch, in the mic. I want to hear him ask it. I don't
You want to
care
hear him
yeah,
ask
I want
it?
to hear him ask it. I don't
Okay,
care if I can
einmal auf
understand
Deutsch fragen, schauen, ob sie es versteht.
Nita, kannst du dir vorstellen, Phil X bei Bon Jovi zu ersetzen oder abzulösen?
I heard Phil X, right?
He was asking if you could imagine replacing Phil X and playing with Bon Jovi.
I can't imagine replacing Phil X at anything. Phil X is the best.
Phil X is awesome.
I just saw him. He was just stopped at my Ibanez signing to say hello. I'm such a big fan.
Yeah.
I got to jam with him at the Hired Gun when we did the Hired Gun documentary together. So replace, no. Replace, never. But I would love to play with Bon Jovi. I would love to back Phil up anytime. I will carry Phil's case. I will change his strings, no problem. I would love, I'm an 80s metal kid. I love listening to 80s rock, 80s metal. So I would love to play with Bon Jovi, but not replace Phil.
Yeah, we had him here yesterday. He's like the nicest guy ever.
The nicest guy ever. Just a monster. I'll tell you a quick story about Phil. So we were doing the Hired Gun jam, and if you see the movie, when the Hired Gun documentary opens up, there's this open jam, and it's myself, Phil X, Jason Hook, and Brad Gillis. And Brad was not even supposed to be there. He was there for something else, and he's like, can I get in? And we're like, yeah, of course. Rudy Sarzo playing bass, and Kenny Aronoff playing drums, like just this all-star cast. And I was like, and me? Like, okay, I don't know what I'm doing here, but thank you. And so we start doing the solo, and we're doing a round. So if you guys know, a round is like you take turns. It's the same riff over and over again, and you solo, and then once everybody takes a turn, you go again. So we do the round once, and then we do the round a second time. Then we do the round a third time, and like by the fourth time, I'm like, I'm out. Like I have nothing, I can't even think of anything else really good to play because I'm with the best of the best players in the world. So I was like, hey, you guys I waved the white flag. Like you guys continue on, like I'm out. So I dropped out first. Then Jason hooked the next one around. He was like, yeah, okay, I'm out, you guys. So then it's Phil X and Brad Gillis just standing there back and forth. I want to say it was like for like 5 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, just like the most amazing playing you've ever heard. And I was just there with my jaw on the floor, like no one else gets to see this. Like we're just filming this for the thing, and like Hook and I are just standing there getting to watch greatness happen. And neither one of them repeated anything. It was just new licks, new licks, new licks over and over and over again. And you really see in that moment like why someone like Phil is where he is, because he's just at the top level all the time.
And on a human level as well.
And on a human level as well. Such a nice guy.
Since we're coming up on time, I feel like you've got so much going on professionally and in your private life. Again, mazel tov.
Thank you. I should say danke.
Yeah, very good. Except like for everything that we already know that you're going to do touring with Alice and working on the new album, anything down the road that people maybe don't know about yet?
Oh, I'm really just sort of trying to juggle, keep all the balls in the air, as they say, between my online guitar lessons, the fitness program, the Patreon, playing with the Rams, playing with Alice, touring with my band, writing, like, as you said, and really just, I think this next year will be one of growth for me. So just really seeing how I can build on everything that I'm doing, and make it bigger and better and more exciting, include more people, hopefully come over here with my band. My band is playing our first shows outside the U.S., going to Mexico next month. So hopefully that opens the door to coming to Europe and, the U.K. and just try to build everything that we have and make it better.
We'd love to have you back.
I hope so.
Everybody, Nita Strauss.
Thank you.